Right, hello. Welcome. We are going to be continuing the McLaren stream save today, and hopefully finishing off Season 1 is going to be the goal. Now, I have a tad bit of a problem here in that my microphone settings have been deleted for some weird reason. I don't know what's exactly going on here. So hopefully I've gotten everything kind of back to normal, but if I sound weird or if there's any problem with the microphone, I would very much appreciate it if you let me know. So with that out of the way, let's get back to McLaren. Hello Noah, hello Maurice. I am doing well. Hope you guys are doing fine as well. As said, we'll just get right into it here by jumping into Mexico. But yeah, it's looking good. I'm feeling good. Let's see what sort of performance we can go for. Again, we're going to be a little bit passive. I think top 10 is the best we can hope for. Me still playing F1 Manager 22. That's fair though. Like, I know a lot of people who do Kieran. I wouldn't be too worried. There are several here who decided to just not upgrade immediately. So that doesn't actually come as a big surprise. Hello Pedro. Why acceleration never updates? Acceleration is mainly due to the engine manufacturer. So, since Red Bull has the most power, in turn they have the most acceleration. And that is basically why. Acceleration is actually linked to, as I said, mainly the engine itself. So, in this case, I'll see here, the powertrain, the engine. This basically has most to say with it. As you can see, your engine has an effect on acceleration. So, if we have a quick look at, say, the manufacturers, Red Bull has more power than, say, Mercedes. As a result, they have more acceleration to begin with. And that's just actually an engine limitation. You can't do anything really about that. You are going to be struggling for acceleration versus the more powerful engines. It's just how it be. Hello. Waiting for sale. That's fair. Hello, Stego. Hello, Oscar. Or Osk. So that is basically why, Pedro. If you're thinking about because I'm doing the AlphaTauri save and kind of making guides as I go, we usually have good acceleration there because we're running Red Bull engines on that one. So it is mainly an effect of, as I said, your engine manufacturer. So there is a reason to choose a, power manufacturer if you want acceleration, unfortunately. It's just how things be. Am I going to take a Red Bull engine next year? Probably, yeah. I'm glad that I've been of some help to your gameplay experience. But yeah, once again to everyone, my mic settings got deleted. I don't know what actually has happened here. It does happen to apparently this microphone. So if I sound scuffed or if there is something that is weird sounding, let me know. And I'll try and tweak it either as we go or after the stream. But it would be nice to know. Hello, Guido. Thank you. I follow you of Atari save. And you said McLaren save. Another 7 on 20 points. Yeah. It should be okay to use, honestly. It should be fine. Let's see where we're actually at, because I do believe that I have a cost cap that we're going to try and breach. We're currently at 3 million. We are going to do an intense design basically once we get a little bit closer. We have some races to go here. But in terms of the calendar and getting that done, we need to actually finish, I believe, before 24th? Or when is it this year that you... Okay, so you need to finish your development before the 27th. So we are kind of limited here on when we can do this. Guess the ERS will be fine for him. I think what we're going to do is buy a couple of gearboxes here in Mexico, just so we have gearboxes that will last to the end. And that should allow for the break of the cost cap. Again, this is mainly a game where a playthrough where I'll be learning how the game works. I want to see for myself exactly what the breaching the cost cap does, but what people are saying is that it's basically just fine. So we'll have to see exactly how harsh that cost cap is hidden. McLaren win upcoming, we can hope. I have not won a race yet with McLaren, but I have won a race with some other teams when I've been testing things out. So we have 4 races yet this season: Mexico, Sao Paulo, and Las Vegas with Abu Dhabi. So honestly, what we are going to do here is just finish this race weekend, and as I said, we might just eat a couple of gearboxes here. We have been a bit unlucky with crashing. Well, just not a bit. We've been very unlucky with crashing, so we'll have to deal with that as we go. And hopefully we can make something out of this then. But yeah, we'll see exactly how things pan out. Yay! Let's set up our car for quali, and as I said, I'll have to see exactly what we do in terms of that gearbox. But I think we are going to be buying a couple of those, just to be on the safe side. Now, in terms of design and testing, we'll be testing out something new in terms of development next year, but that should be fine, shouldn't be a problem. And yeah, Lando for sure is getting the new gearbox, I think. Hello, my Peter, the Jonker. How are you doing? And we're going to be getting the setup done here quick. $40 and $55. That should do it for practice, and we can just speed things along here. I think McLaren is going to stop Red Bull's winning streak. Could if we're lucky. I think we'll be doing it next season for sure. Even though development hasn't been super great this season, we still have some tricks up our sleeves. By how much we're gonna break the budget, will have to depend. Because depending on the fine, we could really gimp ourselves for next season. So we'll be breaking it. We'll be breaking it by basically 5 to 10 million most likely, which is gonna hurt. Don't get me wrong, but we're gonna do it kind of in a limited fashion still. Of course, I could also do save and test it, completely break it properly, but won't be doing that for the stream.
Hello
Chuck
and welcome
Leclerc.
to the much anticipated qualifying.
Okay, qualifying is upon us. We need to, well, start using better parts. We're gonna use this older engine here for Piastri in this race, just to be, well, a little bit safe. As I said, we are gonna be picking up a new gearbox. We're gonna get it. We're just gonna pick it up for this race. We'll be using it probably for the race itself, and well. Next, basically we're going to be using this gearbox here, the new one, for quali, so that we can eat the penalty, and then we're going to be switching back to this gearbox for the race itself, and for the last 3 races here we'll be using this gearbox here to make our life a little bit easier. Won't make a huge difference, but you can reduce your scans to 0 to save about 10k a month. Yeah, that works. I have Nico in the game. He crashed this for the 3rd time in a row with my Oscar. Only Sergeant and Ocon. Yeah, it does kind of change who crashes a lot. We're actually going to have a wet qualifying, yeah, so this is going to be very interesting. Now, starting an interset should be okay. We should still be able to get through, I think. So, not a big deal. But still a little bit of a concern. I think we'll be fine, though. Really? Just does everyone pass? I assume you mean Nico instead of Nice? There is too much component whenever race. Honestly, it's probably worse. As I said, I've said this earlier, but I think they should just increase component wear, not increase component wear, increase component durability across the board. Because right now, as you're saying, there is a bit too much durability lost, and as a result, basically the AI gets put in a very disadvantageous position compared to the player. So it makes the game a bit weird in that from that regard. Hello, Edsa. I hit the retro cars. Watch my pit training guide. I think I got everything covered in my pit training guide, but as I said, I'm not completely happy with the microphone settings to that one because Wavelength decided to just be a bit annoying this morning and delete them for no reason. So that is very happy, very good. Okay, so we should be getting into dries here very soon. And as you can see, there's some inters on the track, there's some dries on the track, so we are just gonna allow them to do their thing. It is still fairly wet though, so we'll wait for the track to kind of dry out before we go and send our boys out on their first run. Can we get the runs in there? We're doing 4 runs. Nah, we're gonna have to just do 2 flies towards the end. It's kind of all we have time for. So let's see how that goes. Okay, I think this is when we send our boys out. Should be a decent gap here now, forming. The others are going to be sending their cars out again. As you can see, it's just how it's going to be. But hopefully we'll be able to, as I said here, find somewhat of a decent gap where we can send both our cars out. Gasly is going to compromise Piastri's run a little bit, but it should be okay. Yeah, components do wear out quite aggressively in this game, unfortunately. And again, the AI don't really manage them. So that does give you a huge advantage, really. Unless, of course, you keep on crashing. Then it becomes a disadvantage. So everyone is basically improving at this point, but Piastri should be safe here. Tsunoda, De Vries. I don't think they'll be able to improve past him, but it could happen. So we'll just wait for a second here. And yeah, Piastri is safely through. Although that was a tad bit too close. The only thing I'm very curious about in terms of the AI and their progress with, well, them dealing with component wear is if it's going to have a huge effect on their cost cap, because they do crash an awful lot. And particularly Verstappen, Leclerc, Verstappen, Perez, Verstappen, anyone. Alonso, Stroll,
should be starting now.
Like all of these guys do crash all the time with everyone. So component-wise, I think they are probably going to be spending a lot of money, which will allow us to catch up a little bit more. Which again is kind of funny. I'd like to see a little bit more risk management. So here's the thing. I forgot to put in 2 laps again, so they only did 1 flyer. That's a bit annoying.
Good stuff.
But it is what it is.
That's a decent lap. If you could keep your pace up on the in lap. Copy.
Okay, so we are gonna probably, it's actually gonna be wet the entire time. So what we're gonna do here is actually send them out for 1 more flyer, and this should just be a single flyer again. Mainly to just build confidence, so that should be okay. Plot twist, everyone reaches the cost cap, would be funny. But yeah, it might be that is why they, because people are saying they haven't implemented the Red Bull rules. Red Bull starts with less CFD and wind tunnel time the first season, but they haven't really implemented that as a penalty. And if the AI breaches the cost cap by, well, crashing, that would be probably why, and that would be a tad bit funny. Now we're just barely safing Q3. I think Hamilton will improve for sure. We have a gas in Ocon, so we do have some cars here that are going to be probably improving and causing us a bit of pain here. So we're going to use fresh inters, and we're going to do it like this, so that the game realizes that, oh, you actually want to do 2 runs. My bad. And we should just about have enough time for it. Maybe we're a little bit slow here. We'll have to see. We might need to take manual control, but I think we are fine. This is actually one of those tracks where running two runs, I believe, had quite an interesting effect. So we'll have a look at that too after this this quali. We are kind of blocking Stroll, so we are kind of ruining his quali here. But he's in third, so he should be safely through, no problem.
It's a checkered flag.
Let's see if Piastri can actually improve enough to get out. Does not really look like it. But again, for the sponsorships, we only put one driver in the top 10. So it is what it is. Unfortunately, Piastri couldn't make it. Got Lando through though. And was that Alonso out as well? Yes, Alonso Gasly out in Q2. Well, I clicked too quickly there, so we'll have to have a look at it in a little bit. We're gonna do 2 flyers here again. There we go. And we'll start qualifying. Bruh. Yeah, I do have a tendency to click a little bit. I plan to do something and then I go a little bit aggressive in the clicking.
Track should be green.
Can you say hi, Ethan? I just joined. Hello, Ethan. How you doing? Okay, it's gonna start raining virtually immediately, so we probably only have time for 1 fly here. Maybe 2 if we're lucky. Just about gonna have 2 here before it starts raining. Gonna be a little bit bad down there. This one could get a rain in the last 2 corners, which Norris should be familiar with. But he did improve his time a little bit, up into potential 4th here. And with the rain now falling down, that should be where we will be starting the race. Piastri ended 13th. There's a Haas in top 10. They actually do that quite a lot in the first season. The Haas's. Mainly it's Hulkenberg, but in this case Magnussen. 18, 19, it's getting crashed out and we pick up a penalty. The penalty system is a little bit wonkers. I think the... like they say they rebalanced, featured the crashes, but I think they need to put a little bit more polish in there. What I want to show here is the data view for this track. Apparently, for Norris, we can have a quick look at his sectors. So, tad little bit of an increase here in sector 1, a little bit of an increase in sector 2, and a little bit slower in sector 3. So not a huge gain here. But in general, you'll be seeing with the 2-run strategy gains in sector 1. And apparently I misremembered because this track didn't have a huge gain. But second run was definitely better than the first run. Brought him up into 4th. Verstappen going to be eating penalties. So we'll be starting 3rd most likely, which is not bad. Have I got the new update? I think so. PC should be up to date. Unless they released something just now today. My Haas guy's doing work. Piastri is underrated in the game. Yeah, I think that is a universally accepted opinion that Piastri is underrated. But again, they are saying that, oh, we took these stats at the start of the season. Piastri hadn't really, proven himself at that point. So, well, you get what they're saying. We could go a bit aggressive here with the push on the medium to hard 1-stopper. In terms of doing a potential 2-stopper, we could try and make that work as well. In this case, it would be something like this, which would potentially save us a ton of time. As you can see, this would take about 1 hour 36 minutes. This will take 1 hour 35 minutes and 42 seconds. And I think this is one of those tracks where you can go virtually full attack and still have benefits, so it wouldn't necessarily be a bad idea. Just want to experiment in what order we want to do things here. So I think starting on the mediums would be a good idea. Go over to the hard and of course finish on the softs. Can we set this up in a way where we can go full attack in the end here? It's probably not worth it in terms of tire, so something like this is probably preferable. And we basically end up with the same strategy again, so just pitting a little bit later here. I think this should be fine. The only real issue we have with this strategy is if we get stuck after pitting. But in theory, it should be about 20 seconds quicker than, well, 24 seconds quicker than anyone who decides to do just a one pit stop. So we'll go with this one. And we're also going to have to put, of course, Piastri on the strategy to make that work. Was an update this morning, like 8 hours ago. I'm pretty sure that I have gotten that update then, but I should probably check the patch notes. But yeah, I would assume that is, you know, just bug fixing mainly. Could also be that if you're on console, it could be that the launch update, which was also basically just a bunch of bug fixing finally at consoles. So that could be the thing as well. Any blown up engines yet? Not today. But that's because we haven't really done any races yet. We're just about to start the first one. But yeah, we are looking kind of potentially in trouble. Thank you for the engine come, by the way. It reminded me that we need to switch back to the worst gearboxes here. And again, we could probably have survived the season with these older gearboxes, no problem. But we're going to experiment with the cost cap, so we'll take the opportunity to get new gearboxes. No, Karen, engines can't really blow up. It's basically when they reach zero durability, they catch on fire. So, not blow up, but you can get the idea on how they're gonna behave. Let us get the strategy for Norris set up here, so we can do basically the same as we did for Piastri. That should be good. Speed things up a little bit, and we should be fine. When I see F1 Manager gameplays, I'm not surprised when Haas is doing well, probably due to my own experience, taking Haas to absolute dominance. Yeah. Basically, there's no random errors anymore, Kieran, but like you will DNF if any of your, like these three components reaches zero, so that is one way, or if you run out of fuel. But basically the engines catching fire would just be a thing you'll see if you have them explode. So that is what it is. Okay, I think we are ready to just get this race underway. Again, we're going to go quite aggressively in terms of the strategy. Medium and hard will be attack, and the soft stint will be aggressive. So hopefully we can get ourselves a decent result here. For Norris, it's basically just going to be hold on to the cars in front, kind of survive. And I think we should be in here with a potentially really good chance.
We're nearly ready to get started here. 71 laps, 17 turns. It's the Mexico. This is it. Here we go.
Yes, Dominic, as your engine durability, your S durability, and your
And it's lights out and away
basically
we
your
go.
durability for your powertrain goes down, so will their performance. In 22, the ERS and the gearbox wasn't too heavily affected until they hit the yellow zone, which in this game is about 40%. And your engines will depend on your engine manufacturer when they start losing performance. Okay, Norris fighting with the Red Bull, giving Paris a little bit of a fight here. In terms of tyres, they're both on the softs. We have Tsunoda picking up a penalty already. But yeah, it's soft or mediums for virtually everyone here.
Yes, yes we have. We've had a crash. What happened there?
See what kind of shenanigans Tsunoda going into. A little bit of roadblock there, but it looks like I think both of them got back to running. Don't really know that, we'll have to see after. Yeah, both of them back to running. So that's all right. What is the best engine? In terms of just pure performance, it's the Red Bull engine. But because of the way they've changed the costs, that is also now something you need to take into calculation, and that is a bit harder to decide. Just from purely a performance standpoint, it's definitely the Red Bull engine. but from, you know, making your engine last and not taking an extra run during the season for cost cap, I'm a little bit unsure. It might just be dependent on your engine cooling. But as said, from performance, Red Bull for sure. Basically because, again, acceleration is now mainly tied to the engine.
Pack is low. Copy.
So your engine is going to have a huge effect on, well, how quickly you can accelerate. Okay, so Norris managed to hold on to the podium place. He is going to be fighting with Hamilton. Hamilton is on soft tires, so potentially we could use him kind of as a tow, but he has, those soft tires have taken a little bit of damage. Looks like we are fine with pushing, and again here you can do very aggressive strategies and still not completely overheat the tires. In this case, full overheating is 130 degrees. And as you can see, moderately overheating, slightly overheating can be fine. And you'll still generally have some good performance and not really lose time in any way, shape or form. So that is how we can, you know, be a little bit aggressive in strategy and still take advantage. In this case, as you saw, mediums will severely overheat at 130, so 120 is okay. And also, the easiest way to check that is just to see if this line follows what is expected for degradation. And that allows us to fight a little bit above what we should be able to when we have tracks with lower degradation. When is the ideal time to push fuel? Honestly, I haven't tested that a lot, Rick. But what I usually do is just push 1 to 1.2 kilograms at the start of the race. And let that regain over the course of the race. You'll probably end up with about 400, 500, 600 grams towards the end. And then depending on how much you have left, you'll push for the last, say, 10 laps or so. Push fuel. So basically, at the start of the race, it lowers your kilograms. It will have a small effect on your pace. So by using as much of it as possible early on, regaining it over the course of the race, we do get a little bit more race pace for free. So Norris is still fighting with Hamilton. This is looking very promising. 10 laps in. So we'll have to see how we do here in terms of holding on. Pit stops are going to be pretty important, and we could have, of course, some mayhem with the crashing. But we shall see. So we're going to be turning on the fuel now. We're 1.2 kilograms into the negative. And for most races, you will be able to just passively regain that as you go. And that is what we're going to be going for here. So yeah, Piastri is kind of just struggling here. Doesn't really... Again, he is a bit slow in this game. It's just how it be. Couldn't really get out of the DRS train. So now he's going to be hunted by both Hulkenberg and Verstappen. I don't think he's going to be able to hold them back. So that is a bit unfortunate. Cooling helps, but it's still easy to overheat the tires. Yeah, but again, on some tracks like Lusail in particular, on this track, moderately overheating the tires isn't as bad as you might think. As you can see, even for Piastri, who doesn't have the world's best smoothness, he is able to keep degradation as expected. For Norris, his degradation is way less than expected, so at Mexico here too, you can actually push quite aggressively and still, you know, have a bit of a performance gain from pushing while still like the performance gain you get from overheating the tires by using attack is greater than the performance you lose by said overheating. So it's a bit of a balance, but generally, as long as this line stays above the expected line, overheating is perfectly a-okay. We are getting close to that first pit stop. Piastri has, as said, and also with this, smoothness is going to be more important this year because attack is very, very potent. Show with a bit of a lockup, Perez does pit. We could use Piastri as kind of a roadblock, but there is such a large DRS zone, well, long, that I don't think it's going to matter much. So for Piastri here, we're going to allow him to run probably one more lap before we pit him. And as you can see, that Piastri did overtake him, so we're going to put him back out on the hards. That should be fine. Didn't know goats could stream. Is my mic sounding that bad, Thanos, eh? Finally get my first win with Williams at Bahrain Season 3. Congrats. Well done. What? Again, I think we can push Norris for probably a lap more here, because he has a little bit more in those tires. So for Norris, we're going to be pushing. Hamilton did actually pit this lap, so kind of going to have to just respond. Because we are going to have to stay with Hamilton if we want to have any chance, really, of keeping that potential podium. Let's see here. Are we going to be able to come out ahead? We are. And again, that is basically the job here, just covering up Hamilton. 2-second pit stop, we can be happy with that. But again, they have actually changed this now so that you need to allow time to pass. You can't just pause. You actually have to wait for time to pass before you can change that message, interestingly enough. So we're going to deploy a little bit of ERS here, because we, again, our drivers are actually recharged on their own, basically. And that is kind of funny with, on certain tracks, the battle assist will actually recharge for ERS. It seems just very efficiently. Because again, I have toggled this one driver, not toggled it for the other. One driver ended up with full ERS, the other one had 0, so it's kind of an interesting one. Because it does seem to kind of automate your drivers completely. Now, as I said, we are going to be having Norris run with Hamilton. Hamilton is on the quick and medium compound, so that is why we kind of want to keep him with him as long as we can. And that is perfectly okay. There we are. I know, Thanos, I'm just joking with you. Basically, my microphone software decided that we are going to be deleting all your settings this morning, which threw a bit of a wrench in my plans. Spent a couple hours trying to get everything back in working order. I overkilled in the 26 regs. Williams are first and ever snapped apart from cooling. Lando just won the first races in a row. Well done, James. Does temperature change color on the UI when tires overheat? Yes. Basically, if we have a quick look here on the tire heat, white means optimal. It's basically the window that we want the tires to operate in, if we can. Once it turns red, it means that we are getting into overheat. And as you can see, each individual tire is part of this calculation. And as you see, yeah, red is overheating. It won't show you any difference in terms of color if you're just slightly overheating or if you are severely overheating. So you kind of need to figure out those. Well, you kind of can jump into here, check the tires, open the information, and see just how, well, hot you really don't want to run the tires. But running them like this, slightly above temperature, is perfectly fine. And unfortunately, Hamilton is kind of getting away from us, so we'll have to see what we can do with Norris. Because he is now on the worst tire. The first stint he was running, well, it was running the worst tire, but Hamilton had more degradation on those softs, so could be bad, but I think we'll still have a good chance for points here with him, to be fair. Norris is fighting another Merc this time, Russell, and I think we're gonna actually get a double overtake potentially. So we're now in a DRS train. This is going to be actually kind of painful. But I think we'll still be able to get by Magnussen by the end of this lap. Magnussen is pitting, so that is also fine then. We actually do have Stroll running with us as well. But yeah, it's looking promising. Everyone ahead of us has pitted. So yeah. These guys are quick. We have lost out a little bit. Always overkilling the regs, even got a 30 win streak. Okay, so our first engine breaker has arrived.
Now there's the car of Piastri.
Probably gonna lock up and fly into the wall.
The moment of impact, and the car leaving a
Okay, that was a very light tap, so I can live with that. Minor damage to the front wing. Didn't really damage the tires much, damaged them a little bit. But yeah, we are going to be telling you to just do like this. We need you to get back your confidence before you do anything more, because we don't really have that much money left over. We need this powertrain of yours to survive to the end of the season, so yeah. Piastri, first crash after 33 laps.
Yeah, locked up.
Now we are going to just keep him out with that, even with that front wing damage. So it's just going to be how it be, unfortunately. I never left. Got we change teams in the coming updates? Yeah. Still a way out though, but it's going to be a nice addition. Norris is kind of again falling backwards, but it'll depend on what the AI decides to do for the final stint, but I think we're still okay. Now, Piastri did get, as you can see, a little bit of a drop here in his durability of the tires due to that crash and lockup, but that's fine too. It is manageable. Honestly, if I could redo practice here, I probably would say 2 sets of medium to make our life a little bit easier. Just as I say that, Norris decides to join the
I think everything's fine.
the crash lane. These tires are gone, so we're gonna have to pit him anyways. Get him onto the softs. Probably do 2 sets of full attack. Since we're pitting anyways, we might as well fix that front wing. So yeah, Norris with a bit of bad luck there from Stroll, funnily enough.
But this is what happened. Here we are then looking at turn 12. Cutting it so close. And oh, that's obviously far from intentional, but there was contact.
Yeah, well, it is part of the game, and I think they've actually made crashes a little bit more prevalent to make up for the fact that you don't have random engine failures. So Norris is going to come out behind Ocon most likely, or is he going to be able to block him off here? Kinda is. So with that in mind, what we are going to do here is pretty much as you see, we are going to be going for Norris here at full attack times 2. We're going to be adding another soft stint, and we're just going to try and make these soft tires speed things along. And if we have a look at, well, I made a mistake there. If we have a look at the current strategy, we could try and, of course, extend this one, but it would be about 14 seconds slower than just going full attack for both stints. But the risk of going full attack is that you do seem to have a high chance of getting into trouble though. So it could just be because we're lacking a bit of brake cooling here with McLaren, honestly. But we'll try and do our best to actually, you know, get back into at least the points. But again, it's a bit of a shame because we did have a pretty good chance here. Piastri crashed again, it seems. Yeah, both drivers have crashed this race, Rents. So, not the best day from that perspective. Gonna allow Norris here to deploy so that he can get a little bit better chance of getting by Ocon. And we'll try and get Magnussen and Aston Gasly as well. The goal we set to the sponsors was 1 driver in the top 10. And that is still what we're going to be aiming for here. Personally, I might see a lot of crashes. Just watch your pit crew guide, very helpful. In January, you go all out with training. I'm guessing February, you add in some rest sessions to that to bring down fatigue. From what I've seen so far, fatigue doesn't actually have a negative effect on training. It's basically just the level of training that will slow down your training. Meaning that if your pit crew is really bad at something, they will improve quicker than if they are good at something. Kind of like the expertise. But it's very minor. And even if you put your pit crew into exhausted and basically abuse them maximum during the break, it's not a problem as long as you get their fatigue down to tired before that first race. You can actually just abuse them as much as you want. And that is why you will be able to basically, within, as I said, a season and a half, have a very, very good pit crew. And goodbye, Magnussen. Thank you for showing up. So yeah, you don't really need to worry about fatigue until you get into a position where you actually have to deal with it for a race weekend. Back race had 18 Fs earlier, most I've seen. Yeah, there can be some pretty mad, you know, Baku in particular, if you have a bunch of cars running together into certain sections, you'll have a ton of DNFs. Glad you guys enjoyed the pit crew guide. Piastri with a little bit of... No, he got lapped. That's why he got out of the way. That makes more sense. Did I figure out if research is what exactly, Alberto? Based on the base car or what? Research is based on your base expertise, but the way that expertise works has changed this game. Last year, your sliders, when you were making or designing parts, would have a effect on where your expertise was gained, meaning that you could focus into, say, drag reduction for certain parts, and you'd gain more expertise in drag reduction. Doesn't matter where you place your sliders this year for expertise gain. Basically, when you're designing parts, you will be gaining expertise basically for every part equally. I believe still there is some boost between when you use your wind tunnel hours and CFD. You are going to get a bit of a boost to that part in terms of expertise. Which is basically why for the AlphaTauri save that at the end of Season 1, we basically have an underfloor that is 80%, 85% on the expertise level. So it is still possible to go very, very aggressive with that, and we're actually going to get Piastri in the pit before I forget. We are going to just allow him to stay out with his front wing, because no matter what we do, I don't think he's going to improve his into the points. So we're just going to leave him as is. But... yeah, they've changed the sign expertise now. It doesn't matter how you do the sliders, you're still going to get expertise equally across the board. And you'll get a little bit more extra expertise if you put in wind tunnel and CFD time. So for research expertise is actually kind of more interesting, because there you can actually go back to the old system, where depending on your sliders, you'll get more expertise in certain stats. So for design, expertise is gained equally across the board. For research, you can actually focus on certain aspects for your expertise. So it's an interesting way they've done the new system, and I'm probably gonna have to explore it a little bit more. There is a guy on the Discord and on the F1 Discord called Mike Takumi, who is doing a lot of research into it, and we're basically reaching the same conclusions for the most part. So he's doing God's work. Mike just stopped in a corner for burger and chips. So yeah, it's not really based on the car, Alberto. Even though I did get there in a roundabout way, it's not really based on your car. It's based on your current expertise. Wondering if it's a good idea for the end of February, because Bahrain is first weekend in March. Actually, they've kind of changed it around. On the second season, Bahrain is actually at the end of February. But yeah, you are going to want to keep your... Like, if you don't want to fully push February anyways, the last week or so, keep it open. Maybe even a little more, depending on your calendar. But again, if you get your fatigue down to about 30% at the end of February, if you have no races, that should be more than enough. The guy wanted to give everyone a chance, so he went 7 laps down. Yeah. Get Norris in. We did run him a little bit longer here, but honestly, it's okay. Did kind of lose out to Russell as a result. Now, we're going to have to go very aggressive on the push. We're going to come out behind Gasly. Can we beat Stroll out here? It's going to be the big one. We can. So we're running in 10th. We have better tires now than everyone else. We can be a tad more aggressive. Deploy a little bit of ERS here to keep ahead. And we might be able to hunt down Gasly. I don't think we'll be able to hunt down Hulk, but Gasly is definitely within reach here. Hi, what are the negative effects of having 2 hot tires, and is a car that is able to drive well in dirty air the most important thing to have? Honestly, I don't think dirty air is that important. Done a little bit of testing, so driving in dirty air, well, the dirty air stat basically means just one thing. It means that you lose less time behind another car, and it heats the tires a little bit less while you're running behind another car. So dirty air doesn't really have any effects on your car unless you, well, are behind another car. So what you really should be doing is probably focusing just cornering rather than the dirty air. I did make a bit of a mistake there, because I thought, well, we're probably going to need it, probably want to get it a little bit higher. So you basically want to focus cornering, and if you see your drivers have basically a ton of trouble staying within DRS and getting past cars in the race, then you can invest a little bit, but until you get to that point, I wouldn't really be too concerned about, you know, investing into dirty air cornering. And the effect of having 2 hot tires is technically, again, you're supposed to lose performance, but again, I think it's a sliding scale. So as long as you're slightly overheating them, like we are here, and not hitting that 125 degrees or above, usually fine. As you can see here from the tire degradation, it's lower than expected, so going attack here is not really a problem. Piastri is, again, just kind of having trouble in the back, but he does have damage, so not much we can do about that. Will I make any driver changes for next season? No. Not planning any. I think we made one with Vashaw as a reserve, but that is the only one that we'll be making. It's better to do at least 3 or 4 iterations of the design before starting with research, based on what you said. Honestly, again, design is a flat expertise gains to everything, but research is the main way you're going to be able to counter. When we have regulation changes, you want to use your research time to counter those regulation changes, because since expertise is now flat across the board, it's the only way you're going to be able to kind of balance out your expertise and for a part. So you are going to want to use research to, again, just combat those regulation changes mainly, I think. Norris is carrying 23. He is indeed. In 22, I got soft to 12% finish the race. Is that possible in 23? It is possible, but you are carrying a bit of a risk if you do that, because when a tire in 23 goes below 30%, they start having a chance of puncture. So with that in mind, you could push. Well, you could push your tires below, but at the same time, you'd risk having a puncture running below 30%. So that could really, really backfire. It's a shame for Norris that he had that crash. He is going to end up here in 9th. Needed to do an extra pit stop as a result, but honestly, I think it's still fine. If we kept on going full attack here, I don't think we would have gone Hulkenberg, but we are running quite a bit quicker here by 1.3 seconds. We probably wouldn't have gotten him, as I said, so it is what it is. And we'll just allow everyone here to cross the finish line. And there we are.
What a remarkable drive.
Overheating is not bad, like performance-wise. It depends on the track. On some tracks, overheating will really punish you by taking away a lot of your tire durability. So on some tracks, it's very, very viable. On other tracks, you don't really want to do it. So it depends basically on a lot of things. There's a massive glitch I just encountered when you press the stats button top right. Unfortunate. Yeah, sometimes when you go into the top right menus, your game will kind of soft lock and you're just going to have to restart. I did click a little bit too quick again. We're doing well for the pit stop awards here. For 1-2. Very nice. And we are winning that handily. So that should give us some extra money next year, which is very, very good. You get expertise with design? Yes, you do. It's just that the expertise is equally shared. We can actually have a look at that right now, very quickly. Lando gets a bit of a bonus. Just give me a second and we'll go into the design menu. Have a quick look. Front wing manufacturing complete. We're going to have to make more of those. Okay, cost cap. We have about 1 million left to spend here. We are going to be breaching it, but again, it's not going to be a fun time. So, cost cap limit is close. ATL starts today, and again, this is kind of what we're waiting for. We wanted to use this aerodynamic testing period. And let's have a quick look at the rules and regulations for, well, what we're looking at next season. So, we're going to be losing some downforce here for our suspension. We probably are going to want to focus high speed for the underfloor, so that can catch up. Underfloor is still very important. Rear wing is going to be losing out. Front wing is going to be losing out. Well, front wing is actually going to be benefiting, but our rear wing is going to be losing out here. So we probably want to do our rear wing research, but we won't be able to because we are about to run out of money. As you can see, front wing is missing. We're going to have to swap that out. Currently, we don't actually have money to swap that out. So what we will be doing here is basically kind of maximizing Norris while kind of sacrificing Piastri, I think. It's just going to be how it has to be, unfortunately. So, yeah. It is a bit unfortunate, but we don't really have much money here to make new car parts. And it is not that many races left, just a couple. So we'll have to deal with this as best we can. Hello, Maniac. How you doing? Everyone already using Sam Maloney as a driver. I haven't tested him. Not brainwashed. Porsche easily the best young driver to sign. 88 rated in 26. Higher than Yuki, Albon, Piastri. Sacked in first day. Got Tsunoda in. Yuki cost me just as much. Yeah, Yuki has low control, so you're gonna have to go into the tactics menu and play him safe until you get that a little bit higher. An idea on how to limit crashes in practice. I've been telling them to rely on tires. It seems to have helped, but it could just be a coincidence. In practice, you have a couple of settings you can touch. I'll show them in the next race. But yeah, we'll be using all the parts here. But in terms of the sign, the way the sign works is that it doesn't matter how I set up these sliders. Let's say I want to do this because I want to focus a bit on drag reduction and airflow sensitivity. For expertise for design, these sliders would give the exact same expertise gain in airflow sensitivity, in drag reduction, in low speed, medium, and high speed downforce. It would be equal across the board. The sliders don't really have any power over design and expertise gain, but it does allow you to make specialized parts, and that can definitely be something that we'll be experimenting with a little bit later. So design, not really a big issue in terms of your parts. Now, research is another kettle of fish, because as I said, for research, how you do your sliders is actually important. And potentially doing them like this, we can focus on to, well, in this case, high-speed downforce, and we're going to also be putting in CFD and internal hours here for this project, because again, we kind of want to keep what we have. Now, as you can see, we could move things around as we see fit, get a little bit into the medium speed as well, and I think we will. It's going to hurt the high speed a little bit, but that's fine. But in general, this would give us most expertise in high speed. It would give us a little bit more expertise in medium speed, and about the same expertise for these three down here. But again, when it comes to research, that's when you can actually kind of balance out your expertise gains for different parts, because sliders have an effect on expertise gain there, but the sign is all equal across the board. Tell them not to use curbs and driving cleaner, indeed. Got Gasly and Lando. Fines and less time in development, I think, but I don't really want to find out. Well, we're going to be finding out, Dominic, here, what's going to happen with the cost cap, so don't worry about it. Now, we also want to use as few engineers as possible, because if we use more engineers, it's going to be, as you can see, we're going to get less stats. And because we're going to be breaching the cost cap anyways, we aren't actually going to be able to, you know, do any more projects after this. And, yeah. That's going to hurt us a bit. So currently we have technically broken the cost cap. We still have a little bit of money remaining. So we're going to take advantage of that and do a little bit more development once we get the chance here. Could do a little bit of development here on the front wing. Let's see, say do something like this. And the reason why we're doing research and focusing these three is because they are going to be hit with regulation changes next season. So we kind of do want to try and cancel those changes out somewhat. I think this is good. Again, probably could focus a little bit more on the low end for the front wing. But we're going to do something like this. It's a little bit balanced, but at the same time, need to try and combat the loss there. I put it again, just one engineer on it. Spend a little bit more money, and we're getting closer to breaking the cost cap. How am I already finished season 1? I've been playing a lot. What team is most difficult to start with? Probably Alfa Romeo, for sure. Whatever amount I go over the cap, you have to pay each month for the rest of the year. Okay. Well, we are getting closer to the end of the year, so that shouldn't be too much of a problem. And we still have a little bit of cost cap to go with here, so yeah. We might breach it just now, though, because we are switching months. So we'll see what we actually end up with here. Cost cap project warning. If our spending continues at the current rate, we will be going over the cost cap. And let's see here. We break cost cap, the boat will lose confidence, and we'll receive a fine. Okay. So all we can do for now is review our team salaries. Reduce the size engineering team, scouting team would be the quickest solution. Okay. For now, though, we won't really do that. We are getting closer to, as I said, the cost cap reach. So we'll live with that as we go. Now, targets for this next race here is probably going to be, once again, finishing in top 10 for Norris. And reach Q2 for both drivers. Actually, we're just going to do one. Both should be able to, let's be honest, but still a bit risky. So we'll do it like so. Let's see what we can do. What is a fun save to do apart from McLaren or Alpha? Depends on what your definition of fun, Maurice. What are you looking at in your save for it to be fun? It's kind of hard to to decide for others what fun is. Aha, we have 213,000 remaining. We are still within cost cap. Okay, so as you can see, we're currently very close to reaching it. Car development report for this month. We're still probably the 5th, 6th best car. But yeah, we are getting close to the point where, you know, it's going to be troublesome. Norris improves here, gets a little bit of cornering improvement, braking improvement, accuracy improvement. We probably should change his focus. Piastri gets more adaptability, more reactions, and more cornering. So we are going to be changing Norris's development focus here a little bit. He has hit pretty high on the cornering and braking. Would like to have him a little bit higher on accuracy, but that is perfectly okay. Has very high control to begin with, so we don't really need to do anything there. As I said, I would like to get a little bit higher in reactions. It would be nice. Reactions and accuracy is currently what he's lacking, so I think we'll actually move him over to race strategy here. Could put him on wet track as well. Max that accuracy, control, and smoothness would not be a terrible idea. So we'll do that. Because again, he is getting very close there. Reactions is the pace that he's really missing. And, well, I believe these two you can actually get boosts with from your confidence. And those boosts can go up to +8. So we'd like one more point probably in braking. Probably bring this up to 95 if we can. But the fact that reactions are lagging behind this much does put us into a bit of a concern. Getting accuracy also up would be nice. Maxing out control and smoothness would actually be pretty nice as well. So Norris is looking really, really promising. Okay, training schedule for this month. It's going to be what we're looking at. Breaking the cost gap like Red Bull. Yes, it is our catering budget. There's not really ways to cheese the race, Crispa. Some tracks you can go very aggressive on the tire strategy, but that's about it. So mad I don't get the game. I feel like it's expensive. Honestly, it is a little bit expensive what it offers. That's not wrong. But with pit stop, if you sort it out in Sector 2, then it's slightly quicker. Wait, you mean if you set it up in Sector 2? That could be interesting, James, if that turns out to be the case. I was going to say Hamilton and Alonso. I said free agents, but they were lower rated than Albon. How long into Season 1 should I start researching next year's car? Honestly, Ake, it's less into how far you're into the season and more of how much money you have left of the cost cap. I'd say once you reach about 30 million, you'd want to focus on probably, you know, your... well, we can't be wary for the race. Once you reach about 30 million, you start to want to focus on something else, personally. But again, that is personal preference, so it depends on what you're looking for. Okay, 2 is too much. Can we do 1 session? We're going to do 1 session. And we'll be fine here with tied for the pit crew for all of them. Now, I don't know if we're losing any pit crew time. We currently aren't, so we are going to go ahead and change the gym sessions here because we don't really need them to errors. And with this, we'll gain a little bit of a boost here over the course of this month. As you can see, our pit crew is getting fairly good. So that is nice to see. Hello Marco, how you doing? Let me just catch up quickly here and chat a little bit. It was ridiculous money. Hamilton was 30 million. Yeah. But yeah, we're going to do this with pit crew training. Now, Singer does have low aptitude, so honestly, I'm very tempted to replace him. Contract does run for another year, so I think we have to do that at the start of next season, most likely. But we are picking up 2 of the Ferrari boys. We might just go here for picking up, as I said, the last Ferrari boy as well. Because I think he is actually interested. If we could check. Sporting directors. Wheatley has been improved. But if we have a look here at Meckes, he has very high aptitude at 95. And Meadows here, 92. I believe Wheatley has even higher. He's 2 has 95, but he has 100 processes, 100 training. So yeah, Meckes might actually be the one that we go for because, well, contract runs out in 4 weeks, meaning the buyout fee is virtually non-existent. He is interested too, so what we're going to be spending that last 200,000 on is actually a new engineer, and we're basically going to be rinsing Ferrari here, which could potentially have a good effect for us next season as well. So we're going to give him a little bit of an improvement in salary, put him in here for 5 seasons, and we'll offer him that contract. So Red Bull say on sacked Perez for Porsche, and seeing how fast he can make the car. China's like Alpha, but I really hate Alpha, so what do you think is the second hardest save you can do? Probably Williams then. Haas is already pretty quick. AlphaTauri has a load of money, so if you do things strategically, you can actually improve really, really quick. So again, it'll depend on kind of what you're looking for. This is probably going to bring us over the cost cap though. Nope, we're still good. Very nice. When you're comfortable hitting your targets without any more upgrades, that is also a good way to look at it in terms of switching over. But also, you kind of want to have your research or your designs going basically 24/7 for a season if you can. I have done a couple of mistakes in this game in terms of maximizing it, but that is what it is. So Meckes has been hired. We're going to be replacing Singh, and we basically now kidnapped the entire Ferrari crew. So we'll see if we have some Ferrari strategy next year. It's going well, Marco. How are you doing? Why they made it so Stroll so OP? Keeps winning in my save. It's mostly the car, Ollie. The car would be the reason why Stroll is being a bit of a goat. Stroll has become 89 rated. Damn.
Our F1 season brings us to Brazil. For the
yeah, sure, we'll be crashing, and it's kind of the same you're gonna have with Williams. Sargent will be crashing a lot too. McLaren running at the back of the grid in my save. How fortunate change. This should be a sprint weekend. It is. Now, usually I do these manually just to speed things along, but not this time around. Deal with that as we go. In research, very important, or will you fall back to the grid if you don't do it? Basically, research is the only way to really combat regulation changes. And if you ignore regulation changes and only do design, well, if you have one that hits hard like 30%, you're definitely going to be falling to the back of the grid. You want to do research to cancel those out as much as possible. That's pretty good, Alex. Very nice development. Help, my cat is trying to kill me. What did you do to the cat? Why is it mad at you? Why is the cat being angry with you? Did you insult its lineage? Let's see here. This is what we want for Sao Paulo. Pretty straightforward. And again, we are going to be putting in the bad components. That's just a no-brainer. And we'll have to see. We might actually switch over to Red Bull engines next season. We'll have to see exactly how we deal there, but it is definitely potentially on the table. Okay. Let's use this gearbox a little bit. Potentially, we didn't actually need a new gearbox for Norris and Piastri, but we will do what we can. I don't know why I'm doing that. I'm not going to do practice manual. So let's simulate this practice and get ready for the next race. I probably am carrying a big because Tsunoda crashes every time when he's coming to make a pit stop. Tsunoda has low control rating, but AlphaTauri also has a sponsorship that lowers control for 5 races during a season. And particularly with Tsunoda's low control rating, that means that those 5 races he's going to be very dangerous. So if you see Tsunoda run wide or do a spin, I'd just say put him to rarely overtake, or basically do safe overtakes and rarely defend, just to be on the safe side. so that he doesn't wreck your car. Because wrecking your car is actually really expensive in this game. And it just, your first season is basically just going to be development focused. So I'd say, sitting out a couple of races, technically, because you don't want to wreck your car, is definitely worth it. I was minding my business, then he chopped. Whenever I do research, it says there are no significant upgrades. Stats are the same as before my research. We can have a look at that a little bit later, Marnie, but it's a little bit difficult. Why don't I use a setup calculator? Honestly, I could, but I feel like that using cheat sheets, between going randomly using cheat sheets or, kind of presets and setup calculator, I use presets because it's just easier. I'm a bit too lazy to put in the numbers, and I feel like it's a good middle ground to speed things up versus, having perfect setups every race. But that works out for us. Those setups aren't the worst, so we'll just live with them. Again, they aren't above 90, so they're not really great, but they're livable, so to speak. I'm going to use this gearbox once more. And we're going to be putting on the better engines here, because it's a sprint, and also because it's quali. So hopefully we can have a decent result here. Yeah, you will see the effects of research next season. Research has no effect on your current car. Research is basically there to improve next season's car and combat any, regulation changes. Basically, your goal with research is to cancel them out. Use parts in life support for practice? Yeah, we could. Is there a list of setups anywhere already? There is a setup calculator, f1setup.it, Dominic, where you will see a good starting points and things like that. Yeah, honestly, if you use a calculator, if you use a cheat sheet, if you do randomly, it's up to you, honestly. It's a single player game. You can make it as easy or as difficult as you see fit. And honestly, setups are the least of your concerns in that regard. Go. Let's see if we can get a decent quality here. How's this game compared to last year's? Large improvements are basically the only recommendation. If you really want to notice everything. Well, they have improved the systems. There's some rebalances. The AI will actually fight you. So they have added a bunch of stuff to make the game more interesting. Have some quality of life. But generally, the game has had improvement. But if it's worth the price tag is kind of difficult to say. It'll depend on how you enjoy the game. If you really enjoy 22, you're probably going to enjoy 23 even more. But at the same time, it's kind of hard to defend that price tag. But it has been very, very much upgraded. Yesterday I did a whole McLaren season and finished P4. Congrats, very nice. I always forget to change our pass for practice. Yeah, that does kind of hurt though in the long run. Did one of our boys crash or what happened here? Who picked up the penalty for collision caused? That was a little bit too quick there. Bought the game 4 or 5 days ago, already have 32 hours in it. Yeah, it's kind of addicting, particularly now early on. So we'll see if we can actually have some improvements to our lap times. Piastri is improving. He's actually quicker than Norris right now. I might have given them the opposite way around in terms of components, now I think about it, which would be hilarious because then we'd give Norris and boost the Piastri. For Q1, we'll still have about one more chance of getting some runs in. So I think we're safe, but we'll do more runs just to be on the safe side. And again, we're just going to keep on using those old tires, it's fine. If it goes to safe like 20 or 30%, I might consider it. With the way that they're planning to release team swapping in September, it wouldn't surprise me if we're going to have some sort of sale with it as well. So if you can hold out for basically a little bit over a month, you might get a bit of a sale there. Maybe it's the commercial side we're looking. Yeah, I really like them to have a rework of sponsorships for one. I'd like to see 2 more feature changes to really make the game a little bit more fun and competitive. Sponsorships need a rework because right now they're basically there just to kind of nerf your drivers. to artificially create, you know, drivers that are error prone, things like that. And secondly, I want them to focus on getting the AI into a position where they will actually focus on, you know, running parts that have durability left on them, kind of parts management for their components. Basically just the powertrain components in that matter. That would make things a bit better. Yeah. As Supersonic says, is the game worth it is a tricky question, because it's a very personal opinion. Well, some might love a game, others might hate it for basically the same reasons. Still testing development, it's a bit unclear for me, but I guess it will be alright with it, yeah. Just struggle with race pace with Merc. The thing is, Merc has the weakest engine, basically. You'll have a bit of a better time later on this season when the other engines start taking, well, damage durability loss. So early season you'll be probably a bit slower than the other cars. As I tried it, I guess the underfloor development is worth the most. Having a balanced underfloor is a very good starting point, because it allows you to kind of specialize the other upgrades. Now, the rear wing, I kind of would like to specialize into DRS. You can specialize the side pods into, say, cooling for your engine. You can specialize your suspension to brake cooling. And basically, again, making specialized parts is very, very viable in this game compared to last year's. So there's you have a lot more options in terms of how you want to design your car. And that is always a good thing. So we're going to do 2 flying laps here to just get some times on the board. And let's get into it here.
Track should be green.
Yeah. Do you think they're going to add an option to make your own team? Probably not for this year's game. I think they decided to focus on a bit more casually friendly nature with the race replays. Also, it's a way to keep them relevant, because they'll be updating them every race weekend. So they saw last year's sales and were like, these are a bit disappointing. What features can we add to, you know, kind of help that, keep us in the news picture, so to speak. And I think that's why they decided to do the starting grid and the race moments. I think for next year, we're probably going to get my team. Basically because it is a feature that has been requested. And it would be, you know, something that would draw people in. So probably not this season, maybe next for the my team. If Ferrari was able to challenge Red Bull for a lot of the season by upgrading the DRS to 84%, yeah. Upgrading your DRS is a very good way to just get fly by people in the DRS zones. So it's definitely viable.
Confirm.
I don't know what console you're on, but for PC it's on CD keys for £32. For me, sponsorship, yeah. I really would like to see a sponsorship rework, because as I said, right now it's just there to punish you as a player. That's the only purpose it has. So it's a bit unfortunate, but I really would like to see that change. So we're going to send our boys around on fresh tires, and we're probably going to be able to still do 2 more runs. So we'll let them do that. AlphaTauri is also fast with the RB engine. Yeah, AlphaTauri is fast with the RB engine for sure. It definitely helps. Helicopter style cam. Would be great to look down like Motorsport Manager. Well, maybe that will be one of the selling points for next year's game, because they now have added the helmet cam. And then we'll have to see what they can add for next year. Can I change teams at the end of the season? It's not implemented yet, Eric. You're going to have to wait until an update in September. That's when they will add team switching. And the teams you can switch to will be based on how well you did at your current team. Basically, it is result based. If you do poorly, you might only be able to go to worse teams. If you do well, you might be able to go to a top team. And development will also be a really nice addition to the game for sure. Yes, that would be very nice. Is it on PC? Yeah, this game is on PC. We need multiplayer. Yeah. I have the fastest car, but I'm already at the cost cap and I just sit at the race from Sandvort. Do you think I have a problem? If you're at Sandvort and you hit the cost cap, you're definitely going to be going over. Because parts durability, crashes, and things like that is going to get expensive really quick. So you might have a bit of a problem there, but you could be fine. It'll depend. We are going to be doing one more run here. And this is going to be probably a bit too close for comfort. So we're probably going to have to take manual control if we want to get both runs in. Because, well... No, we should be good. Yeah, we'll be good here. We'll get both runs in. But yeah, Julian, you could be in a bit of trouble. Depends on just how crash prone your drivers are. But yeah, we'll see. But yeah, as Sonic said, it's kind of hard to respond to, is the game worth its money? Because to me, it definitely is. I'm having fun. But what's fun to me isn't necessarily fun to another person. And we might value, you know, the things a little bit differently.
What's the checkered flag?
Multiplayer is probably also going to be, again, a feature for a year. Maybe next year we're going to get team switching. Year after we get multiplayer. Who knows? We'll have to see. Will I start Season 2 in this stream? Maybe. Depends on how quickly we get through these races. My opinion, if you send drivers to 2 hot laps, is the same as if you manage tires on the out lap. Basically, yeah, but it's a way to do it automatically. And that is what I like about it because, well, it makes life a little bit easier. And particularly here in Brazil, it has kind of a potentially huge effect. As you can see here, we're gaining about... Well, in this case, I think we got blocked. So here we gained about 5 tenths. Here we gained about 5 tenths. For Norris, the same. He gained 5 tenths here. He gained about 6 tenths here. Got 5 tenths here. So doing the 2 hot laps definitely do help you. But it's a bit of a cheesy way to kind of outdo the AI. Because they just won't do it. They'll only do 1 flying lap. So hopefully they fix this as the game goes on. I think PS just been crashing in like 5 or 6 races in a row for me too, so that is painful. But luckily we haven't had any like huge crashes, so that has kind of saved us here. And this is kind of funny too, the bug where you actually have to just go in and do this for the game to recognize that you are actually doing 2 flying laps. Because sometimes if you don't, it will only do the 1 flying lap.
Okay, Oscar. So the track.
How many parts do I develop in Season 1? Depends on your money, honestly. Generally, you'd want to develop each part a few times. When they add team switching, I wonder if you will need a new save. No, they have said that team switching will be backwards compatible, meaning that any save you're currently playing will be, you'll be able to use team switching on. They've said that will be possible. Basically promised. I want it, but on sale. As I said, I would expect the first sale to be around when they release team switching. So it should be here in about a month. You missed the live stream? Don't worry, we've only done 1 race so far, Lorenzo. And I'm probably going to keep going for at least a couple of hours here. Okay. We are going to do the final runs here. Wait until about 4 minutes to send them out. Get the maximum out of the track and everything. This does seem like a good window though, so we'll take it. And we'll do the 2 flying runs here finally. It's bad, especially when it costs me 8 million for all parts to get 2 of each. Yeah. They changed the cost for engines, gearboxes, and ERS this season. If you wreck an engine, it's 5 million. So... engine cooling as a result is actually very, very important for your money situations and your cost cap. Because engine cooling in theory has an effect on your powertrain components in terms of lowering their, you know, their costs. So we kind of did held off Verstappen there. Norris in 5th currently. Let's see if we can keep it there. Sainz does not improve. Stroll does not improve. Sainz does not improve. Norris in 5th. I'd say this is acceptable. 6th now. Alonso did improve. Sainz did improve, my bad. What is the best part to get your acceleration up? Your engine, Julian. Engine will be most of your acceleration stat, meaning that if you aren't running a Red Bull engine, you're going to have an incredibly hard time getting first in acceleration, and generally you don't want to really focus on that. It's going to be a rough time. So yeah, Piastri's been terrible for me in season 1. Honestly, they did Piastri dirty, but stat-wise, it's fully understandable if you replace him, honestly. It would be, as said, it's understandable for sure. Now, in terms of how we want to do this practice, of course, we want to do that with broken parts, because performance-wise, that is the best way to save performance. And since we can't really change anything for this practice, we are just going to go ahead and sim it, because since we have done quali, we are actually limited in what we can change for our setup. We can only change the front wing. Now for Piastri, that could actually work in terms of getting a better setup, either one to the right, one to the left. So we'll see if we can actually improve Piastri's setup, but for Norris, it's actually going to work for him too, interestingly enough. This rarely happens though, where moving the front wing can actually improve your setup after qualifying. So we'll see if we can get a little bit of an improvement. Is it worth getting new staff? Have we got new staff? I have already hired a complete set of new staff. We have kidnapped every single member of the Ferrari crew. The technical chief, their aero chief or aero director, their sporting director, and they'll be part of the McLaren season starting next year. So yeah, we have kidnapped their entire staff. So basically, your staff will have an effect on your car, but also particularly your sporting director will have a huge effect on your pit crew. So that is why we've chosen to invest a little bit in upgrading them for next year. Okay, so Piastri is gonna basically be running an ERS that is broken, but that is just how things are gonna be. We are gonna have to live with that. Again, ERS and gearboxes generally break around the 40% mark. Engines break around the 50% mark. That's when they start getting that yellow warning symbol, and they are gonna be losing performance then. What would be your reaction if you got on pole here? I'd be surprised and wonder what the AI did wrong. That would be my main reaction, honestly. Doing mediums here is probably alright. We could do softs, but that'll be very risky in getting to the end. I think what we might actually do here is a very silly... Do we not actually have hards? We don't. Okay, we don't have hards. We're going to do this on medium then for both drivers. Just the best way around it. To be fair though, this is one of those sprints where you can actually use hards, and most of the AIs will use mediums. So that does give you a bit of a chance of changing things around. Now as you can see, this is what we expect with full push, but we're probably going to go full push for the first couple of laps, then aggressive, and maybe a little bit, excuse me, normal as well. So we'll see. This should be good though. Got everything set up, and we can get the sprint started.
24 laps around Interlagos.
How much will you be paying for new staff? For high quality staff? You can scout and see what they are currently being paid, and use that as a starting point. But yeah, I think we're paying probably 10 times as much as we're playing this season for next year's staff, so it's going to be an expensive upgrade, but I think it's going to be worth it. What best team to start with for a beginner? Probably one of the top 3 teams is probably going to be a good bet. It's going to make your life a little bit easier in terms of learning the game. Unless you're planning on following a guide, and you can start with basically any team. Use scouting, yeah, use scouting to see whose contract is up, and then you can sign them for basically free starting next season, which is what we basically did with the Ferrari guys. All of them have contracts that are running out within the first season, meaning that we can basically sign them without having any real costs, except of course the cost it takes to break our own guys' contracts, and that is basically what we did. So that worked out really well for us. But yeah, one of the top tier teams, obviously, Red Bull, Ferrari, or Aston Martin will probably be good for you. Red Bull is the highest rated one, with probably one of the best drivers. Ferrari is rated 3rd, but they have pretty decent balance. Aston Martin is rated 2nd, but they have one quick driver and one driver that is a little bit slower. But that would still not be a bad choice. All three of them can be a really good learning experience if you're just getting into the game.
Pack is low.
Yep, copy.
And we need to balance out the push here so that we don't use too much fuel. This is a sprint, so we might need to conserve a little bit towards the end, but that is fine. And as you can see here, currently with how things are going, I think we are safe. I just want to go ahead and move this to here. And we might need to cool down a little bit on the aggressiveness. We might be cooking the tires a little bit too much, but we'll see as we go. Currently 5.7 million in death. That is painful, honestly.
Why did it? Okay.
What are you doing?
You're in death and about to get sacked. Yeah,
And
the
safety car deployed.
board really doesn't like it when you go into death. So honestly, with that much in mind, unless you can get your money back through doing a couple of races or passing through a month, you're probably gonna be in trouble there, Dylan. Unfortunately, there's not a lot you can do other than getting back into a positive balance. Just got my first sub to second pit stop after think pit stop time 1/3 of the season. Didn't know about the 12 million. Yeah, the 12 million from the pit stop award is pretty neat. Honestly, it's a nice little boost. Aston Martin, big budget and quick car. Yeah, as you can see, James has a good point there. I keep having a bug on the old game. That does sound weird. I don't think I've seen that bug myself. So that does sound a tad bit interesting. So the virtual safety car here has kind of saved our tires a little bit. It has saved its fuel. And it has saved up a little bit of energy.
Safety car looks to be for debris.
Oh, never mind. Hulkenberg immediately triggered another one.
Yeah, confirm.
In Brazil here,
Oh dear!
this
a
sprint
crash.
is going to have a lot
There's been
of
crash.
safety cars, so you can gamble on using softs. But that is also going to be a bit of a risk for you. Overtake aggression is your favorite feature? Oh yeah, that's what I kind of forgot about. For practice here, if you want to try and make your life a little bit easier, you can use, if you manually do practice, you can use the avoid high risk curbs, lessen your powertrain wear. You can drive in clean air, which lessens powertrain wear and temperature. You can also do this for, in race as well, tire wear and temperature lowers. But generally, under safety cars, under VSCs, it seems like it does it automatically now, because if a recharge happens automatically, they keep these within temperatures. So this is pretty good. Change from last year. How do you think your car for next season will compare to Red Bull? Compared to Red Bull, we're probably going to be a little bit behind, but I think we're probably going to be able to bring it up to third, maybe even second best, depending on upgrades. Over the course of the season, though, I think we are going to be beating Red Bull. I think.
Yep, copy.
So we'll see. Merck's situation, they are the fourth quickest team. They are kind of hard to get going in this game. A lot of people are having a bit of a struggle with that. So they're a little bit harder than Aston, Ferrari and Red Bull in terms of starting. How do you set your tactics for each race? This is basically your strategy view. You'll have access to this before the race, and here you can you add stints, choose your tire for the stint, put it in, and the game will give you an estimated race time. So basically, you can set up as many strategies as you want, create strategy B, and then you can estimate, have estimation and see what is going to be quicker. In this case, if we were to switch to this, it would be 28.55, and this one would be 28.46. In theory, this one would be slower, but of course your strategy might change depending on safety cars, which will make pit stops quicker. In this case, pitting usually would cost us about 24 seconds, but under a safety car would just be 11. Well, virtual safety car as well. So with that in mind, setting up your strategy is going to be important, of course, but adjusting that strategy as you go is going to be just as important, depending on what happens during the races.
Pack is low.
Copy.
How do you upgrade facilities? Always have no money. I haven't actually focused anything on facilities so far in any of my saves. I've been focusing on mainly the car. So honestly, don't really know too much about facilities yet. Gonna need to have a little bit of testing. 12 million for pit stop. What's this? There is a pit stop award now in the game. And if you finish first at the end of the season, they give you 12 million for winning. So it is worth it to focus on pit stop time to get that extra 12 million at the end of the season for the next one. Yeah. Alonso's out of Science DRS. It's an opportunity for P5. Could be, but Alonso is going to be a lot quicker than us. Their car is a lot better. So we do have a chance here, but it's still going to be a bit, tad bit difficult. I think we're going to have to top up for a couple more laps here.
Recharge on.
Yeah, confirm.
When is the new update coming out? I don't know, Eric, unfortunately. I don't know if they have announced any new updates. I haven't seen anything, so that's going to come out when it comes out. I don't have any control over that, unfortunately, or any info. Do you make your own strategy or use pre-built ones? I use the pre-built ones as a starting point and then switch them around to try and make my own strategies. On most tracks now, the AI will be using their own strategies, meaning they don't necessarily follow the pre-built ones. And as a result, you can have some pretty good gains if you just, you know, test things around a little bit. I'm experiencing the game, winning many championships with Haas last game, but I can't see the massive get faster pit stop times. I actually posted a guide today on pit stop guide. Generally, you just want to focus on putting your pit stop crew in the gym, and that will lower your pit stop times. But for everything related to pit crews, pit times, pit error chance, you can have a look at that guide, and it should explain everything neatly. Kept my drivers as bottom and show facility and element. Yeah, for Alpha. Fernando is faster than you? Yes, he is. But Norris is giving it a good fight here, as you can see. So he ain't giving up. And with the RSA, he should just fly by. So Norris will be fighting Lando here to the end, for sure. What is the best development plan for Piastri? Should I focus only on speed stats or improve smoothness of focus? Honestly, I still have to test what driver stats are actually most impactful. So it's still a bit up in the air. But generally, I'd say smoothness in this game is worth way more than it was in the previous game, so it's not a bad shout. But generally, I think you're going to want to get his pace stats up first. I'm at my first season, already minus 5 million death, and both drivers have crashed 3 times. Well, death in this game is actually really negative, so try and avoid that. If you don't have money, it might be better to just wait and not spend it. In terms of your drivers crashing, you might need to just use rally defend here and low for overtake aggression for a couple of races, just to get your money situation back into a manageable position. It'll lower the chance of them getting in trouble, basically. So it is good from that perspective. El Plan in full effect, yeah. Do you think you're going to get someone on Piastri's spot for Season 2? No, we're going to keep Piastri. I'm going to use him as kind of a benchmark to see how development works.
We don't want to overcook the tyres.
And again here, overcooking the tires is not a bad thing here. It's working just as intended. Kind of allows us to fight a much faster Fernando Alonso. And we actually are now squished between him and Stroll. So this could be a bit interesting towards the end of the race. We are still running top up though, so we'll be switching that off. It does have a small effect on lap times, but we've generally just been recharging our ERS. So we have some energy to fight on the straight here. Overtakes better than in previous versions. Overtakes are easier for sure. There are more fights. Generally you'll see drivers potentially driving side by side for full lap fighting. So they have added to that. It is a bit more, you know, they've added a little bit more to that in terms of performance. So that is good. If you have the best car, one stop can work very well. Yeah, basically your pit stop strategy is going to depend on can you get by the people that are going to be slower in front of you. If you're going to be using an aggressive strategy, that's basically going to be your limiting factor. Can I efficiently get away from the people that are going to be slowing me down or get by them? Helmet cam is so loud, my god. Yeah, it is. Sorry about that. Change Lando for science? I'd rather change Piastri for science in that case, honestly. Yeah, I would assume you meant Piastri. You can't change Piastri for science. It's going to be an upgrade that will help you out. So upgrading your drivers can be very effective at gaining points. But again, I'm keeping Piastri for this save, mainly just so I can try and develop him, mainly. So we'll see how that plays out for us. Let's see calendar changes. Yeah, that would be nice too. Overheating the tires. Overheating the tires isn't necessarily a bad thing. As you can see here, we are currently overheating, but we what would not be overheating in this case would be running the tires at 119 degrees. So they're just being very slightly overheated, and as a result, they don't lose. It says that they'll lose performance. Tire wear will go up, but you aren't losing that much performance, and the time gain from running aggressive is actually going to be more than if, say, you were running standard and not cooking the tires. So keeping tire temps in mind, as long as you don't severely overheat them, you're usually fine. I am juggling gearbox ERS and engines for practice, but we've had a lot of crashes, so it's become a little bit more challenging to do. Actually didn't pay enough attention to Piastri. We're going to need to tune him down. He probably used, as you can see, Piastri's used a little bit more tire than Norris. Smoothness is going to be huge for you this game, so just keep that in mind. Last lap now. We are probably going to watch it from this perspective. I might need to tune down the audio a little bit, but yeah, we'll see. Helmet cam is a bit loud. So Simon, the idea here is basically as long as you can overheat your tires a little bit, they're going to wear out a little bit quicker, but generally you'll be quicker than if you ran them on normal for the entire stint. Hello Ninka, how you doing? Hope you're doing well today. Why both F1 23 and F1 Manager make Red Bull way slower than real life? I think because they kind of balance things from the perspective of earlier season. But Norris is definitely giving it his all here to fight Lando. So Lando is finding Lando.
And overtake is
and Piastri here could potentially puncture these tires, we'll see. But Norris is kind of getting by. We'll see if he can keep it in. Through the last few corners here. Looks like 5th place is indeed up for grabs, so you guys weren't wrong. The energy could be a bit of a concern now on the main straight, but hopefully the lack of it won't cause us any problems here with Alonso, and it looks like we are safe. When do I start researching? Usually when I have about 30 million left on my estimated cost cap.
Remember, that is the checkered flag, so we are.
How long did it take me to get top 10s with Piastri and Norris? Norris basically immediately, within the first few races, but Piastri took ages because he is way slower than Norris. So you're going to be able to get there pretty quick, but at the same time, it's mainly just with Lando Norris. Leclerc is hating his time with Ferrari, so managed to get him a start next season as McLaren. That's a pretty nice poach, honestly. Piastri did refuse to be a reserve. That is fine too. Hello, Durant. It's hammer time. Indeed. Maybe loud, but helmet cam's very nice to watch, yeah. As I said, I did lose my audio settings this morning, so I'm going to have to rebalance everything again. So hopefully the game audio isn't too loud. I tried to fix it before the stream, but yeah, it was a painful experience, so hopefully it's not too bad here. Papa Straw bought Frontier. The only thing I can that comes to mind when you say that is just Papa Straw going, I am extremely angry. Just showing up a Frontier. That would be hilarious. Put a good bit of money into developing facilities, yeah. Hello Dom, how you doing? Do I try to match other drivers' tires during race? No. The AI will be a bit more conservative than what I do. I'm generally doing very aggressive strategies, but it is paying off. We're basically placing way higher than the car would otherwise allow us, because let's face it, this car is probably 5th or even 6th best on the grid right now. It's not great by any means of the equation, and we are still reliably for Norris unless he crashes, putting him in top 6, top 5 positions. So I think it's down to Norris as a driver for one, but it's also down to the strategy, because Piastri can't really get in there as well. So the only thing he's really lacking for these aggressive strategies to work for him, I think, is that smoothness. As long as your driver has high smoothness, you can do very aggressive strategies and really, really capitalize from it. And we're kind of probably going to do that here as well. And what I mean by that is that we're probably going to do this. Medium, hard, medium, medium, hard. We're going to be switching things around a little bit though, so that we do like this. And we're going to be doing a very aggressive strategy here again, I think. This could work, but it could also be a little bit risky, so we'll tune it down just a tad. But the hard stint will be full on attack. As you can see, it should be about 22 seconds quicker than the standard one. We could also change things around a little bit here. Say do soft, medium, medium. Soft stint will be standard. The medium stints will be a little bit more aggressive. But as you can see here, doing this, it wouldn't be really quick. So this one would be about a little bit quicker. This one will be quite a bit slower. But again, it depends on your drivers how much you can get out of this. Piastri's going to struggle with this strategy because he won't be able to get that first stint full in there. So we're going to have to run him a little bit slower. Norris can probably make this work and thus be a bit quicker. But at the same time, your strategies are going to change on what you're doing. Have I won with Lando? Not yet, honestly. But yeah, as I said, Lucas, I don't try and match the tire wear to the AI. If you're going to be fighting a specific driver at the end of the race, you would try and have your tire wear as, you know, much better than his. But in general, tire wear isn't as bad this game in terms of your strategies. At what point do you get penalties for changing your engine? Is it after P3? It's if you use it for quali, I believe. Understanding P4 is epic. Hello, Scenario. How are you doing? I'm doing great. Hope you're doing well as well. What time would I box in terms of how much wear? Before it hits 30%. Once it hits 30%, it's really going to start suffering. So try and do it before that. If you sign a driver in the middle of the season for next season, will the contract start at the start of next season or at the same time but just a year later? The contract will start at the start of next season. So if you sign a driver for, say, a season, the contract will start 1st of January and you'll have him for that next year. Yeah. Helipad, it should be maxed out ASAP. It gives you 5% extra sponsor payouts. That is true. Doing all the parts on normal in terms of the sign column, it's going to be more efficient for expertise to money. But doing parts on intense, particularly early game, it's going to be way quicker in terms of getting your car into a better position. You are going to be spending more money for that expertise, or rather that performance, but you'll get there a lot quicker. So basically that's the difference. So early game, well, your first season, I'd probably do intense iteration of every design once, and then probably switch over to normal afterwards so that we can have designs going throughout the entire season. But yeah, both of those are viable strategies. Helipad basically gives you a 5% extra sponsor target payout, which means more money for the most part. Now, as I said for Piastri here, we're probably going to put him on the same strategy, to be fair. But we might run him a bit more passively. We might do something like this for him, where he has a little bit more to go on in terms of his tires. It's still going to be quicker, but he is going to be a little bit slower than Lando. And I think this should be a good strategy for this race. Bit experimental, but as you saw in the sprint, the tire wasn't really that bad. So we can make this work for sure. What place am I in the driver championship for Lando? I'm a bit unsure, but as McLaren, we're currently 6th. We've had a bunch of crashes and other things that have stolen points, so it's not too bad of a result. It's fine.
We're not too far away from the race start here as we edge closer to the 70th
Yeah.
lap. And now, it's time for the Sao Paulo Grand Prix.
So Callum, doing standard is definitely, it's the most efficient way of getting expertise, as I said, so it's not a bad way of doing things. Doesn't overheating bring down the pace too much? Not really. Overheating will have an effect on your tires for sure, but it will be less of an effect depending on how severely you overheat them. So using this as an example, as you can see here, we have cold tires, we have optimal window, and then we have overheating. your mediums in this case will start overheating about 120 degrees. But in terms of losing a lot of performance, that doesn't really kick in until you start severely overheating them at 130 degrees. Slightly overheating your tires isn't a big concern, because again, you don't lose too much performance, you don't really lose too much wear either. So slightly overheating is definitely an acceptable way of doing things. At least I think so. And generally you'll be fine. As said, Callum, I don't think I think standard will be just as fine, but intense just gives you that little bit extra boost. Standard is just as good. So don't worry about it. Both strategies are perfectly viable. Do you have the quality bug? If you change flying lap, yeah. Basically, just have to, you know, reset up until the game says, "Oh, yeah, you're actually doing it right. My bad." I do have that bug, yes. So it is what it is. Gonna have to just deal with it. As you can see, we have no chance following the Ferraris or the Red Bulls. Again, we have probably the 5th or 6th best car on the grid. So if we can run with Alonso here, with Stroll, have that and pull us along, that would be neat. We actually have Russell kind of working as a tow for Piastri as well, so that is very beneficial. We are going to tune down the tire usage here. We run aggressive, well, we run attack a little bit too long here, but even then it should be okay. So in this game, it's pushing hard, it's better than going standard or mediums. It'll depend on the track. With fueling probably isn't the meta either. But in general, pushing, it depends on the tracks and the tires for that track. And on this track, it's okay in Brazil. On other tracks, it might be a really bad idea. So you're gonna have to check basically the compound performance here. What is the expected performance difference? In this case, from medium to hard, the degradation is 200s of different. It's a 310 total difference from medium to hards at starting point. So mediums will be quicker than hards here for a good 15 laps before, you know, the hards start becoming better. And for the softs to the mediums, it's about 10 laps. So that is kind of what we're trying to avoid the softs here. And at the same time, it's basically a balancing act. Pushing the tires affect the engine wear? It might. But at the same time, the performance gained is worth the sacrifice in my opinion, so it'll depend. Pushing the tires could definitely have an effect on that. It did last year. But in this year, they've actually added a bunch of these nice little infographics. And it doesn't say anything about you know, engine wear, but it could definitely have an effect because we are running the engine hotter by going more aggressively. So I think it'll be more based on your brake cooling rather than your attack if running it is going to be viable or not. Is the Deluxe Edition worth it? Deluxe Edition gives you some extra scenarios, basically, you know, missions, if you want to put it that way, for where you can do, where you can try your hand at certain things. If you think those will be fun, then it will be worth it. If you aren't interested in it, then the Deluxe Edition won't be worth it at all. Is it a good plan to buy the best stuff possible at the beginning of a volume save? Probably not. I'd say at the beginning of a save, your main priority is just developing your car. Your staff will help your car in terms of that you'll get more stats into your parts, but the underlying expertise, which is basically your underlying starting point, is independent of stuff. You are still going to need to get that up, and you only get that up with development. Yeah, overfueling is generally not really working for me. I tried it, we were very slow. Underfueling might be the idea now, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, confirm.
I currently am just running back as standard.
There's been quite a crash.
Quite a crash with Sergeant. Let's have a look. Yo, that's him out.
I'm in the wall.
Yeah. I've had some crashes, mainly when I click the start race button. That's when the game will crash. Other than that, if I click this, or basically hit between these two sometimes, it'll soft lock the game where I have to restart it. So there are some bugs with crashing the game currently. Why don't I fill the car with more fuel? Weight has more of an effect in this year's game, so by putting in more fuel, we're going to be slowing our car down, even if we do push the fuel. Yes, you can do both of these. Avoid high-risk curves. Driving clean air. If your powertrain is about to... If you need to keep it alive a little bit longer, you can toggle both of these, and they'll keep it alive. Always use these two in practice, for sure. Again, performance is not the same practice. Using these two will make your life a little bit easier. Engines do wear very quickly in this game, yeah. Particularly because everyone seems to be starting with really, really low engine cooling. Yeah. This year, though, the information box does not say that, so they could have changed it, because they have also, you know, put in powertrain wear for both of these now. Safety car is ending now, which means that we want to go push. We are going to want to go deploy for this first lap. And we're going to try and get Norris either back up behind Stroll, or, you know, at least stay with Alonso. So currently, as you can see, we have for Piastri been burning the tires a little bit more than we expected with running aggressive. So for him, this might not overheating the tires might be a bad idea. For Norris, though, again, we've got a virtual safety car around here. Still looking good. He could probably push a little bit more if we need to. So we have some options there on how we want to handle the strategy for this race. Hello, Mitko. How you doing? I'll be making another car development guide later on. That was basically my first experience with car development. Basically just early game how to, well, get it done the most efficient way that I found. There are better ways of doing things now. But that one is still basically just one of the better strategies, so I'll leave it up for now. We are going to need to do a little bit of top up here. Currently, though, it's looking good. Piastri's running 8th, we're running 5th.
Pack is low. Yep.
And considering that we're running medium tires with everyone else, I say it's still good. As you can see, Norris running aggressive kind of can keep up with Stroll, Alonso, Verstappen, and Leclerc. Piastri just can't get that done. So with that in mind, for Piastri in particular, we kind of do want to get his smoothness up. So we might put him on a different training regimen once once this race is over. We shall see. Have your pit crew stuff up yet? Mine are all stuffing up. In terms of pit crew errors, again, if your pit crew is wary at the race day, they're going to have a vastly increased chance of making pit stop errors. Yeah, honestly, I don't think underfueling, overfueling doesn't really matter much, because you do want to push your fuel, particularly early race, because the AI will be doing the same. If you're not pushing fuel, deploying ERS, going a bit aggressive on the tires, the AI will just run away in the first 2 laps, and that is also bad for you. So you kind of do need to kind of balance things out there. 5 races to finish season 22. Should I go to second season or move to 23? Thanks for opinion. Honestly, Rick, depends. If you're enjoying 22 now, feel free to finish that season. It's no, you don't need to stress about upgrading your game. If you think that the additions to 23 is going to make your experience way more enjoyable than getting a new game, again, it's kind of hard to help others judge if something is worth it in terms of gaming. So if you think you're going to enjoy 23 more than 22, you can always say buy it on Steam and then refund it if you don't like it. You do have that 2-hour window. And again, also, you could just, if you're going to buy it from somewhere else, you could just test it on Steam for a couple hours, see if you like it, and then make your decision. So for Piastri, we're going to bring him in now for a pit stop, which means we're going to tune him up to aggressive. For Norris here, we're going to tune him also up to aggressive, well, attack really, and we'll have him go for one more lap here after Piastri has pitted. And that should be okay for strategy. But yeah, as you can see, people do enjoy 23 a lot more. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to get Norris in here as well to pit onto those hards. And as you can see, he has actually kept those tires more alive. That is probably thanks to the virtual safety car. Piastri is now pitting. He is going to beat Show out. Oh, he isn't. But he is going to, once he gets past Show, have a bit of free air here, which is going to help him. So for now, we'll just try and heat up the tires by going aggressive. We are going to tune down the fuel usage though. And again, this should come back to us towards the end of the race, so it won't be too much of a problem. And for Norris here, he actually comes out in a really good window, ahead of Magnussen, gets a bunch of free air up to Ocon, so that should really, really help him out as well. Now we have got the tyres up to temperature, so we're going to tune them down to aggressive. For Piastri, we might need to... We probably should run them standard for just a couple of laps here to make his life a little bit easier. For Norris, we can run full attack the entire stint, and we will do that. Magnussen does overtake us here because, well, DRS, but also because his tyres are more up to temperature than ours. So we should immediately get him back, though. I'm not concerned. Yeah, like so. Always wait for the hurt of the whole guide, then buy the game. Let's focus on research. Generally, I'd say what underflow is a good shout out there, Robert. But generally, what you are going to be losing performance due to regulations. The main goal of your research should be to cancel out regulation changes mainly. Now, Perez is actually causing us a little bit of trouble here because I think he's slower on the other parts of the track, but he should be pitting soon, so it shouldn't be a big problem. For Piastri now, we probably can tune him up to aggressive. We ran a couple of laps here on normal, so that he can now go a little bit more pushing at it. But yeah, Norris is going to have to deal with, unfortunately, a bit of a slower Perez here, slowing us down. So we'll have to do our best with dealing with that. It's a miracle that Leclerc just won in Monaco. This sounds like fake news. I don't believe it. What should you do with tire temps during the race? Again, tire temps, a lot of people are kind of scared because there's a big red number. But as long as you don't severely overheat them, basically hit this number here, 135. 125 is fine, as long as you have higher smoothness. It does tell you that you'll have a high tire wear rate and lower performance. But generally, by pushing tires, the loss of performance will be overcome by running attack pace here, which will help with cornering speed, acceleration, and braking force. So with that in mind, you will be losing out performance from the tires, but you'll be gaining more performance out of the driver itself. So from that perspective, honestly, going full attack is worth it. And as you can see, Perez in this case is actually more quicker than us, but he's in a Red Bull, so not too surprising. I think we have a better chance of actually finding the Astons, funnily enough, this season. The Monaco curse is broken. Hello, how to second pits. Focus on your pit crew. Well, focus your pit crew into the gym, and you'll get there. You need to have a sporting director too that is high enough aptitude. Black magic. Where do I think the car will be season 2? Probably top 3, top 4 at the start of Bahrain. I think we'll be able to make that happen. And as you can see here for Norris, his tire degradation is actually less than expected on running attack. So this is going to benefit him. Again, the hards aren't going to be a bit slower, particularly early in the stint. But as we get towards the end, they'll kind of get an advantage of the other tire compounds. But yeah, there is a general guide for pit crew stops on my channel that I released today. I have 50 meters to finish line, then I ran out of fuel. That is unfortunate for sure. But Perez is actually saving Alonso, because Perez is quick enough that he's going to leave us behind, and Alonso is just quick enough that he's going to keep up with him. And, well, Alonso is actually going to be pulling him along now, because Alonso went under the softs here. So we're going to have a bit of hard time keeping up with him. It's just how it is. I can't get my estimated pit crew stop time under 1.99 seconds. There is a cap to it, and it's based on your sporting director's aptitude. If you check your sporting director's aptitude and come back to me, I can generally tell you what your pit crew time should be like. Basically, the way that it works is that every point of your pit crew's aptitude, well, your sporting director's aptitude, will allow you to cut 0.015 of your pit crew time. So 6 points of aptitude is basically another 10th. Well, 7 points of aptitude equals about a 10th quicker pit stops in terms of cap. Ran out of fuel and car coaster to stop. Yeah, as long as you cross the finish line. This game doesn't actually have the you need to have a kilogram of fuel at the end of the race rule implemented. So as long as you cross the finish line, you get points. When I do research, thanks for the next season. Making losses on what I improved this season. Are you saying that when your car comes out season 2, you are losing performance? Or are you saying that the regulation changes are going to take away some of your stats and you're wondering how to deal with that. So for research, regulation changes are going to take away stats every year. For your research, you will kind of want to try and combat that by pulling the bar to the right, pulling the bar to the left, and everything that isn't affected until you make up for that, basically. Am I going to sign someone next season? No, we're going to keep Piastri basically as a project to kind of level up, to see how driver development works. We are going to get Bashor though as a new reserve driver, so that is going to be the only change. We are signing 3 new team members though. We basically stole the entire Ferrari garage, so we're going to see if I have some Ferrari strategy moments next season. Again, David, it's kind of hard to answer because it depends on, like, if you enjoyed last year's game, this is definitely an upgrade. But is it worth the price? It's going to be, you know, kind of hard to decide for me, because it is a sizable upgrade. It adds some rebalances, it adds some features. It generally is a more enjoyable game. The AI will fight you now. The AI will use alternative strategies. They won't get caught up by raining qualifying. And generally they are a bit smarter. So I haven't touched the race moments yet personally, but if you would enjoy those, then 23 could definitely be a worthy upgrade. But again, it depends on kind of what you're looking for. Is it okay if I overheat my inters? Yes. As long as you don't hit the severely overheating, you'll usually be fine. His aptitude is 87. Yeah, you'll be capped just above 2-second pit stops, kind of like we are with McLaren here. We can have a look at that only after this race is over, because you are going to be kind of capped there. So we can actually have Piastri 2 go aggressive here. As you can see, he is above the expected line, so we can have him go a little bit more aggressive towards the end of this stint. So Noda there with a bit of a pit stop issue, and as you can see, we have some medium runners behind us. Alonso is going to be a bit of a danger, so we'll have to see exactly how we want to pull this off now in the last 20 laps. Do I research part each season? Yes. I will be trying to cancel out the regulation changes through research. 130 degrees is so high? Not really. Depending on your compound, they have different higher temperature zones. So in this case, overheating at 122 degrees isn't that bad, because the optimal temperature would be down to just 120, 119 degrees, and I'm not severely overheating these tires until I hit 135 degrees or above. Now, again, the medium compound would cook at a, lower temperature. They'd be severely overheating at about 130 degrees. The soft here would be severely overheating at about 125 degrees. So for the hards, this isn't really a bad temperature. It's not a problem. Yeah, we can have a look at that, Ollie, because I'm basically having the same issue, which is why we're switching the sporting director out. Stats are decent, but he's kind of lacking aptitude, which is the most important one. So that is just how it be. That depends, Taram. The deluxe edition is, as we said earlier, just those 12 scenarios. If you think you're going to enjoy the scenarios, it might be worth it. But if you aren't going to be playing them, then there's really no point in getting the deluxe edition. My microphone, it has gone a bit meh. Yeah. As I said, I did lose my microphone settings this morning. The program that I used decided that we're tossing these out the window. I couldn't find a way to recover them. So I'm going to have to try and fix that. My mic is a bit robotic now. Okay. Might need to have a look at that a little bit later. Okay, this sounds like a bit of a problem. I haven't done anything with the microphone in particular, so that is concerning. Hopefully back to normal. I guess it was just my internet dropping again, so apologies. Seems to be fixed though, so we're good. Now, I did actually kind of lose the pit stop window as a result, so I did get a little bit distracted, my bad. We're just going to pit both of them for the mediums, and we'll be going for that final stint now. Is it good to underfuel in a race by 2 laps? Probably not. Will I change to Honda power for next season? We might change to Red Bull, yeah, indeed. Okay, so it probably was my internet dropping down, but as I said, if my microphone sounds different from earlier, it's basically a result of my microphone software deciding that we were not going to have a good time. Okay, we got our cars now on to the new mediums, and we can actually just go attack or aggressive, depending on how we want to do it towards the end. So I think we'll go aggressive just a couple laps here, get a little bit more wear to work with towards the end, but we can go aggressive and then go full attack, as I said. Go aggressive for a couple of laps, just save a little bit of tyre wear, then we'll go full attack to the end. And we'll see if Norris can actually catch up to, say, the cars in front. We have Stroll running old hards. We could probably catch him. We're going to get Hamilton there for sure. So 15 laps to go, have about 17 seconds up to Stroll. We should have no problem catching him, I think. In terms of lap times, we are running about a second quicker. So we are going to have to go a little bit more aggressive on the attack here to get that catch done. For Gasly, Piastri, sorry. He's going to have a bit of a harder time here catching anyone. But he is currently running worse past than Norris as a result of us hitting the cost cap, so we'll just have to deal with it. Am I going to do a Williams save? Probably down the line. But for now, the focus is going to be on, well, just streaming a McLaren, learning the game, and the AlphaTauri speedrun. After that, I'm probably going to do a Alfa Romeo kind of a deal, where the objective is just to survive, and see how well we can do with that. Who would I replace Lewis with? Or a new contract? Honestly, good pace stats, high smoothness would probably be a good bet. Any driver who fits those criteria would be safe. Honestly, renewing Hamilton's contract is also a good idea. He is one of the highest rated drivers for a reason, so it's not a bad idea with that. And as I said, Snippet, I would not underfuel the car. It just isn't worth it. You kind of want to have fuel to push at the start of races, because if you can't, you're going to be in trouble anyways. And as you can see, we're running 1.2 seconds now quicker than Stroll. So hopefully we can catch him before the end of the race. We are 11 seconds behind, so it's going to be a little bit of a challenge here, but hopefully we can make something happen. I will not be replacing Norris or Piastri. Yeah, I just got a notification about the contract endings. It is good though, because it means that you can switch out your, worst style for better ones. And I think Stroll is actually getting DRS here of, no, there we go, Albon finally, he finally overtook Albon. Looked like Stroll was getting DRS there of Albon for a second. But it looks like Stroll is just going to be just about quick enough to stay ahead of us, unfortunately. Which is a bit of a shame, but it is what it is. Pretty good. Maybe in-game music down a bit would be good. I could tune it down a tad if it's a bit loud. Should probably rebalance the in-game audio a little bit as well. Hello, Andreas. What are you doing at development guide? Struggling with Merc, trying to make every piece equal in performance, but can't quite get in the top. I'll probably make a more in-depth development guide as we figure out more about how development works for sure. So yeah, that is definitely on the cards. Again, we are probably not going to be able to catch Norris here, but we'll push fuel. We'll do our best to make that happen. For Piastri, is not going to catch Russell. I believe Russell is some fresh softs, so yeah, that's kind of out of the question. So we'll just leave him running as he is. He shouldn't be catched by Hulk either, so we'll allow him to just kind of play it safe, so to speak. With Norris here, we are going to be trying to push to get, as I said, Stroll. We'll do our best to make that happen. I actually forgot to toggle that ERS assisting on this game, but I have been using it for virtually all my races. And it does seem to do a good job of automating the ERS. All my stuff outside of Norris is going. It'll be expensive, but worth it. Yeah. The ERS assist is technically just giving overtake and recharge to your driver, I think. And it works pretty well. It's doing the job, I think, for sure. Now, Norris is getting very closer to our friend Stroll. 3 laps to go. Can definitely make something work. Have pushed the fuel a little bit to the limit, though. So we might need to recharge once we get by. We could actually recharge back here. Because we'll have DRS to keep us close.
Yeah, okay.
So let's see what we can do. Okay, we are flying by.
Confirm.
There we go. We did actually catch him a bit earlier than I expected. I thought we'd be fighting him for the last few laps here. But he will have DRS on us, but even then we are kind of pulling away. Now, I'm going to tune down to aggressive here just to, you know, take a little bit less risks. We should still be able to pull away from Stroll, no problem. And we are not getting Alonso unless he crashes, so that is perfectly fine. Again, Piastri is kind of just running his own little race here on his own, so he too is fine to leave B as is. But yeah, this has been a pretty decent one for us, 6th place potentially, and we might just about avoid being lapped here. Verstappen just finished, so yeah, we avoided getting lapped, and that actually safely secures us minimum of 6th place, so not too shabby.
And that's a checkered flag, Oscar.
Fuel just about enough here as well. There we go, 6th place and 13th. Not the best result for Piastri, but again, he is using worse components than Norris right now because we have run out of money. How does side temps impact his performance? Generally low to moderate overheating is acceptable, as long as your driver has decent smoothness. But once you get into severe overheating, you're going to lose a ton of performance and you're going to lose a ton of tire wear. So you do need to keep it somewhat balanced. Piastri should probably be higher rated. It's probably the devs here at Frontier being a little bit careful because, well, Piastri was technically at the start of this season kind of untested. So, well, in Formula 1 that is. He basically had an amazing junior career. But he wasn't tested in F1, and the devs decided to be on the side of caution for his stats. And, well, they've said that, again, we take what we expect him to be at this start of the season, not mid-season. So, unfortunately, he's probably not going to get improved much. Driver Championship then. Lando is running 8th, to the one that was curious about that. Piastri, again, hasn't got a lot of points here. It's unfortunate what it is, but he has gotten himself a fastest lap. So we are going to keep on trying to, you know, race him up a little bit. We are running 6th here. We are clear of Haas. We are not going to be getting Alpine, which is a bit unfortunate. Didn't really have as good of a season here as we did in the AlphaTauri so far. But that's just how it goes sometimes. As you can see, pit stops are just above 2 seconds, and that's mainly due to Singh's aptitude. But we are still winning the pit stop championship handily, so it's not a big concern. And considering the consistency here by having the 4 pit stops and the slowest one just being 200 slower than the fastest one, I'd say we're happy with our pit stop crew. Decent chunk of money here, will be good for next season. And Norris has improved to 90 rating, which I think actually makes him one of the best drivers in the game already. So let's have a quick look here at the overall rating. Verstappen is 92 rated now, so he's just been going up. Leclerc rated 90, but yeah, we're definitely improving Norris here. Maybe a tad too quick, honestly, depending how you look at it. But yeah, start here for McLaren isn't the best. We're going to be kidnapping Cardile, Tondi, and for our sporting director, Mekis. But as you can see here, we have an aptitude of 86. This is in response to a pit crew question earlier. So with 86 aptitude, our pit crew is going to be capped at a time of 2.015 seconds. I think maybe a little bit lower. We'll have to see. If I was to switch this over to gym training, nope, doesn't change anything. So we're capped at 2.015 seconds for our pit stop time. And again, that is going to go down with aptitude. The higher the aptitude of your sporting director, the lower that number can be. Yeah, I'd say Piastri should be rated around the same. Honestly, that is true. Alpine has 4 better stats than Merc. Should I try and beat them first before looking forward? But also seen some of this sign 2 or 3 times before manufacturing. The thing is, if you're looking at the car analysis, keep in mind that this thing will lie to you. As you can see here, it's currently telling us that we are the 9th best team in low speed, 7th best team in high speed and medium speed, and the 1st team in DRS, 5th team in top speed. And this might look very good, but it's not true. This is not reality. And the reason for that is actually incredibly simple. The car parts inspection for AI, they don't actually replace any of the parts that they get damaged until you get to a race weekend. So what we're going to do here is try and remember these numbers again, And we'll compare them to how we're looking at the start of next race week in Las Vegas. Are we still going to be 7th in medium and high-speed cornering? Are we going to be 1st in DRS? And probably we aren't going to be. So we'll have to see exactly how it looks once we get now to Las Vegas. Cost cap projection warning. Yeah, I know you sent me that same message yesterday. What's the difference when signing a better reserve driver? It's not really a difference in anything. It's basically just trying to raise the talent to take over one of your driver spots. I was on the verge of kicking Piastri out and replacing him with Rick again. That reminds me, I did want to have a look at Piastri and his development. As I said, we do want to go over smoothness. But again, he's mostly getting adaptability, even though we're focusing actually on smoothness, cornering, and reaction. So, yeah. He's not having a good time. He's not getting the smoothness that we need. We might need to go race strategy. Might need to go wet track. But yeah, for now, it's fine to stick with pace, I think. For Norris, I believe we changed this a little bit earlier. We're currently doing wet track to try and get accuracy up a bit. And smoothness. So yeah, we're going to keep him here. We're going to try and maximize these control stat, the smoothness stat, and accuracy as a benefit. So that works. Not much, but you can develop them by putting them in practice 1. Yeah, basically. You can give your reserve drivers practice 1. Depending on your race sim 2, they will develop quicker because this thing is temporarily shut down for us. But if you upgrade this thing to level 5, you'll have an additional 100% weekly development. So these are also kind of fairly important to upgrade as you go. And we're actually going to upgrade the team hub right here, because we do have a little bit extra money lying around right now. Now, we are currently at the Las Vegas race weekend, and as I said, if we were to have a look at the car analysis right now, you can see that the numbers have shifted around a little bit here. In terms of car performance now, our car is garbage. We have been losing out the other teams because we aren't actually developing it. So, we lost out 3 places in top speed, we have lost out a ton of places here in low and medium speed cornering, brake cooling, engine cooling. So with that in mind, as you can see here, the teams will actually not put on their best components until the race weekend. So if you're going to use car analysis to see what you are lacking in comparison to another team, as in this case, say Red Bull, as you can see, they are definitely the best car on the grid. And we are lacking a ton of low speed, ton of medium, almost 0.2 G's worth, and basically more than that in high speed. So these are the only thing we're beating them at is the DRS. But generally, as you can see, we are really far behind. We are going to have to do some good work next season. Every source of rare occurrence where a driver is injured from crash, or basically just getting sick would work. What am I developing Lando on? I think I just went through the link here. But again, just in case, again, chat might actually be falling behind a little bit. I think YouTube might be a little bit wonky today. But we're developing on basic control smoothness and accuracy. We want to get accuracy up, and if we can max control and smoothness as a bonus, we'll take that. What rating does Albon have? Keep in mind that we have done almost a full season. The ratings will have changed from their initial ratings. Let's see, Albon, that is Ocon, Perez. Where is the blue one? There he is. 83 rated right now, in this save right now. Can the ratings go higher than 100 this year with driver confidence? Honestly, we could try it out. I would assume that it still caps out at 100. He's 83 right now, but as Nienke says, he's probably 81 at the start of the game. Aston Martin a good team to start a career with, or it's not going to be a fun because they're as good. If you are learning the game and not following any guides, Aston Martin can definitely be a good team to start with, because they have made development a lot more complex this season. This season of F1 Manager. This year with F1 Manager, they made it a lot more complex. They rebalanced it. So again, if you don't follow any guides, it's perfectly fine to start with them and learn it. You get 12 million Ruseliga or Penguin for winning the pit stop trophy. Sprint race, I believe, don't give pit stop points, so I don't think there's a point in pitting other than to give your crew a little bit of training. be able to take a pull of a Verstappen and just show up with pit stop training. So yeah, it's probably not going to be worth it.
Welcome to the Silver State of Nevada for the Las Vegas Grand Prix.
And yes, my Discord is muted to
Track
the
here is a
cheeky
high-speed
bugger who
street
sent me a
circuit
message.
that takes in the lights and the sights of this spectacular Sin City. Drivers will take on over a mile of the Las Vegas Strip, racing flat out past all the glamour and glitter.
Yeah, go ahead. But again, I don't think it counts for anything but the race weekend itself. The race for the race weekend. But I might maybe be mistaken and just, you know, have completely just click through it, as I tend to do. So yeah. That's exactly why I'm choosing Aston when I'm able to play the game, to experiment and learn. Yeah. Again, it's not a bad idea. It's basically what I did for 22. I picked one of the top teams to learn the game. Figured out that development here was pretty simple and straightforward, and basically jumped onto Williams after about 8 races. Try things out. But yeah, I am enjoying the fact that it is more complex in this. You have different design philosophies. And I'm very tempted, I'm going to have a lot of fun later on, because I'm going to be doing a game where I'm basically going to be trying to kind of cater upgrades to certain tracks and see just how good a car that is designed purely for one track is going to be. What is my best result as a team? Probably, are you thinking about it over the whole course of the season? Or are you, yeah, as Dean says, can't imagine you get points in sprints, as there's no mandatory pit stop. It's funny you should mention that, Dean, because if there is a one-stopper race where you can, if there's a one-stopper race and you get a red flag, so the pit stop is done under the red flag, the pit stop points get distributed randomly. So for races, there is going to be pit stop points even without, you know, proper pit stops, but I don't think there's going to be any for the sprint, as I said. Setups are easy this year? Yeah, they are. I don't know, Harry, but my best result is as McLaren, because I honestly can't remember. But I have won races with AlphaTauri as a test save, not the current AlphaTauri playthrough, don't get me wrong. But yeah, it's definitely possible to win races already in Season 1, definitely by Season 2. Probably because I suck at making thumbnails and generally my content isn't very refined, I'd say, Callum. But I'm working on getting a little bit better this year, so potentially, hopefully, we'll have a bit of growth. Williams Speed Demon Challenge, focus on high speed only. Yeah. Oscar P8, Lando P4, so what is my best result? Again, I don't know. I think Oscar's best result is a P7, P6, because I think he's only scored points in 2 races so far this season. Norris is probably P4, P5, P6, somewhere around there. Again, a bit uncertain. I don't really keep track in this initial season of ours. We're in Las Vegas, and Las Vegas actually has a very funny setup as a starting point. It's kind of extreme in, well, a funny way. So this is the new one. It is kind of a difficult one because I believe you can't push tires there if I remember correctly. So it's kind of hard for us who don't have the best car currently. We, again, are running virtually the, as you can see from the car analysis, we currently have the 8th or 9th worst car because of the fact that we have damaged parts and basically because we're in kind of trouble here. So yeah, the last 2 races are not going to be fun. We might just speed them along a little bit more. P2 and Season 1 back with Lando and McLaren. That's a pretty good result, honestly. Hopefully you get 10k by the end of the year. It would be nice. It would be nice indeed. But yeah, I'll just do my best in making the content because I do enjoy this game a lot. So it's fun to make it. That's mainly why I do this, though, because I enjoy it. Okay, practice is actually going really nice. Don't really need to actually worry too much about setups. I think we can just sim it to the end here. Of course, getting a few, you know, perfect ones would be nice, but again, it's not a concern. 96 and 93, we can be happy with that. Gives us a good starting confidence point. Yeah, pit stop didn't count. Good. Let's go.
There's tension in the air.
I'm wondering if we can get Norris up to about 99 rated with a good enough car. Because driver development does scale with your car to some degree. So if we finish 6th and the board expects 4th and Norris wins every race next season, well, he's not going to be winning every race, but maybe half of them if we are good with development. I wonder how extremely he would develop. That is basically what I'm curious about. So let's see if we can find a good setup for Lando. This should be good. Might even be optimal after quali. Can't really tweak this man's setup too much. I think this is acceptable, so we'll stick with that. And we'll put on our parts here. Now, for Piastri, it's going to be running with an ERS for probably the final race here. That's not going to be worth a damn, because it will be damaged. Once the ERS hits below 40%, it starts taking a bigger performance hit, so Piastri's going to have an even worse time halfway through this race, and of course for next race. Have I tried multi-streaming to Twitch and YouTube? I don't think my internet can handle that. That's the main concern there. El Salvador. The earlier streams had a lot of problems with my bitrate being just a tad bit too high. I probably have to down the quality if I wanted to try that. What team do I support in real life Formula 1? Honestly, I'm kind of a fanboy, so I kind of jump between them. Earlier this season, I was really into seeing how well Aston would do with Alonso. Now I'm kind of into seeing how Piastri would do. So it switches around a lot. I don't really have a definite favorite, which is probably not a popular opinion. But I just enjoy seeing basically quote-unquote underdogs doing well and kind of threatening the, winners. We're not going to be seeing a lot of that this year with how dominant Verstappen and Red Bull are going to be. So Piastri potentially being able to just fight him in quali, Alonso fighting him in Monaco was great watching, and that's basically why I enjoy them, to watch F1. I do great in quali with RB, but come the race, I just get overtaken constantly, even with a good setup. At the start of the race, Rory, you're going to have to push everything you have for a couple of laps, because the AI will do that. Hello, Pocanaldo. Don't worry about it. You arrive when you arrive. It's not an issue. It's going well. We're getting very close to the end of the season. We just have 2 races to go. And, yeah. It looks very, very promising on the front. We're going to probably finish 6th, but we have kidnapped a bunch of new team members. Now, this track is very, very annoying in terms of qualifying. And the reason for this is that you will very easily be blocked here. Like, incredibly easy. Luckily, this first run looks like it's going to be clean. Hulkenberg might be a little bit in the way, but because of the corners and the fact that it is a street track that has this section in particular, here as well, if you get blocked, you're going to be losing a huge amount of lap time. And we're probably going to be seeing the difference from lap 1 to lap 2 here for Piastri and Norris in just how extreme it can be. I don't think neither of them is going to improve on this one.
Drive to the Delta.
And they didn't, so we'll have a look at the data after this, but this track is really, really bad for just holding up other drivers to the point where we could probably get a pole position here by just tactically sending out our drivers to block the opposition, so to speak, which is a bad way to say it, but it is actually kind of doable. So that is a bit of a concern here for this track. Alonso 2.8 seconds behind, yeah. Traffic here is very, very bad, and if you get caught in traffic, you are going to have a bad time.
You are currently P6.
So yeah, I think we're safe though. Piastri might not be fully safe, but we don't have really time to send the car out again, so we're just going to have to live with this. Russell will probably improve, Hamilton will probably improve. But yeah, we're safe, so it's not a big problem. But yeah, as I said, El Salvador, with multi-streaming, probably don't have the internet to do it. Safety car chances high in Vegas? Not really. What do we think Vegas will be like in real life? If it follows anything like the game does, it's probably going to be like another Monaco, just with a few more. Well, It's be like Monaco meets Baku, which is basically, you know, any other street circuit. But I think overtaking is going to be a little bit more difficult in anything that isn't a DRS zone. Honestly, really difficult. So, we'll see. But yeah, I wanted to have a look at the data view here in terms of lap history for the boys. So here we go with Norris's first lap. Green basically everything here. Did get kind of held up here, as you can see in the last sector. Lost a good, almost a full second there. That's where most of the time was lost. For Piastri, again, got held up in the last sector. Lost about a full second. So depending on when you send your cars out, well, that is Piastri in full. Depending on when the cars go out, you can definitely lose a lot of time very, very easily. Again, held up in the last sector. Held up in the last sector. They did pretty well for the other two. And again, sending them on a 2-runner here might not be the best strategy, but it should be more reliable. It's fun to drive, yeah, I agree. I just think overtaking might be a little bit difficult in real life, but we'll see when it gets there. I might be completely wrong. And honestly, I'd love to be completely wrong. I am probably a bit pessimistic when it comes to Vegas, but I'm just hoping for a good show. So what we might actually do here is do the first run immediately on fresh softs. Because the first run is probably going to be our best chance at getting, you know, a good position. We're going to do the classic here. We're going to do this. It could definitely backfire, but it's probably the best way to get confidence up before we do the final run.
Sessions should be starting now.
But yeah, I'd really like it if they just made 2 lines for quali. One line that is clean air, that is completely off the, you know, qualifying push line, and basically a qualifying push line. It would make qualifying a little bit more artificial in the terms that it would be on rails with where the cars are. But right now, with the amount of impeding that's happening, the FIA would be having, you know, the Austria track limits debacle just in qualifying in terms of, you know, impeding penalties. So I would really like to just see them change that a little bit. Have you noticed the car can't be insanely improved in just one season? I prefer this to last year's game. Yeah, they have. As I said, they've changed it. They've rebalanced it. It's pretty good. I like that. Another annoying thing is that the car that get crashed into almost always picks up the penalty. Yeah, I'm wondering if they put a like made an error in the code there where they set this so that the, you know, abused get the penalty. But you can see here just how bad the impeding can be. Piastri 3 seconds behind Norris here. So we'll see if we can actually improve it now. Piastri actually kind of getting overtaken there on the final straight. So yeah, not the best first run, honestly. But we'll see if we can get improvements here. Piastri is probably going to be out because of that impeding, kind of fighting with Alonso. But that is just how it be sometimes. So we'll do another run with fresh tires. In terms of when we want to go out, it's kind of hard to guess. This will probably be a good time. There'll be less cars on the track. And we should still get 2 runs in. Let's see if we have any improvements for the boys. P4 for Norris, that's acceptable. Piastri, no improvement. So yeah, Piastri out. It's just how it be sometimes. He's basically a full 2 seconds behind Norris. I don't think he's that slow, honestly. How do the standings look? I think Norris is 8th, and while we are 6th. Piastri has 8 points total this season, so not great, but looks like he'll be starting in the top 10, judging by the amount of penalties ahead of him. So that is good. But yeah, if we have a quick look here again for Piastri in particular, on the outlap here, on the first sector here, got impeded by a good 3 seconds. Got impeded here as well, lost compared to that. Again, this is an older tire, so it should be slower. So he definitely got impeded all over the place, unfortunately. Lost a second here, lost a few tenths here. Generally just, again, this track is just traffic paradise, as the F1 drivers would say. It's probably worse than Monaco when it comes to qualifying, honestly.
Track should be
Hello,
green.
Blasted. How are you doing today? But yeah, Rens, we are 6th. We can have a look at the standings after the race. Generally, we are looking good. I'm kind of tempted to try and drive in clean air here, because in theory it should have a negative effect on lap times. But if there's going to be guys in the way anyways, it might actually be beneficial to do that if we keep on getting stuck behind other cars. And these 3 musketeers decided to immediately come out and impede us on this first flying lap. But the second lap here should be a lot better, because everyone should be pushing, except for Hamilton. So we'll see if we can improve it. Again, 2 seconds down already, 3 seconds down. The 3 musketeers decided to cause us some pain. Did improve, but not by a lot. So we'll be doing one more run with fresh tires. Hopefully we'll be able to get a full 2 run in, and it looks like that will be doable if we get the car out immediately. So this first run is probably going to be a bit of a traffic paradox. You might actually be forced to do that just one run fly here. But they're all coming out now, so they could be good here. That we'll have one push lap, or we'll get to the back of them before they start their push lap. So in theory, this could be acceptable. So notice actually here in Q3, that's a surprise. It's a surprise for sure, but a welcome one. Yeah, so Norris improved on the first run.
That is the
up
checkered
to
flag, so we
4th.
are box to slap.
Did he only do one push? No, he's pushing right now, I think. Green sector. Is it going to be an improvement? Nah. 5th though, we'll take those for sure. Can't complain too much. We are a full second still behind the Red Bull, but again, Verstappen is just a monster. At least they got that part right in this game. So, strategy for Las Vegas is going to be kind of a crapshoot. As you can see here, doing something like soft, medium, soft, even if we go a little bit aggressive on it to, try and cut down the times, it's just going to save about 10 seconds. It's about 20 seconds quicker than this strategy, but we can also cut down time here by, going a little bit more aggressive on these 2 stints. But again, won't cut it down by too much, and that puts us into the danger zone. So, honestly, this might be another case of, well, an argument that is, for doing medium, hard potentially. I say if we can go aggressive for the full stints, how that would look. We can actually go full attack here for the final stint on the hards. We can actually go attack for this stint too. This could be pretty quick compared to the other ones. But let's see if we can balance it a little bit better. Again, this is probably not going to work for Piastri. But this could work really well for Norris, provided that we don't completely cook the tires trying to do this. So this strategy would bring us just about under 1.23 minutes. Well, 1:23 minutes, 20 seconds quicker than this one, 20 seconds quicker than this one. And again, these are aggressive strategies to begin with. This one had a standard of 1:23.29, so it'd be about 30 seconds quicker. And again, I think this would probably work for Norris, but I think we'd do something like this, where we go... I'm tempted to go hard immediately, but as you can see, Norris doesn't actually have an extra set of mediums, so it won't work for him. Piastri has 2 sets of mediums, Norris does not. So we'd have to put a soft in there somewhere to balance it out. That's going to make it a little bit more difficult for him. But we could start on the mediums, or we could start on the hards. Then go mediums, then go softs. Try and do a little bit kind of a reverse here. Could definitely work, I think. But we'll have to see just how aggressive we can go on the medium and the soft stint. We'll go aggressive just in that final stint, go aggressive on the mediums, switch it around a little bit as we go. Could probably work, but as you can see, we could bring the tires down below what is expected. Still make that work. If the hards live to, well, survive, we could also go a little bit more aggressive there towards the end. So I think if we're going to do this for Norris, we are going to do the same here for Piastri. It's a bit aggressive there with medium, medium, hard. Again, we're going to be going full attack. You probably won't be able to keep that up though with the slow smoothness. So we might have to go just something like this. It's going to cost us a little bit of time. But basically, after we pit him for every lap, we're going to go 2-3 laps with just aggressive before we go full attack. Hello, Leoko. How you doing? Yeah, this is, again, aggressive in terms of strategy, but I think it's going to be worth it. Because, again, our car for this race is 8th or 9th best, and we have Norris up in 5th. So, it is not a bad starting point.
The city of Las Vegas. We're all ready to go in Las Vegas.
I do not know WeMod, unfortunately. I don't even know what that is. I'm doing good. I'm having fun. We have 2 races left now for this season McLaren. And we are the only ones who have elected to start on the hards. So if Norris can stay with the quicker car, say for this first stint, it's actually going to be kind of massive. Now, because we're on the hards, his confidence is probably going to be hitting rock bottom pretty soon. But again, we're going to go full attack here. We're going to see if we can maintain this rate of decrease. And if we can, we are probably going to have a decent race here, potentially. Now, we already are cooking the tyres here for Piastri, so we'll tune him down to aggressive. Again, for Norris, cooking the tyres is acceptable. Again, they start to really overheat at 130. As long as you keep it about 10 degrees lower, you're usually fine. So, if it goes 122, 123 above there, for Norris, we're going to be worried, but 120 like this, 121, is still okay. We are going to be tuning down DRS usage though, ERS, not DRS, ERS usage though, before we kind of lose out. And as you see, Norris is losing the toe to Alonso, which again isn't surprising. Our car is not great for this track. But if we can keep Stroll behind us and kind of use Stroll and De Vries here, mainly as kind of slow buttons for the rest of the grid, that's going to be amazing. Can you see what it is, please? Give me a second. Mod is modding application. Okay. So it's basically like mods for games, all in one place or something like that. I guess it's typically a color race, yeah. Norris is looking like he'll be fine. Piastri is actually running a little bit above the expected here, but again, this is with attack. He's running aggressive, so it's going to be a bit slower than we thought. 4 laps in, Norris is probably going to get left a little bit behind here, but again, De Vries is doing a massive job being a bit of a roadblock here, which is going to help Norris secure potentially 6th here. Mainly for cheats, okay. Yeah, that explains why I don't know what it is. Oh, whoops. Thank you, Swin. Yeah, Vegas could be a colder race here, but considering that it's in the desert, I guess they're doing this at night. Yeah, they're doing it at 10 in the evening. As you can see, the track temperature is below 10 degrees, so pushing air should definitely work with that in mind. We are going to tune down fuel usage at this point, though. And as you see, Norris is still with Stroll. I think we'll take that as kind of a win. Piastri is running with Hamilton. As long as he is with Hamilton, we'll keep him as he is. We can tune him, as said, to attack a little bit later on in the race. But right now, he is doing a very, very good job. Safety car
is out of the race.
with Verstappen out of the race.
On the main straight.
Okay, that looked kind of scary. I was very worried there that Norris was just going to go and hug him.
That's Max Verstappen.
Don't worry,
Now
Leoko.
we're watching Max Verstappen here. The car makes contact.
I guess
and
the
that-
idea there is that he slid with the wall. Now, the safety car is going to be
Okay, safety car deployed, safety car
negative
deployed.
for us. It's not going to be a good thing. Now, I think everyone could
Just
potentially
drive on
pit
that
onto
delta.
hards and potentially make it to the end. Yeah, everyone is
We can
pitting,
bring the
but
tyre in.
we're just going to stay out, honestly. And they are pitting to the hard, so I assume that they're going to be, you know, staying on that tire for an extended period of time. But we'll just still do aggressive, so it's fine. Honestly, we should probably jump into the pits with them. But we now have a pretty interesting position here, running 1-2. We could have Piastri play the hero with always defend. So yeah, we're gonna kind of have Piastri slow him down a little bit. To be fair though, we should probably allow Piastri to go and have Norris play the hero because he's on the worst tire. So yeah, this could be a little bit interesting. Would be interesting for sure. It's a pretty long safety car though, which is again going to help us out a little bit with maintaining the tires. Can go full aggressive, can go push for basically the rest of the race. And here we go.
Safety car is in this lap.
Safety car is coming in.
And for the restart, it will just be recharge.
And unfortunately, Piastri already loses out to a couple of cars. They are on fresher tires, so not too big of a surprise. He is going to be fighting back though. But it is what it is. And again, it should be okay because we'll have a lot of free air when we pit. And if there's another safety car, we could still benefit from it. Can you keep on aggressive and ignore tire temps for a stint now? It depends on how high your tire temps are going to go. As a general rule of thumb, from what I've seen, you can go and have a look at your tire temps like this, informational. This is you severely overheating your tires. As long as you stay 10 degrees below, around there, you're usually fine. Higher smoothness will allow you to kind of, you know, ignore more temperature, interestingly enough. So it will depend on a few things.
Debbie on the main straight.
Paris crashed. Is this going to be the fairy tale story? Where Red Bull Ferrari has to take themselves out? Okay. It's going to keep going though. So yeah, you can actually do a bit of aggressive strategies on certain maps, certain tracks. Help. The robot is back. Okay, we'll pause for a little bit then. I don't know exactly what is causing this, which is a bit of a concern. Don't know how to upgrade my parts, like what is better for what and when. That's kind of hard to say. Depends on your current situation, what you have already upgraded. In terms of what you should upgrade, so it's kind of a hard question to answer at this stage, at this point. Generally though, you want to kind of upgrade everything kind of evenly. Every part kind of has its purpose this season. I don't know why I keep on calling this game this season. Piastri has reached the point that we expected, where he'll get some minor ERS damage. This is going to slow him down a little bit. But it's just 2 races left this season. He's just going to have to deal with it. So for now, we're actually going to keep Piastri out a little bit longer. Same for Norris. We're going to be keeping them out as long as they are basically within the DRS strain of the car in front. In this case, Piastri is already kind of let go. So I'm thinking we are going to be pitting Piastri now. It's probably going to be a bit bad for him because we are kind of putting him into, you know, cars that already have pitted. And it's a very long pit lane. So with that in mind, actually we should have pitted on the safety car for sure. That's on me. We'll be waiting one more lap before we pit him. It's a seasonal game launch now? Yeah. Played a little bit of Diablo before this game came out as well, so that's why it's a seasonal thing sticking with me. We are going to be going over the cost cap this season, Callum, for sure. So it's just a matter of time. Yeah, Norris is still keeping up with Leclerc on what is, well, worse tires. Piastri is going to come out pretty far in the back here. Again, the pit lane is rather long. And, yeah, we'll have to see if we can catch up to the back. Maybe get a lucky safety car. As I said, probably should have pitted under the previous safety car. So we'll have to see. We might keep Norris out for a longer time here. Just to see if we can get, you know, a bit of benefit there from a potential future safety car. Pit window has been entered. We'll see if we can, as I said, make something out of it. But for now, I don't know. Now, Piastri, in terms of lap times, he hasn't ran a proper outlap yet. We need to do one more. And then we'll see where we're at in terms of catching up with the other teams. $141.1. So he's not running too bad. He's basically almost quickest except for Gasly and Tsunoda. Ocon. So it's not bad. He should be catching up to the back of the grid again, and then we can try and work him back up into the points. Now Norris is actually extending the lead here to Alonso with Leclerc. So again, if we need to, we're just going to keep it out to about 30%. If we aren't losing to the cars behind. Take a bit of advantage of Leclerc to give us a little bit more tire to work with once we actually pit. That will also allow us to run the last distance here aggressive. So as long as we have that DRS to Leclerc, we're just not going to pit. I say as we lose it. Okay, yeah, we're going to be pitting at the end of this following lap, I think. Which is going to put us really far back the grid. Basically close to the back, and we'll have a hard time overtaking, so definitely made a mistake. I probably should have just pitted on the safety car with everyone else, which is, again, a mistake on my part, but that is racing games for you. Sometimes you just can't help it. The Norris actually comes out in 10th here, in a pretty good window, honestly. He has a bit of free air there ahead of him, so this pit stop worked out way better than I anticipated. And this should also, because we extended a little bit, allow us to go a little bit more aggressive on the run plan. So this could work out. Of course, if we get a safety car now, it might backfire horribly. So we'll see what we can do with this. And the Reese is actually causing us a little bit of pain here. If we end up pulling the Reese alongside with us, that would actually be kind of funny. Started and Piastri having a little bit of a scuffle. It is what it is. Can't really do anything about it. We are getting very close to cars in front, and in terms of the pit stop, we're getting there. This is looking good. Struggling so much season 1, but now season 2 I'm challenging Alpine more and more. What is McLaren's budget? I assume you mean budget. They have a pretty good one, I think. The cost cap is the same for everyone, but they should be pretty decent. We're going to give Norris a little bit of deploy here so he can get past the other Merc, pull a little bit away. And this is when the problems begin, because now we have a huge DRS train that we're going to try and have to navigate here and get our way through without losing as little time as possible. So we're going to deploy all of our energy. We're going to push fuel, we're going to push tires, we're going to push everything here to try and just get through as quickly as possible. And once we're through this train, then we might turn down the tires a little bit again. Because right now it looks like we are efficiently maneuvering this train. So it's looking good. Tsunoda is still running 5th, which is huge for AlphaTauri here. He might, though, be a bit of a roadblock in our fight against Sainz there to get by him. Now, Stroll does pit. That is actually good news for us. But I believe he was one of the few that were running mediums. So, super good news, it's not. But it is decent news. Yeah, 25 million at the start. Merc are underpowered and should be better. I haven't had a look into Mercedes, so I don't really know. I know that a lot of Merc players are having problems getting up to snuff, so to speak, and that does make the game a little bit more challenging for them. So potentially they could be a little bit under-tuned, but it'll probably depend on who you ask. We have run these mediums to the ground, so we should get Piastri in as well. Again, been focusing a little bit too much on Norris in this race. Piastri is kind of getting punished as a result of that, but I don't expect him to be in the points for this race, unfortunately. Been watching the speedrun for tips to get better at the game. Thank you for keeping those. You're welcome. Don't worry about it. I enjoy making videos like that, so no problem at all. I'm glad you enjoy. Just one with Merc around Monaco in my first season. Congrats, Junaro. That is a really good result for Merc, honestly. Particularly that early in the season. You're doing well. And we are looking good now. We are just behind Alonso. Alonso is pitting. They have gone on to softs, which we will do too down the line. What we basically are going to hope for here is Ocon being the MVP and kind of blocking Leclerc just a tad, because we'll be going for a few more laps here. But that safety car did kind of put us in a negative situation for Norris. But again, we are running a car that is really, really slow compared to the others around us. So it's not a huge surprise that we are kind of struggling here. Yeah, Piastri isn't doing too well for me either, in all honesty. So that doesn't come as a big surprise. Once again, we're going to take advantage of the Ferrari. The Ferrari is going to overtake us. There's just no way around it. And if we can, we're going to try and get DRS off Leclerc for a lap. And after that, we're probably going to end up pitting here now. Where we're going to come out is going to be a bit of a mystery, but probably not going to be great. And then the question will be, can we make our way back up? Ocon, Russell, and Hamilton, we're probably going to get for sure. Tsunoda as well. We'll have to see how we do with the rest of the crew here. We actually do come out ahead of Gasly, just behind Tsunoda, get ourselves a little bit of free air again. So it's looking good from that perspective. Started with Williams, and just honestly struggling drivers do tend to crash a lot. Do you have any advice? If your drivers are crashing a lot, and that is ruining your budget before you get your car upgraded, there are two settings that you can toggle under your driver menu in the tactics here. You can of course tell them to go for less overtake aggression, which means that they won't overtake as much, but risk of lockups, spins, and basic collisions go down. Same here with rarely defend, risk of lockups and collisions go down. And if you want to, you know, lessen risk even more, if you're not going to be getting the points, you could save your powertrain wear and temperature by running clean air and high risk curbs avoidance. So you have some options on basically how to minimize risk. But at the same time, with Williams, particularly with Sargent, you're not going to have a particularly good time. You're going to have a bit of a struggle to start off with for sure. But yeah, as you develop, you should be getting into better territory. We did kind of forget about Piastri again. Need to save him back a little bit more fuel. But yeah, Piastri is running even worse components than Norris, so we are not having a good time here. But that's fine. Don't worry, Rad. Rad MCV. Just if there's any other questions, feel free to ask them. I don't mind answering them. Okay, so Norris is getting overtaken, which means that until we get these tires out of temperature, while the AI could also be, you know, aggressively attacking, we are going to have a bad time. Again, we should be able to get 6th here. I don't think Ocon and Russell are going to be able to keep those hards alive for 10 more laps. So that looks promising. And we are already above where we want to be with these, so we'll just go full attack to the end. Who would you recommend to do as I assume that is Return to Glory? McLaren is probably a good choice for Return to Glory save. Williams, again, would probably be an even better choice. Other than that, you could try and, you know, do Renault. But it'll depend on what you want to do, honestly. There we go. Doing Mercedes, like I say, it's pretty difficult the first season. Yeah, Mercedes seems to like have a difficult starting point. I think they took the game devs took the zero pod concept and just forced it down Merck's throat, and they're kind of suffering because of it. So yeah, you are going to have a bit of a harder time there, particularly early in the season. Okay. Norris up to 5th now. We are 4 seconds behind Alonso. We have better tyres. So potentially, yeah, podium. Which would be kind of mad. 4 seconds, 5 laps. Can we do it? Honestly, it's going to be difficult. I think Alonso is going to be quick enough that he will be able to maintain that gap. Maybe not though. We are catching him pretty quickly. This could be interesting. Who would I recommend as a new reserve driver from F2 or F3? Because I want a new reserve. Porsche. Yeah, I agree with Bugmasters. Porsche for sure. Do a Ferrari Return to Glory? Ferrari isn't that bad in this game, so it wouldn't really be a return. It would be a return to glory in some essence of the word, but at the same time, they aren't doing as badly as people are, you know, insinuating they are. We did catch a full second on Alonso that last lap, so potentially, yeah, Alonso is going to be a fight for podium. Get them back to championships, yeah. There are some options of what you can do with the return to glory save. Again, we're kind of leaving Piastri just out there running his own little thing, but he is in kind of gaps where we can't really help him. So it's kind of insane just how different these two drivers are right now. What game is better to manage? I think this game is better in terms of management, rather than if you want to compare 22 to 23, because it's more than one approach here on how you want to design your car. You can make parts that are actually specialized for races this year. So in terms of management game, strategy game, this is probably a better one. The AI is also a little bit better. Which I'll bear originally. Well, why not both? Well, Porsche is probably the better choice. Behrman isn't bad by any means of the imagination. As you see now, Alonso's actually started pushing, so we're going to have a hard time catching up here. We need to get within DRS within a lap or so if we want to have any chance here, so we're just going to be pushing everything. It's going to give Sainz an opportunity to attack us, and as you can see, we just aren't going to be able to catch
It's just a little bit more Lyco.
Catch Alonso here, I think. It's just a tad too much here. Now, we're going to wait with the ERS until we get to the straight here, because if we can have ERS for the last few straights, we should be kind of safer in 4th position. 4th is still good, and considering that we are very, very close to the podium place as well, I think we can be happy. I should have put Norris on always defend a little bit earlier, but this is acceptable. 4th place would have been 6th if the Red Bulls were in the race, but we are 5.5 seconds away from 2nd, and just 15 seconds off the lead, so I think we'll take that.
What a remarkable drive by Lando Norris.
This game is better than 22 and everything. Yeah, I think I'd agree with that. Want to replace Stroll in my Aston carrier, but he is good in this game, yeah. Josh, basically Porsche does not want a long contract, and they haven't added anything for drivers refusing longer contracts than, oh, I'm retiring. Try and give him a bit of a shorter contract in terms of seasons, and you should have no problem getting him. I've not tried the maximum graphical preset mod. If you're thinking graphic settings, we could probably tune it up, but I think my OBS would come over and kill me, so I'm not going to do that. 4th place for Norris is huge for us, though, let's be honest. Bit of a shame for Piastri, but we should have put him under safety car, to be honest. Norris made it work because he came out in a better position, and of course because he's quicker. With that, Stroll moves... Sorry, Stroll. I saw this and immediately went Stroll. Norris moves up to 7th. No chance of catching Stroll, though. This is the best we can finish for Norris. Piastri is still 15th, but Tsunoda overtakes him after that. The stunning performance of AlphaTauri. That actually moves AlphaTauri ahead of Williams with all the points they've scored. I believe he even got fastest lap here. No, he didn't. Okay, Tsunoda just had a point from earlier. That makes more sense then. Overheating tires does do both. They mean that you get higher tire wear, it reduces your lap time, but attack more than makes up for it, meaning that you have something that reduces your lap time, but attack is quicker than the reduction from, you know, the loss of the overheating, basically. So overheating does have its negatives, but basically if you run a high enough attack mode, it kind of cancels it out. Once again, we are top of the pit stop tables. This one should basically be done from that regard. Have I seen the Women's World Cup? No. I know that from the news that New Zealand, I believe it is, had a bit of an upset. So, looks like it's kind of interesting this year. Yeah, Adam, that is a good idea. Use the older compounds or the lowest durability ones in practice. Well, I'm pretty sure we just broke Call Scamp with this month. We'll see, though, where we're at. Red Wing research complete? Are we allowed to start a new one? We are. We can actually sneak in one more research here, and we're of course going to do that, because why wouldn't we? High speed is going to be the one most affected, so we'll focus that a little bit. Something like this should be good. We could of course also add in, say... Oh, my game had a little bit of a stroke there. We could of course add in something like DRS effectiveness for next year. It's going to be probably worth it, honestly. Let's say that we do something like this. DRS effectiveness as well. And we'll put one engineer on it, because I believe we need to get it done by... Oh, nope. We're not allowed to. We have been blocked. The cost cap has been reached. So, yeah. We weren't allowed to do any more research, unfortunately. That's the cost cap. We have remaining money, but apparently because we're going over, if we're going to buy anything, it won't let us. So, yeah. We have a couple of parts failing here for car 1, which is Piastris. We'll just replace them. And with just one race to go here, I think we are pretty much good, honestly. I think. Again, we're getting warnings every now and again about problems. More sponsorship obligations. Yeah, we're going to deny that. We're not going to pick up anything sponsor related, because it's just going to be expensive. England playing Nigeria. Okay. Are they playing now? Been to 5 World Cup games so far, been amazing. Honestly, I don't doubt that the like being there is gonna be amazing. But yeah, I have become older and football has become less and less of a hobby of mine, so just don't really have the interest for it. Lockups are so deadly on tires. Yeah, lockup spins actually do have an effect on tires now. Last game it didn't really, so it's actually pretty good. Okay, we've just encountered a catastrophic fault with the wind tunnel. It has to be sure by leaders to result with irregularities or a race before. I understand your decision was investigated at the time, and there was a good chance of nothing at all. For now, though, the wind tunnel will have to be shut down. All current car park design projects will be paused. Okay. We don't have any design projects, so that is actually not a problem. We have 2 research projects, so I think they should not be affected, I hope. But basically, if you, for those of you who don't know, we had a event before this one, which I believe we can actually see if we look here. So yeah, we had a bit of a problem, irregularities with the wind tunnel. We elected to, you know, don't investigate it, leave it as it is. And we did hit with it here with the chance of project worsening, which means that basically the shutdown is going to be longer and it's going to cost more money. So I'll probably just approve of these when they pop up, unless you desperately need a piece for a race. So we'll have to approve it. We don't really have a choice. How is it going in F2 and F3? We can have a quick look, honestly. There's nothing that stops us from doing that. F2, we have MP Motorsport, Art Grand Prix, and Invicta. Prima and Dams at top 5. Pusher is unsurprisingly in the lead, 78 overall so far. Daruvula, 2nd, 2 and 3rd. Then we have Ivasa and Hauger, Vesti 6th, and Maloney 7th. So if you have any drives in particular that you're interested in, let me know. Okay, so it's in 5 days, I see. In F3, the constructors, Prima, Trident Art, and High Tech Pulse. Beganovic, Aaron, Getha, Mini, and Saucy, top 5. And I know that a lot of people are curious, so Flourish. I'm probably butchering a name again. It is basically tradition at this point. It's 18th with 40 points. Alright, we are going to head to Abu Dhabi, and then we'll be done with the season. And I think we'll be setting up for next season as well, while we're at it.
The season draws to a close here with the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix.
Yeah, we are locked in 6th. The only thing is Lando might fall down the order if we have a bad performance here. But I wouldn't be too concerned about that. I think we're still good. Now, honestly, we could have probably made it to the end on these engines here. So we probably didn't need to invest in buy this one. But at the same time, we would probably have needed to, honestly. We would have had a bad few races here if we didn't. So in terms of value, maybe not worth it, but it did make our life a little bit easier. Didn't I just break the cost cap by approving in the investigation? Thanos, the cost cap is already broken. It's just a question of by how much at this point, honestly. Is hiring F2, F3 drivers worth it? Pusher could definitely be worth it for you. Again, basically get them as a reserve, use them in practice 1 to kind of level them up, train them, and then you can, promote them to your car. If you have time, can you look at your car for next season after? Yeah, we'll be finishing Abu Dhabi, and then we'll have a look at how the research has affected our car for next season. And we're probably going to do a development. We'll be switching up the strategy a little bit for season 2, as I said earlier. And we'll see how that goes. Got an event with sponsor, yeah. You do get events where you can sponsor, I think it's mainly just F3 drivers, but they'll have get and development boosts as a result. Hello Lana, how you doing? I'm doing good. Curious about the F2, F3 drives will affect the game this year. With improved development, it could be a big factor, yeah. I think we'll see as we get more into it. I have 200,000 left, technically, of this month's. Basically, it tells me that I have 200,000 left. That is the current situation that I have right now. At the end of the season, we are going to still have a month worth of, facilities, paychecks, things like that when we need to pay out, and that is definitely going to bring us over the cost cap. How high above the cost cap we're going to go, though, is kind of a different question. Because, well, I don't know at this stage. And it might actually be less than expected, unfortunately. Because I did kind of want to try and break it hard to just see what the punishment was. So we might check that out in, a different setting. That should be it for the setup. We are using good parts, and we'll just sim through the Abu Dhabi practice here. Yeah, I'd say for chairs worth the money. But again, as you can see, what I really would like to see for as a quality of life update. Wow, they really changed a lot here. Sorry. What I would like to see from this game as more of a quality of life update is basically a couple of changes to how the cost cap, not the cost cap, but how the AI handles parts mainly. Because right now they aren't very good at it. Again, we're just kind of doing a setting here that will hopefully bring us closer to... Let's do something like that. Changing to how the AI handles components. Because they will still run very damaged components in races, and that will definitely hamper their race pace. But it seems like they've lessened the impact that running damaged components has this year. That's probably a band-aid, unfortunately, but that's how it is. My favorite track? That's a good question, honestly. I'm actually gonna need to think about that one, honestly. I'm whole season, how did I find the game? A decent upgrade to 22. I'm enjoying it a lot. Is breaking the cost cap easy this game? It is. They've rebalanced the cost of developing your car. It's much more expensive now. You start with 4 slots. You can basically go full on, designing your car from the get-go. You can probably break your cost cap halfway through the season if you really go in for it and have the money in the bank. So it is a lot easier this season to just kind of full send it and break the cap. So with that in mind, it's definitely, as I said, tad easy this season to put yourself into a cost cap problem potentially. I'm 7 million from exceeding cost cap, and it's only Singapore. Yeah, Snippet, you're gonna be you're coming with me to cost cap jail. I did Piastri dirty and replaced him with Pucher before race 1. I see you feel bad about it, Nutkins. I think you're fine.
Welcome everyone.
You get a development point per practice 1 for the reserve drivers, so you put them in for all 23 races. That's a lot of points. Yeah. Just finished season 1 with Aston, won 11 races. Verstappen won the other 12. Basically what you kind of expect there, Lana. I think that's a good learning experience though, running a game like that with Aston. So essentially, like last year, after a couple of seasons, you become Red Bull. what features I want to add onto the next installment. My team would be a very nice addition. But again, I would just like to see a rework of the sponsorships. Because right now they are just penalties. That's the way they work. They aren't really there to help your team. They are a band-aid at the current stage. They're basically there to create some variables that make the game feel kind of not as boring. Because again, the sponsorships are just lowest control. It's just there to make drivers crash more. Basically, that's all it's there for. You barely get paid for it. Like for instance, Tsunoda and AlphaTauri will have a sponsorship that gives 400,000 over a year. And for 5 races that year, it'll lower his control rating by 20, meaning he's going to be probably binning it into a wall. And immediately that's going to cost you more than you get from the sponsorship. And there's a lot of them like that has negative effects that don't really pay you anything and that you're forced to have to just for the game to kind of make it, you know, seem like, oh, you are, you know, handling things good, bad, you know, mediocre. So it's a bit of a tough one, honestly, but I'd just like to see a rework on how that system works, personally. And I think that would be a good start. Secondly is, of course, the AI using a lot of damaged parts for races and just in general. They're not very good at managing their powertrains. That would also be a very good quality of life change. My stream is bad delayed. It's just me being very slow to catch up with Chat Blaster when I'm doing things and also explaining something on the other end. So it's probably a combination of both, but I'll hop on YouTube here and have a look and see just how delayed it is. Let me see here. Let's jump back to the screen and see how long it takes on the stream before it switches over. It's about... yeah, it's actually pretty badly delayed right now. About 10 seconds maybe. So, yeah, it'll take about 10 seconds before I can respond to you, unfortunately. I don't know why, because I've set the delay to minimum. So I guess my internet is kind of slowing down the stream at this stage to the point where it has become a bit of a problem. But, yeah, again, it's just me being a bit scatterbrained and trying to do 2 things at once and failing at both of them. But yeah, having your own team would be good. A lot of people are really hoping for that feature, which isn't that surprising. It makes games a lot more fun when you can kind of make your own team, work from there. But then again, people enjoy different things, so what I want, what others want could be very, very different. Would I say research or development is better? They both have very clearly defined roles in this game. Design is the best way to just generally raise your car performance, because no matter how you put your sliders for design, the expertise will be going up equally across all aspects of the part. For research, you'll be able to focus sliders and you'll get more expertise where you focus your sliders. But again, research in this game is basically there to lower the effect of, well, regulation changes, try and nullify them, because since expertise rises pretty much equally across the board for a part, as long as you nullify the expertise loss from, you know, having losses from the regulation changes, as long as you nullify those losses with research, you're basically going to always have pretty decent progress for every single one of your parts. So again, research is mainly for regulation changes. Could be made a case that it's good to do when you reach certain points in your season, like when you have 40-30 million left in the cost cap. Maybe switch your focus over to research to get the most out of next year's car. Try and figure out where your car is lacking behind in terms of the parts expertise, and generally just make decisions like that. It's kind of hard to explain, and I will be making a video where I go a little bit more in depth on it in the future. But generally, a good rule of thumb is just like if you want to improve your car, use design. But if you want to, but once regulation changes hit, try and avoid really making designs that are going to be hit with them, and focus on research until you can cancel it out. First leading out with Norris in Sao Paulo, fighting for 3rd place. Red flagged before pitting. Seems like you're having a bit of an interesting one there. Could be a huge one for sure. No problem, K-Muff. Yeah, if you really get into it, then suddenly it'll be morning before you know. Yeah, Norris should be safe, I think. Yeah, Norris should be safe, but Piastri's kind of in danger here, so we're going to have to do another run for him. Get him set up, and maybe we'll get 2 runs in here. We'll see. They'll be close. Maybe a tad too close there. Yeah. No, it should be... Yeah, it should be fine. He'll get 2 runs in. 2 flying laps back to back. So he'll get potentially the best chance that he has here to get a result. But there's going to be a lot of cars in the way. So this could also be very, very bad.
Okay, that's the checkered
Currently
flag, checkered
16th. Okay, so Magnussen being a little bit of a roadblock. Let's see if we actually have an improvement here for Piastri. Or if he's going to have a sad end to the season. No improvement. Might say William Dunn from West Car Top 5 in Singapore. Well, they have changed Singapore so that there's, instead of that, basically bathtub corner where you go down, straight, up again, it's just now one straight. So Singapore is less cornering now and more DRS at some points. And with Williams having high speed to begin with, you can see how they basically benefited from that. Bit of a shame that Piastri's out in Q1. That actually hurts me. Now I forgot to do this, so I'll just do it before we send him out. For some reason, it bugs out and we'll just do 1 flying lap if you don't do that between sessions, which is kind of silly. Yeah, shout out to his family. For those of you, I know that some of you probably watch Rocket Power Mohawk. Dude's kind of funny. I really want to see him play this game. I want to see him try his hand at this game and see how that goes. I think that would be entertaining. I was going to take Bono, but he's too loyal to Merc. You kidnapping Bono? To be fair though, I'd say race engineers in this game aren't super important. I'd probably focus on the other staff members before nabbing a race engineer, personally. Okay, we have red flag here. Now red flag is actually negative. It's Russell. That's a rear wing gone. You can actually see a hole in it here. And he almost took us out as well. Okay, so we're going to be doing probably runs immediately, honestly. Just get them done. Just get the gamble done here. No Mitko, except for Vishal as a reserve, we're not going to be changing Piastri or Norris out. Took Bono for like 4 million? Yeah. Now Russell might actually be through even with the damage, and if it's just a rear wing he'll probably be back, but if it's the gearbox he's going to be sad. And we're not really improving here, which is not good. Yeah, I think we might be out. Because our car is, again, very slow here now. So, if we are cheeky here, we'll get 1 run in. It's going to cost us a soft set of tires, though. A run on them. So, we are going to take manual control. Never mind, I need to do this again, because I forgot to put in the cooldown lap. But yeah, we are going to be taking manual control on Norris, because that is the only way we're going to be able to get there in time. And even then, it's going to be really close. So, give me control. Full attack here. We're going to go balance on fuel, neutral on ERS. And we are going to try and push and see if we can get there in time. I don't think we will, which is the problem here. We'll probably have to push fuel there too. Deploy that ERS. Go on, Norris. You have 15 seconds. Oh, he'll just barely make it, I think. Yep.
Okay, that
We're
is the
doing a
checkered
final flying lap. That was on the dot, basically. F1 minus 23 too often. Yeah. They can get pretty bad here. 2 red flags and 3 safety cars in just a sprint. Yeah, basically you had a safety car adventure, not a sprint. Okay, so we could not really improve at all. So again, car is pretty bad now. But again, we haven't really been buying upgrades. And again, next season it's going to be a bit interesting in terms of how the car is going to behave.
Race day has arrived.
Race day has indeed arrived. And with that in mind, let's try and see if we get a bit of a better result here. 9th and 16th due to penalties. Gonna lose probably a little bit of money due to the guarantees, but that's fine. And because tire degradation is pretty bad here, we can't really do any super cheeky strategies. We can go full attack and like this. That's probably the best strategy that we have. If we were to do something with the softs here, could potentially make something like this work, but it would be quicker to do the other one. So we'll see. We'll start with this one, and if it doesn't pay off, we'll switch. This one we can't really go much aggressive because we're already at the edge of the tires. And again, this is probably the quickest we're gonna be. And we'll be putting Piastri on the same strategy. He'll have a little bit of wiggle room here on the hard stint. But again, we are trying to just do aggressive strategies because they seem to be working pretty well right now. Has almost got a podium in Mexico. Damn. Has do seem to be pretty good in most people's games though, so I guess I shouldn't be surprised. Has to be surprising.
Only 58 laps stand. Anything could happen. It's the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix.
That's not wrong. There is usually a lot of safety cars here.
And away we go.
Okay, so acceptable start. It's actually Hamilton here on the hards already, so he's doing what we did earlier. So that could get interesting. We do need to kind of get by him quickly though, because we want to detach him from the rest of us as quickly as possible. Did we have a bit of an incident there with the gaps being created? Maybe. Yeah, as you can see, we do want to run this one on standard, and we will switch over now that we have, you know, reached the operative temperature. We're going to be cooking these tires a little bit, just slightly now, that's fine. But we need to, as I said, just run them on standard. I want to take over Haas, but I don't want to curse the good runs. Unless he's get Alfa Romeo got a 1-2 monster in Season 1. I was stunned by that one. I'd be surprised too, honestly. That sounds insane. How are you guys so far in your Karimos? I'm only in Canada. It's basically just playtime, Sarah. The more you play, the further you get along, and if you play it at 16x, it's going to go pretty quick. So, again, don't feel too worried. Play at your own pace. Don't start working until September, so I just sweat the game. When I do practice room my mood a bit, it's very boring. You can sim practice, Sarah. If you go to a website, it's called f1setup.it. You can basically get calculations for... You can basically get a preset for your practice, and then calculations on what would be your best practice setup. Which will basically automate it, allowing you to sim them if you find them very boring. So, of course, you can just sim them randomly if you don't feel like using external tools. But there are tools out there for the game that will make, especially practice, a lot more bearable. I'm in Abu Dhabi, but I've been working Monday to Friday. Have you been just enjoying the game then? Well, to be fair, I've been enjoying the game a lot, so I don't really have the right to point out anyone else playing the game a lot. Let's be honest. If any fingers should be pointed at, it probably should be pointed at me. Yeah, we'll have to see what we do. In terms of me, I'm going to be going back to work next week, so Maybe a little bit less in terms of videos and streaming, but well, I'll try and get some done this week. Okay, we shall tune down the fuel here so we don't use everything. But so far, it's looking kind of good. Again, we'll be doing full attack once we get onto the hards. Degradation-wise, Piastri is a little bit of a concern. It's a little bit below what we expect, but he should still be able to get here by 30%. So I think we're still good. Yeah, I'm also really enjoying it, honestly. Imagine if this was what they had last year when they released the game. I think a lot of people would be a lot more merciful to, you know, the game's faults if it was. So yeah. Again, if they... I think what's going to happen next year is basically we're going to get a sponsorship rework. We're going to get actual components usage from the AI. It's going to be somewhat, you know, makes sense. They're going to be switching them out as they get damaged. And we're maybe going to get my team. I'm going to be already betting on those being the 3 big new features, so to speak, for next year's game. If you got pedestrian traffic, it's worth just putting your standard. Well, if you can keep up with the cars in front, you can, but basically it's just temperature. Piastri has worse smoothness, so the higher the temperature of the tires, the worse time it's going to have. But yeah, for Piastri, we're just going to run it standard because that is what we expect. But even then, he has less, he has more tire deg than we are expecting. Norris here is actually good. We can actually tune him a little bit up towards aggressive. So it depends. Smoothness seems to be, as I said, a very important stat this year. Only have the game for 2 days and I have 20 hours. Need some driver relations added? Yeah, that would be nice too, honestly. Driver relations, I'd like to actually see a confidence rework already. Because, again, this system is an improvement from what we've had. But it's just a little bit too fluctuating. The fact that it doesn't carry over from quali to the race itself is kind of meh. If you get a red flag, the confidence for the race will reset, things like that. I'd like to see it to be a little bit more stable of a system rather than what it is right now, where it's kind of haphazard to some degree. The only thing I wish for is damn aggressive steering to be fixed. Yeah, the 90-degree turns out on, you know, pit entry and exit is kind of jarring, but also the wiggling back and forth when they race next to each other. Tips on car development, I do have a video on that, Reeves, but generally there are 2 ways to do car development. You either do standard for every design and keep your slots occupied as much as possible, or you do a what I did for my AlphaTauri speedrun, which is to intense designs for your first season to basically boost your expertise, which is the hidden stat that decides how good your parts are. It's going to be more, it's going to cost you more, but in general, it'll boost your expertise a little bit higher than if you did standard. Of course, it'll depend on if you have money, and of course, it's going to cost you, as I said, a bit more money. You could, the money that you would save from using standard, you can put it in safe facilities, but again, standard is more efficient. Intense is going to get you there quicker by costing 3 times as much. Basically, it's that 1 point time multiplier for 3 times the price. So it'll depend on what you know, want to focus on. But there are a bunch of different ways you can do car development in this game. You can do standard for everything. You can do intense for your first 6 projects in each part. You can make specialized parts. You have a lot of options. And Gasly has done some shenanigans here.
Are you okay?
And we've had a crash on track.
Gasly has taken my suspension. Yeah, Piastri does need a buff. Okay, I don't know if that was actually Norris' fault though, so that explains why Gasly got the penalty. Should probably go attacker on these tires though, before I forget, for Piastri, because they are cold. Now, we were going to pit anyway, so it isn't a huge, you know, loss of time. But it's still annoying that we got damage to the suspension. It's final race, so it doesn't really matter. But it's still not... it is still not great. So, let's put it like that. Now Ocon has pitted, Magnussen has pitted, so yeah, we did lose actually a ton of time from that perspective.
Just had a snap.
And Piastri decided
okay.
he wanted to be part of the party.
Let's see what happened there. Look at the McLaren driver here. Whoa, and there it goes. And once it started, they were pretty powerless to do anything.
Yeah, I agree with you, Jack. Got that first season podium for Norris. Feel like a child again the whole last 20 laps. Nicely done, Sebastian. How do I improve my pit crew? Because my pit crew is ass and I get 2.5 second pit stop all the time. Generally, send your pit crew to the gym in your season calendar. You can actually put up a video guide on that today. Basically everything you need to know about your pit crew and how to improve them. You can basically get your pit stop down to about 1.8 seconds at maximum. So you can have a look at that. But in general, you just send your pit crew to the gym until they reach the cap on pit stop time. That reminds me, I forgot to put that on. Thank you for reminding me about the battle assist. So personally, I think the ERS battle assist is worth it. In theory, it allows your drivers to manually use ERS as they need it for overtaking and defending. So it should be good. Like the ERS battle assist, as far as I've seen, is doing its job as intended. It might be a bit weaker and might not work properly on some tracks, but generally I'd say it's a decent thing to toggle. Crafty excited there? Yeah, I would imagine that. Thank you, Ollie. I'm glad you enjoyed that guide. I was planning to make it a little bit more nicer looking, but my editing skills aren't very good, and neither is my creativity, unfortunately, which is why most of my videos just end up being basically a wall of audio with a little bit of guidance. So I'm glad you're getting something out of it. Hello, Athletic. How you doing? Yeah, so Norris is running 10th. We're running over what is expected. Again, Piastri is burning the tires quicker than Norris, way quicker. But again, this is a smoothness issue, so we're just going to have to tune him down a little bit. Norris, though, should be fine still. Hamilton's running old hards. He is running just a little bit quicker than us. But I still think that we're fine, yeah, honestly. Aston Merc, it should be quicker than us. We gained about 7/10 that lap though, so we're not doing too bad. You know if you want to buy the game? Did you enjoy 22? I really should just make a video that is, should you buy F1 Manager 23, where basically that I can just direct people to. Honestly, they made it a lot more difficult this game, Athletic. They rebalanced, but you know, design, research, and generally car development. It's a lot more complex. You can actually make specialized parts. One, the AI will kind of fight you. They will change their strategies to, you know, fight you. They will use their tires. They'll use the fuel. They use their energy as they have it available. And generally, they will be a bit more aggressive in how they handle things. And I actually forgot to turn off top up, so we've actually been running gimped this entire race, and still we're in 8th. Hello from Brazil. Well, greetings from Norway.
Something seems wrong.
Yep,
Yeah, Piastri, your ERS is not having a good time. Yeah. Last year was super easy. This one is a bit more difficult. Does anyone have a bug when you sign Mick? I assume that you mean the bug where the driver's name will just be not there. Alejandro? Apparently that is a pretty common one. Drivers who are currently not on the grid when they get signed to a team can have their name just whited out, and that does cause a bit of, you know, problems. Hello Narvik, how are you doing? The air has been kicking your tush. Hey, fellow Scandinavian. Say Danny Rick is good. He's been doing good in my AlphaTauri game. So I say he's decent for sure. Okay, we are getting close to the pit window here. What do we want to do? Probably push the Haas a little bit longer still. Yeah, I'm Norwegian. I have family down there, so I have visited that place. It was nice. Am I going to publish the stream replay after the stream? Yes, my streams should be available. I think they are, at least. If they aren't, I've made an error. So yeah, they should be available for watching later. Colin, so don't worry about that. I love F1. This is the principal thing because I want to buy it. Yeah.
Virtual safety car.
Virtual safety car.
Make sure
We
the
are going to be
delta stays
taking
positive.
advantage of this and of course pit. Both our cars. I don't actually know what happened. We'll have to see.
There's a yellow flag now.
De Vries, of course.
So let's take a look at the replay. Now this was at turn 1. And ends up in the wall. And they'll have to pick themselves up.
That's a bit of a shame. The reason why your Stroll sometimes got 59 control and then 85 again is due to the sponsorships. One of the sponsorships lowers control. And that's probably what's hitting you there during that race, unfortunately.
Yes, everyone is okay.
I sound English, that isn't too surprising. I played a lot of games with English people. Generally I've been playing games with people from all over the world, so I picked up a bit of a basic English accent as a result. Hello from Norway, fellow Norwegian. And tips for getting good setups and practice without a cheat sheet. Basically, the first practice, if you're doing it manually, you could call your car in every now and again, but it's kind of hard to explain. Generally, it's not too difficult, but it's going to be a lot more random
Confirm.
how that's going to play out for you. Bottas just ran wide and pushed Piastri in the wall. Yeah, that does tend to happen. We do have a lot of extra fuel now that we can push. In terms of Norris here, everyone is on fresh tyres. We have Stroll and Hards. Sainz is potentially going to get eaten up by Leclerc for sure. So I think we could probably hold on to 8th here. Anything more than that is going to be a tad difficult. For Norris here, we could probably just stick it to aggressive still. That should be fine. Well, attack, that is. And for Piastri, we're just going to stay aggressive to the end. Is it only me, or I can only make one career, and the moment I create a new one, the old one deletes? It's probably the autosave call. You need to manually save your career, because the autosave will just autosave whatever is, well, used last. So make sure that you make a manual save there. I have my drivers on standard tactics. Putting it overtake aggression if you get stuck by another drivers can be beneficial, but generally just the chance of getting more errors is not worth it to me. It's a nice option to have. Basically now you can tell your driver to be more aggressive when you need to. Keep it usually on neutral unless we really need to defend the last few laps, things like that. And it's the same for Piastri. However, if Piastri has low confidence, I'll tune him low in both of these, unless he's in the points. So basically, if he's doing kind of poorly like he is now, we'll tune him down. If not, we will keep him as he is or tune him up. I'm not going to replace either of my drivers next season. We're going to replace the reserve, that's it. Is it nice in Norway? It's been hot the last couple of days. Been kind of melting. But I do enjoy my life here, yes. Hello from Canada. Hello from Norway. Glad to have you here. The land of Holland, yeah. I don't really watch a lot of football, honestly. When I was younger, I played a lot, but then I found video games, and after that, it became less football and more indoors. But I have had kind of a problem with the knee for a very long time, since even before I started playing football, so that is probably why I kind of lost interest. I am still interested in like manager games, though, so I do play Football Manager every now and again. The F2 driver signings is kind of buggy. They were bugging in 22 as well, so it wouldn't surprise me as well. How do I get the so fast pit stops? By chucking my pit crew in the gym. There's a guide on my channel where you can have a look at basically everything pit crew related. That should help on understand it. Ja, jeg kan snakke flytende norsk. I do understand Norwegian, and I can speak. I am a natural born Norwegian, so I don't know where is Callum. Yeah, you do custom schedules, because also in terms of pit crew errors, the standard schedules will potentially put in schedules that will be very, very negative for you in that regard too. Last year, I won champion with Williams in second year. Is it the same in this game? It's going to be harder in this game, for sure. I'm not saying it's impossible, but you are definitely going to have a harder time doing it. We're going to tune Piastri down here. We did have a bit of a lock up there.
Yeah, copy.
So yeah, it's not going to be impossible to win the championship in the second season, but you're going to have a lot harder time doing it. When do I like to use the DRS? I usually use the DRS Battle Assist. The drivers basically do it themselves then in terms of overtakes and defending. And it also does seem that they will recharge the battery kind of on their own as well. So that is good. And then I just use deploy when we get stuck behind other drivers. I'm also on high aggression because I've got 91 control, so it's a big W. I use rarely defend a lot. I just find the drivers take more consistent pace when in a pack. Honestly, that wouldn't surprise me. So rarely defend could potentially work for that. When am I going to stream Season 2? I think I'm going to stream the start of Season 2. We're basically going to get the car and everything ready for Bahrain. Maybe we'll even do Bahrain to see where we're at. So we might just do that right away. If not, maybe tomorrow. Driver development is better for younger drivers. They do have higher growth potential, so they should grow quicker. What is the proper pronunciation for Erling Haaland? Depends on where you're from in Norway, because we have a lot of dialects. Some might call them Erling Haaland. Others might call them Erling Haaland. So, depends. But generally, again, you should probably have him pronounce his name. That's the safest way. You're learning Norwegian? That's interesting. Oh man, like 1,000 hours Football Manager? Yeah. Basically, my entire school class were playing Football Manager. Like in class as a multiplayer game at one point, so played it a lot when I was still studying. Basically. Which is kind of bad, honestly. I should have paid more attention in class, probably. Okay, we might get Ocon here, but it's going to be close. We're probably also going to burn these tires a little bit too close to the ground. We'll try our best here, last few laps. See if we can get 7th ahead of the Alpine. And again, we're just leaving Piastri kind of to run his own little thing here. It's just how things are going to have to be. And we will put Norrios on to always defend here, to try and protect against the Alpine behind. Didn't really work though. Well, kind of worked. Now we have last lap. I think we'll still just go full attack. We'll push fuel once we get to the main straight. And we'll also use deploy, I think, once we get there. That should help a little bit. Our tires are gone now, Bono, so we might be in trouble. He might get us back because of that, because it really does have a huge effect. But it looks like we kind of blocked him out there, screwed him over, so that even Russell got the overtake done.
That's the checkered flag.
So, good end to season, considering our current car. I'll take that. Very good. Learning Danish at the moment. That does sound like pain. Basically, the way that we describe Danish in Norway is that you speak Norwegian, but you just put a potato in your mouth, and then you start speaking Danish. So yeah, it's a bit of an interesting one. Brother still lives also so good at Yale still? Yeah. Don't like how pit stops are always fast. Like, yes, you train them, but just like real life, no matter how much you train them, can still mess up. Honestly, I think they would benefit from having a tactics menu for the pit stops too. Like, your fastest pit stop could potentially be 1.8 seconds, but it will increase risk. You can do it safe, safely do 2.2, 2.3 second pit stops for most part, and then if you really need to, you can risk it for a 1.8. So yeah, tactics menu there too for a little bit of added depth again could be nice, because right now you can really train your pit crew up really, really quickly. So might need a little bit of balance there. Hello from Denmark, indeed. I'm Danish and I wouldn't like to learn Danish. Would I say Alonso's overrated because he's not rated just because of his car? Alonso is doing well though, let's be honest. I don't think he's really overrated. But with the way they've made development in this game, if he doesn't perform, he's going to decline pretty quickly. So, yeah. I think his rating is fine, honestly. Maybe a little bit too high, but otherwise fine. So, we did win the fastest pit stop award. I did kind of skip the standings there, so we'll go back to them in just a second to see who actually won. We did also fail the qualifying position 3K final race, but that is okay. And we'll have a look at the results. So, Man is unfortunately going to be switching out. But yeah, championship, Constructors Champion, Red Bull, we finished 6th. We did get closer to Alpine by the end. And if I designed the car a little bit better, we probably would have gotten them. In terms of Driver Championship, Verstappen wins again, so full sweep. Lando 7th, Piastri 15th. And Ferrari is probably going to have a worse season next year, which could make Red Bull even more dominant because, as I said, we kidnapped 3 of their staff members. And we won the pit stop competition handily here with 17 fastest pit stops out of 23 possible. So I'd say that is acceptable. In terms of the other championships here, MP Motorsports wins the Formula 2. Porsche, Formula 2 champion. Duen, runner-up. Derulover, 3rd. And for the F3 championship, Bogdanovic wins. Aaron comes 2nd. Gether comes 3rd. And Minimis is now by just 4 points. So, Prima wins. Tried in 2nd, Art 3rd. And that is basically the first season. How do I reduce the car's extra total weights? Basically, when you design parts, I can't really do it now, but you'll have a slider at the bottom that says durability. Just pull that all the way to the left. Hello from Netherlands. Hello, Guido. What do I think is the best strategy for Monaco? I usually go long in the hope of safety car. It's either that or what the AI did me in with the first time I played Monaco. I was doing that, going long, and then the AI decided, you know what we're doing? We're doing a soft, I think it was medium, soft run. And they absolutely shat on me, so it depends on what the AI does, honestly. You still get 100% from car knowledge, it doesn't affect driver confidence or save costs, yeah. Use all parts in practice swap before qualifying. It could work, honestly. That would be an interesting way that would work, Andrew, if you're correct. That would be hilarious, honestly. It won't affect your newest part for the race. Yeah. After doing Austin, Verstappen 309 points, Leclerc 299. Looks like you're going to have a bit of a fight there, Ollie, on your hands. Young drivers develop pretty quickly in terms of if they do well. Came up, so they do develop rather rapidly. We said the same thing about Norway. Yeah. Actually, I managed to ask for Rødgrød med fløte. I was sweating. My favorite driver. That's actually also that also varies a lot, funnily enough, but probably was Vettel. But the current ones, kind of cheering for Alonso with his kind of research in Aston, but honestly, Piastri has been impressing me of late. I'm confused. The 2 uploads tracking quality don't seem to work for me. I always get the yellow sectors on the second lap. It doesn't work on every track, Jack. It works on a lot of them, but not every. And the reason why it works pretty well is just consistency. The 2 runs allow you to usually have 1 run unmolested by other drivers, which will give you a decent lap. There's a Chrome library mode in race department. I'm doing Bahrain. I don't actually know. I still don't know, honestly. I'm trying to think what I enjoy driving the F1 myself, the game. Honestly, Netherlands is good fun. It might actually be Netherlands, Zandvoort. So as you can see, we get another one in the cost cap. We have broken their fine. Okay, so we've fined about 500,000. It's not big. Cost cap. Okay, so we get a fine that is the same as the cost cap, I guess. So we'll see how that actually pays out. It's not a huge breach of the cost cap. Well, projected it's going to be a little bit bigger. I wanted to actually breach the cost cap by a lot more, but we got put in a position that didn't really make that happen. So if you're here, BKK, I'm sorry. I'll make a specific video where we break the cost cap by probably as much as possible. So we'll see how that works out. Would I replace minor damage front wings in the pit stop? It depends. If you have a look at the lap times, check what your lap times were doing before. Check what your lap times were doing after. If the difference is, you know, huge, more than just a couple of tenths, you probably will benefit from switching the front wing. Again, it depends on the damage, the amount of, you know, lap time you're losing with the damage, basically. Think you're always going to go over cost cap? Yeah, maybe. But yeah, we are basically done here. Red Bull wins title. Looking forward to seeing how our driver, where driver's going to be going. Cost cap projection warning. Again, cost cap before the end of the season. Steiner sends his congratulations. Blew us out of water a little bit this season, can't deny that. Call it a lucky break though. So Steiner will be coming for us at some point, I guess. My door is quaking in fear. So yeah, as you can see, we have re-signed the race engineer, I believe. Just double checking, yes we have. So the race engineer will stay, the others will be switched out. So no problem here in terms of start changes, it's perfectly fine. Norris develops a little bit more adaptability and accuracy, very nice. Cornering goes up for Piastri with smoothness and adaptability. Getting the smoothness up here would actually be really huge for him. As you can see, the difference between these two are about 24 points. Board loves me, high confidence, very nice. So everything looking good. And as I said, we'll be getting a short in here for next year. I'm actually a bit surprised, well, I was about to say I'm a bit surprised about the salary, because for 1 second I thought this was a yearly salary. This is a monthly salary in Norris, which means I think you get about 50 million a year, which isn't bad. Now, since we're at the end of the season here, we can actually just full send our pit stop training. What do I mean by this? We can just fill it up completely. We could, of course, also give our pit crew a little bit of, you know, time off around Christmas to not be complete monsters. We'll do that just for immersion's sake. And let's give them New Year's off too. But for the rest of it, you will be drilling. Mainly. Again, I do want to get the aero chance down for the most part, but as you can see, we've already reached the cap for most of these. So we're going to have to do a little bit of work here on setting up the pit crew training, because as you can see, we're on year 1 and we basically maxed out our pit crew already in terms of the error chance there. I don't know if we need all of these. No, we don't. So there we go. Pit crew is maxed, which means that, well, we could start doing car building. But yeah, the pit crew at the end of Season 1, as you can see, training isn't really a big concern. You'll be able to reach it fairly quickly and reliably. Apparently we do still need to do a little bit of gymming, like so. We are probably doing a little bit of overkill here with all of these sessions, but that is honestly not a concern. Pit crew is going to be maximized here on their error potential. And we're going to be down to under 6%, under 2 seconds pit stop. Looks pretty good, honestly. So this is a good starting point for Season 2. With the pit crew. Sorry, yawning a little bit. Finished third and fourth in Bahrain. Not too surprising. You need a mod for a 99 rated battle. Would be funny. Honestly, I wish like honestly at this point they're probably going to release something like Legends DLC, where you get like older, like other eras legendary drivers to add to your game, like they do for, I believe, F1. That could be interesting. So yeah, Piastri crashing every race weekend for you. I have to spend so much on parts because of him. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. For Piastri, you might need to just tune down his, you know, you're not allowed to do an overtake, you're not allowed to defend. Just try and get to the goal in one piece, basically. But yeah, this is going to be the pit crew training we're going to do, and as you can see, we're going to basically be maximizing, you know, what we can get. And that is also why we're picking up a sporting director with better aptitude next season, so we can reach, you know, have a better pit crew as a whole. But this is still pretty acceptable, honestly. We're going to go with this. And we're even giving them Christmas off. They should be happy, right? But yeah, that is that. Now, as I said, we didn't breach the cost cap by much, but we are being hit by fines here. And we have a lot of money that we can actually invest into something. So what I think we should do is upgrade the race sim. We do want to save some money for next year's development before, you know, season start. In terms of facilities, we could also go for upgrading some of these. what I would advise to upgrade is probably not this one. The engineer capacity is nice, but I would probably advise upgrading this one, the car part test center, because it's very low monthly upkeep. That is the main reason why. As you can see, the monthly upkeep from upgrading this just increases by 10,000, so this would just cost us an extra 120,000 a year in terms of cost cap, but it will increase our cooling for both side pods and chassis, and also the brake cooling, the DRS delta for rear wing, and the downforce for both wings and the underfloor. So it's actually a really, really, I think, important building from just that perspective alone. Suspension, also very cheap, but then again, just suspension, probably not worth it until you maximize the other ones. And what testing has so far shown is that in terms of safety and wind tunnel simulator, it might not necessarily be a good idea to upgrade these two at the moment. I'll be getting more back to that a little bit later, but at least for research, the CFD sim will default to level 1, same for the wind tunnel in terms of the gains. So having them high level for if you use the wind tunnel and safety time in your research, level 1 is what it's going to be at. There's no real need to upgrade them. Of course, parts made with it would benefit, but then when you consider the fact that it's only a few parts every year, probably not worth upgrading these this year, honestly. The boost you get, of course, could be good, but I'd rather do, say, the science center, something like that. But again, I'll be experimenting a lot with the facilities in the future to figure out what is actually the best upgrade path here. But yeah, for now, I think I'm going to be, as I said, testing out the car part test center. We have a little bit extra money, so we'll put it in here, and that should be good. Palu increased his performance. Unfortunately, he will be having to find himself a new team. I did your tactic of going aggressive with harder tires, and Hamilton went from P14 to P3. Seems like you're having a good time too, then. George and Lewis were crashing so much in the beginning of the season and kept having to buy new parts and new engines, and I'm 1.9 million. Yeah. Again, the engines are going to be the important thing here, which is why I kind of want to focus a little bit on engine cooling to make them last longer. So yeah, that'd be nice. Editor DLC, like they had for Football Manager, where you could edit your team. It would be nice. It would make testing skills a lot easier for sure. From when research complete. Underfloor was apparently completed too. Idle engineers, idle scouts, that's fine. They're going to cost a little bit of money, but that's fine too. We can speed up the race sim building by basically a little bit over a week. I think we're just going to say nah. We're not going to be paying 400,000 for a little bit of a speed increase there. And here we are. We have reached the end of the season, and we get an extra 12 million for the DHL pit stop. Forgot about this. Yes, I will be going for a little bit longer, Harry, to start season. Singh has low morale, which is understandable, seeing that we are planning to replace him, and the board confidence is high. 15 points, 15th place, 8 points for Piastri, 7th with 123 points for Norris, and we finished 6th. We do actually improve our team rating with that result, so we can't be too, angry. We did complete the board objective. Unfortunately, we did not get even close to the long-term objective, but that is just how it be sometimes. Our drivers have lost some team rating. We lost a little bit of heritage, but constructors have given it back, so our team rating actually went up slightly. And we get the complimentary 1.5 million. I'm still surprised that they haven't changed that. Now, these are the changes to the underfloor, suspension, rear wing, and front wing. These are not the final changes. This is what we're going to be hit with. So we'll see in this next screen here now exactly how hard it is we're going to be hit. This does usually take a few seconds to load, getting everything set up. So sponsor obligations, we do have an obligation to do some merchandising, race sim events. Again, development boost is reduced for the week of each event. This one is actually kind of valuable though in terms of money, but at the same time, race sim being less effective, honestly, I'd check this money out the window. Race hospitality, pit crew performance will decrease. Again, it's 300,000. It's not worth it to have the pit crew, performance decrease. Let's say that decrease in the pit crew performance make me lose a sponsor goal. Then suddenly again, this too becomes a sponsor penalty. It's just not enough value for what it wants to do. And same here. Morale boost isn't a huge deal though, but again, it doesn't pay anything. Sponsor events in the memorabilia room doesn't really, again, pay off anything. And again, same for these. driver appearance is the only thing that maybe would be worth it from a, you know, money perspective. If we, you know, had 2 older drivers, we could get a good 14 million extra a season from that. That could be worth it, but honestly, none of these really feel worth it at all. The only thing would be merchandising, which would allow us to, as you can see here, we paid 10 million as preseason cost, and we get basically 15 million back over the course of the season. And we are kind of forced to pay 10 million to begin with, so yeah, we're going to keep this as it is. We could, of course, increase it, but I want to make sure that we have enough money to develop the car and buy all the parts at the start of next season, so we're not going to do anything too much right there. Now, new season objective is 7th or above. I believe this is our current objective. Nope, this is 7th or above, so basically the same that we were doing. Podium contender is still going to be the long-term objective. Our balance here, we're going to end up with about 32 million. Technical changes here, we can have a look at what we actually achieved and what we lost out on. So our front wing is actually massively improved. 14% increase in the expertise of brake cooling. Same for airflow sensitivity front and, well, sensitivity and airflow front. And we did actually cancel out the changes here. We're actually going to have a pretty massive gain in low speed, pretty massive gain in medium speed, and a very minor gain in downforce for high speed. Rear wing, though, is going to be a loss in downforce. That is just how it be. Can't really do anything about that. Sidepods didn't get hit with anything. We didn't research it, so no changes. And we are going to be losing a little bit of high-speed downforce here on the underfloor. But we are going to be having gains in, well, every other department, so that's fine. And lastly, the suspension here is going to be losing out in the high speed. So we are still gaining in medium and low speed. So we might actually have to do some focuses here on mainly the high speed downforce as we get further into this. But honestly, we did fight the regulations there pretty well, and we probably came out on top. When should I start to do research? As I said, probably around when you have 30 to 40 million expected less of your cost cap at the end of the season. It's a good place to start, because then you probably have developed your car ready to a decent point. And then you can start dealing with the expertise losses from regulation changes. Okay, so we finished 6th. We'll be getting 64 million of the prize pool. Sporting changes. Let's see what's actually changing. I don't think there was anything really that will change. It won't. Finished 6th, so we'll get this in terms of wind tunnel time. No real changes to anything here. Really wish that they would have accepted this one to go up to 5, 3, and 4. That would have made my life a lot easier. And as I said, we're currently with Merc. I think we're going to be switching over to Red Bull. And although we'll have, you know, the Red Bull engines will start losing power, performance around 85% versus 65% here, I think we'll have a better chance of winning races with the Red Bull engine. It just is that much more potent, honestly. Will I do the GP Bahrain GP or not? I think I will do it, yeah. No, I don't have any limitations this career. Athletic is basically a learning experience. So this is going to be kind of sad, because as you can see, we are going to be paying 21 million in, you know, for the engine, which means that we won't have too much of a starting balance here. So developing the car could have some limits here now in the start of next season. But we have got some new staff. The entire Ferrari crew has been kind of kidnapped, with also a race engineer being kept. But I have noticed a bit of a bug, and I want to see if it's the case here. Nope, they all are 5 years, good. So we did get them for the amount of time that we are expecting them. Apparently, if you sign them on the last day of the year, the contracts will become random. So be careful when you sign people on the last day of the year, because that might backfire horribly. It's kind of a weird bug. That had happened in my kind of trying things out save. So I don't know if it was just something that happened to me specifically, or if it's kind of buggy. But looks like signing contracts early is fine. Just don't do it on the last day of the season, and you'll be okay. Internal car report. We'll have a look at this compared to other cars in just a second. But this is our 23 performance. We have lost a little bit of top speed, lost some effectiveness, lost some high speed, lost some engine cooling. But at the same time, these are this was basically a specialized car, so it's not a big surprise that we'll lose some stats. Hello, Edster. Are you gonna curse my season preview? Why not Ferrari? Basically because Red Bull is quicker. Honestly, that's the only reason. There's not much to that, and as you can actually see it in acceleration. This was our acceleration with Mercedes engines. This is our acceleration now with Red Bull engines. It's gone up massively. So that should help us with overtakes, of course. And as you can see here, our pit crew is losing stats. We're losing, I think, about an average of 9 in the highest ones here. And as I said, the pit crew speed is also based on the aptitude of your pit boss, well, your sporting director. As you can see, it capped out at 87, which is what Sings had. And, well, we have wing adjustments, but I don't even know how to train this. I can't find the stat anywhere. It's currently hidden. So, we'll see. Probably under car, manufacturing car setup somewhere. First season with AlphaTauri, try sticking with the Breeze. He smashed the car so often that I have only 15 million left. Yeah, that is kind of a risk with the Breeze. Okay, so we got some ATR period immediately. Last season's standings. But yeah, we did kind of neuter Ferrari because we have kidnapped the technical chief, we have kidnapped the head of aerodynamics, and the sporting director. So what we first want to do is just set up their development, basically. And this aptitude here should allow us to have much quicker pit stops. So we'll go ahead and put him on industry standards. We still want to maximize these two stats first. For Tondi here, again, I still don't know which one of these is the most important one, but he is lacking a little bit in cooling. So for now, I think we could just put him on aero principles. I do think, you know, being able to basically the cornering is still very important. So for now, I think we're just going to put him on aero principles, and that should be fine enough. Get that cooling a little bit further up. He is still very young, so we're basically going to be keeping him for the rest of the save. Now, Kadil here already has 98 in both rear wing, underfloor, and very high front wing, so he is already a pretty impressive specimen. So what we're going to do is just go ground effect, maximize that underfloor, maximize that rear wing, and then we'll probably do this if he ends up getting the underfloor max before it. So that should be fine. Hope I do a Williams carry to glory. You'll probably do that at one point. How can you not break the cost cap? Is he that bad? Basically by just not spending too much money, Luke. But crashes are gonna be very unpredictable and can easily make you break cost cap at any given point. I want that reg change, Ollie. Hand it over. Give it to me. Good day, Guilherme. Sorry for butchering your name. Yeah. Okay, I think we're ready to continue. What we probably should do is do the pit crew management here now. So now that we got a 95 overall, well, 95 aptitude boy, let's see just how low we can bring that gym training time and thus the pit stop time here. So this is basically all we're going to be doing here for probably the first month or so. We are going to have the swole crew walking into the paddock. Basically every member of our pit crew is going to look like Chef Rush. And have we reached the peak? Nope. There we go. So 1.8 seconds as a standard pit stop time is pretty nutty here. And as I said, you can probably bring that down to... There we go. I think that is cap. Yeah, 1.876. So with 5 points to go, and basically you get about 0.015. The baseline pit stop time at 100 aptitude is 1.8 seconds. That's the baseline, meaning you can basically break it to 1.7 something second pit stops late game, which is very interesting. So far, Aki, the penalty seems to just be penalties. It's like when they underfloored the underfloored. Penalties seems to just be fines, honestly. Sorry, I am pretty slow here on the chat sometimes, Ollie. Apologies there. Oh, there's two Ollies. Sorry about that. That understands it. That explains it. We have Ollie and Ollie. Can we still sacrifice cooling? No, we can't. Cooling is very important this year, for both of them. So I would not recommend you sacrifice them. And I'll be going over why in just a second, but first I'm just going to be quickly setting up the pit crew here for the first month. And then I'll explain to you why sacrificing cooling is potentially a very, very bad idea this year compared to last year. And that'll be good. So, honestly, we don't have any races. There's really no negative effects of pushing them into exhausted territory. Of course, if we put them in a race, it's going to be pretty bad. But it's not. There's no negative things during training. And as you can see, we can cut down the timer by 0.26 seconds already during the first month. So, yeah, we can bring the pit stop times very, very low here. 1.6 seconds, probably not down that low. But definitely down to potentially 1.7 seconds once we get the aptitude to max. So, again, we still have a few points to go on here in terms of getting everything up and running. That is pretty good. We'll do that as our pit stop crew schedule for this month. And Bahrain is in 53 days, so we do actually need to start developing things. And we are going to be developing probably the underfloor first. It is a crucial part. We could put CFD and wind tunnel time into this, but I think it might be more effective to do it into a part that is less in terms of expertise. Because as it turns out, putting wind tunnel hours and mile hours into a part gives you an extra expertise gain per unit you put in. So basically, you gain a lot more expertise by doing this. That is basically why our underfloor currently is close to, well, the cap basically in terms of their attributes. Let's see, I can't actually check the where we're at, but it's basically pretty close to cap, so we're not going to be putting anything into the underfloor in terms of just purely safety time. We don't need to. We have better other places we can use it where we'd be better suited. We could, however, try and maximize a little bit towards high speed cornering, which is what we were lacking. This would allow us to basically jump pretty aggressively up the grid already. Now, it's not going to be good for Bahrain, but it's going to be good in the long run. So we're going to go with this, a bit more of a high speed focused underfloor. And honestly, it should be perfectly okay. Now, we're going to be using a normal approach this season because we have, it's particularly for the parts that already have very high expertise. And when I say they have very high expertise, I do refer to this number right here. Once this gets above 80%, you're going to slow down drastically. Well, even at 70%. But particularly as you get higher, this is going to slow down. And even if we did an intense design here, we're not going to see huge gains in terms of performance. So there's no real need to do an intense design now. It gets less. The lower your expertise is, the more benefits you'll have from doing intense. It'll speed up your progress quite a lot, just purely in terms of time. But once we reach, higher levels, could be made a case of using intense on the rear wing. We're going to be putting in our CFD hours, wind tunnel hours, and see if what we can look at in terms of a performance gain. And see how that plays out. There's two of them, yeah. Mercedes Ferrari, they won second place in the championship. I'm not even close to third place. What should I do? Honestly, Jen, I don't know. It's going to be... You're probably going to have a bit of a rough time with Merc at times. It's just how it is. Head dropping back multiple positions in the first few laps. Cannot really smell the extra money. Mekas isn't that good, is he? Well, he's just that good in the game, but if Ferrari actually lost someone that is that good, then I think they would be more pissed. Yeah, push everything until DRS, like Ollie says. Vegas, Abu Dhabi go. I think we were in the points for both, but generally it didn't go too well, honestly. What is the max of expertise this year? I don't think I know. Like, you can probably reach 80, 85, maybe even higher. But it kind of kept out at around 80% last year. So, I should change your picture to black, then the real confusion will begin. Yeah. I need to just tag you guys with colors to make sure that we know the difference. So, the way that I'm going to be doing this year is that we're going to be doing a lot of standard projects. And later on in the season, we might start making a bit more specialized parts. But for the beginning of the season, the main focus is just going to be on making parts that will perform kind of well in every scenario. And for the rear wing here, we are going to be focusing heavily into the DRS Delta. It's just what it is best at. And as you can see, currently we are a little bit behind other teams. So we do need to develop the rear wing in that direction. And with that in mind here, we're also going to go ahead and I think we're just going to keep these as they are, maybe tune them down a little bit. And we also want to actually kind of give up a little bit on the dirty air tolerance. The reason why we're going to kind of not do a lot of dirty air tolerance here is because I want to see how cornering works in terms of getting, just having a car that is high pace, and then we use ERS to get by the car in front. Because right now Norris didn't have any problems with this amount of air tolerance. It was actually a little bit lower, so we'll tune it down to probably around 60% for the car, and we'll see how that plays out. Of course, this could be a horrible mistake, but I want to try it out and see how that works out. Focus DRS and drag on the rear wing. Yeah, we probably should, honestly. But in terms of top speed, I'm not too worried about that. It doesn't seem to have too much of an effect, but having DRS effectiveness high is going to definitely help. We could, of course, do something like this. That should be fine too. It would help with the top speed. Let's say we just completely abandon our cornering and advance. Honestly, this is probably better. You're not wrong. Yeah, this is probably better. Honestly, Alex. Well, it won't be any confusion for a bit as I'm going for my dinner. It won't be that long for me either. Well, I'm just going to be doing Bahrain as well. Then I'm going to be going for my dinner. So I think we're all on the same page. Now, we are going to just do normal, but this should be a good one. And honestly, we could do the rear wing a little bit later, because again, because it's Bahrain, and the rear wing is pretty quick to develop, just 3 days each. We're just going to be able to make one underfloor in time, unless we, of course, put more engineers on it. But we are going to do, I think, the front wing as well. And for this one, we are going to be focusing basically on the turning capabilities, rather than the dirty air. But we'll have to see exactly what we end up with here. Could be a good all-round starting point, honestly. It's not great, but it's not terrible either. And we do kind of need to make up for the low speed that we lost from the underfloor, so we'll go with this. Again, it's not a very, huge gain, but it's something we'll be able to make quickly. But before that, I want to kind of have a quick look at the chassis, the side pods, and the suspension. Because, as you can see, we haven't actually invested much into, say, the chassis at all. Apparently, I did use my hours on the rear wing. That was my error. That's fine, though. But again, as I said, the chassis isn't something we really have invested into here at all. So if we were to completely chuck the engine cooling out the window, how would this chassis look? Could make it very draggy. Could also make it into a turning monstrosity. For the high-speed corners, we'd be undefeatable in the high and medium-speed corners for sure. Balance it out a little bit, maybe. Like so. It'd still be really good, particularly with the underfloor we're making. So, yeah, we're definitely making this one. Forgot to tune down the durability. We're definitely making this one, and we can actually make the engine cooling kind of beneficial as well. Again, I don't think top speed is that big of a deal in this game compared to earlier last year's edition. So, hello Snippet, thank you for joining Discord. There will be confusion on Discord, yeah. Your engine, Sam, is going to be the biggest decider in terms of the acceleration. That is why we're going with Rebel engines. They give the most acceleration. See you in a bit, Ollie. Goodbye, me. Yeah. The thing is, Alex, the sign works in. We'll make it balanced. We won't have any. We won't have any expertise advantage in drag and DRS. Because they've changed that from last season. It's equal across the part. Even if I make this part like this, the expertise gained by drag reduction will be the same as the airflow and the engine cooling. So it's balanced. The reason why these numbers are different is because they started different. If they were all 50% when we started, they'd be the same numbers on the next iteration of the part. So with that in mind, it's basically, kind of interesting to see how that works. But we are going to be making this chassis right here. It's going to be a huge upgrade, probably the biggest one we have. And it's also giving us a little bit of engine cooling. Cost cap is just a fine. I decided I would buy the game. I assumed that I had maybe something to do with that. We'll keep it at 30 days for now, because it takes 10 days to make a chassis, meaning we'll have both made for the race itself. And again, we're going to redistribute our extra engineers once we get all projects done, so that maybe we'll get an extra one in here. Now, we'll have a look at the side pods and the suspension as well, and see just how much of a gain we can have from these. Again, we could just make a very balanced part here. It's going to be a decent upgrade across the entire grid. Well, entire setup. But what I think we're going to do here is make this first side pod be cooling focused. And the reason for that is, again, energy cooling has a huge effect on the durability of your powertrain. So by doing this, we'll be in a better situation than we were last year, when basically everything fell apart. So this is going to be good. This game already feels, yeah, it does feel a lot more better. A lot more better. It feels much better. There we go. That's proper English. But yeah, we're going to do this. We're still going to be lacking a lot of cooling compared to the other top teams. Well, I say other top teams. Compared to the other teams, but that's just how it's going to be. Now, it takes 8 days to make side pods in the manufactory. So this one will be done in time. So what we're going to do here is lower the time for the underfloor. It's going to take, again, 8 days. So I think we're just going to put 4 in here. Rear wing shouldn't be an issue either. But we could speed it up so we can start making the other projects. So what we're actually going to do, I think, is put it into... Yeah, put it into this one. It's the longest one. And in a month, we'll have a new... Basically a new car. I didn't play this last year. PC this year. Much better. Yeah. There's a guy who has been playing on his PlayStation 4. Basically, needs to stop every now and again so the PlayStation 4 doesn't catch on fire. Which is a bit sad, honestly. Racing reaches level 5. Hopefully... Why did my voice do that? Hopefully I remember to do everything we need to do at the start of the season. If not, I'm going to be sad. Let's have a look at the team rosters before I forget. Sainz and Leclerc still in Ferrari. These boys are still the same. These boys are still the same. Danny Rick. Hello, welcome back. He has returned. Bottas Schumacher is now going to be helping Bottas. And Shaw has actually gone to Williams instead of Sargent. So we had a couple of changes here. Schumacher, Shaw's moved places, Rick is back. Yeah, this is potentially going to be a bit of an interesting one, just from that. Yes, other top teams. I am the toppest of teams. Control doesn't give you enough freedom. Luckily for this year, so they've actually made it keyboard and mouse compatible. If you connect them to your console. Rip to Sergeant Law. Shout out to his family. But yeah, even the game wanted Danny back, so I don't know who's on the F3 teams, so I'll just give you a quick overview. If you see anything you find interesting, do let me know. But again, I don't follow F3 that closely. Apparently this man was taken to the Shadow Realm. Bearman Duan, 72 and 73 now. Bastia's gone up to 73. Wait, where's... Okay, he's not allowed to drive, so he's probably been poached by someone else. We do have some new gens, I guess. That is what this man is, I would assume. What I wanted to have a look at here is where have they done Porsche? Where have they chucked him? 22, 23 now? Let's just go overall rating. I think I'll have an easy time finding him there. But yeah, Leclerc's actually improved a lot over the summer break. Now, where is the parasecking? Went to use research. Basically, Errol, you use research to... Every year there will be regulation changes where you'll be losing stats in certain areas of a part. And you use research to kind of combat that so you don't lose those stats. That is the point of research. So Pia in a Prima. Norris leads the VDC. Piastri's like 40. Part 3 times with CD and switching which line to put in at the right and left makes a huge difference with third iteration. Okay, I might experiment a little bit with that, Alex. It's in Ferrari, okay. So it's just me being blind. Yeah. Okay, that makes more sense. De Vries and Sargent are free agents though, so we could kidnap them if we really wanted to, but I think we'll leave them as they are. Okay, as I said, I think I have remembered to do everything that we needed to, and if I haven't, then, well, I'll be in trouble, but that is fine. Honestly, we could probably upgrade the team hub to maximum level as well, so we'll just go ahead and do that. We should still have enough money to get everything that we need here upgraded. Car part test center level 3 will also be a nice upgrade there. For pit crew is exhausted. Yeah, my bad. I promise you'll rest next month. But yeah, we'll sponsor Mariboya. Let's see here. Mariboya is 56. Let's try and sponsor, and we'll try and remember to check in like a month or so and see if the development has actually increased. Didn't directly increase though, which is good. That would be funny if I just give you 300,000, you become better. Apparently that's how Piastri works though. Up to 81. Honda up to 91. We're having a nice little bit of improvement here. Time for dinner. Enjoy your dinner, Ollie. Hope you get something good to eat. And chassis is done. We are going to be manufacturing just 2 for now. And we'll manufacture more as we go. Apparently the completion date is quicker than I expected. It's because we upgraded the factory, isn't it? Okay, we'll take that. Let's make 2 for now though. We did upgrade the factory, it's not 10 days, so that does benefit us greatly. We do need to make suspension and front wing though, but I think suspension is probably the better investment right now. Maybe. Making a brake cooling suspension mainly would definitely be a potential benefit. And again, we're losing a slight amount of speed here, but I think the low speed gain is potentially worth it. So this is what we'll be going for. We could of course also tune down, say, high speed if we really wanted to. Tune down medium. Trade medium for, well, other stats is actually what we're going to do. We're going to go with this. I think that is acceptable. And for this, we're going to put in probably some more engineers. 40 days would mean that we get it from Melbourne. So, honestly, this is acceptable too. Put that in. And design is complete. We'll have 2 more design incoming very shortly. Very soon, rather. And Piastri did improve 1 point in cornering there during January. Shaw has already also started improving. 85 adaptability, 71 cornering. I kind of want to keep him on balance, just as an experiment to see if his stats actually do become balanced over time. But I would assume not. But yeah, we'll test that out. Now we do need to set up a pit crew here for, well, this month. So to do that, we're going to start with just moving the gym sessions away, because I don't know if we are going to retain cap. Currently, we are. Are we with this one and this one? Yeah, we're gonna retain the estimated pit stop time cap. Don't really need to do anything there. So again, what we want to maximize is the error chance, or not maximize, bring it to low as possible. So that is going to be the goal over this session. Basically, put all of these to the right to slow the to slowly increase the stats here, so we get a less chance of pick group. Jesus, my mind wanders. Apologies. Trying to think about more than one thing at once is difficult for me. But yeah, we're getting very close to a max pit crew already before the start of Season 2. So, yeah. I think we are getting into a bit of a troublesome area though, but we are going to be removing some of these again, because again, we don't want to be exhausted by this Grand Prix. We don't even want to be wary. So let's see here. We're still wary, so we're gonna have to remove probably 1 more. And another one. There we go. So there we go. We caught up on rest, and our current error chance is 6.25 seconds. Pit stops of 1.876. Those are the stats that we're gonna have during the Bahrain Grand Prix. And I should probably check the calendar, but as you can see, we're going to be well rested by Thursday. So we're going to do 2 pit stop drills here. We're still 20%, which means that we are safe if there is a race weekend here. I don't think it's immediately, but it might be. So this is what we're going to be going for in this second month. And as you can see, we are getting very close to the cap. Give us 2-3 more months here, and we'll probably be capping the, aero chance, and then we'll be going ahead to cap the car building chance afterwards. So yeah, looking very, very promising. Underfloor design has completed. Rowing design has completed. We are of course going to be manufacturing these immediately. For the rowing here, we're just going to make 4 right away. And for the underfloor, we're also just going to go ahead and make 4 right away. It should be fine. I don't think we'll be making too many more underfloors, but we might make some other parts more than once, just to make sure that we do develop things that we need. We do need to get a front wing in the oven, so let's get that started. And as I said, we'll be focusing less on the dirty air this season to try and see if it really has that much of an effect. We kind of do want to still do a bit of brake cooling, because temperatures do have quite a big effect on this. So we'll make this front wing first. It'll be a brake cooling one, less dirty air tolerance, and we're probably going to make another one later down the line here, and we'll put 6 engineers on this one, mainly because we'll get it done before Jeddah, which means we'll have 1 wing ready for the second race. And we might just go ahead there and keep on designing chassis to get the expertise up a little bit. We'll have to see here, but potentially we could have some pretty intense gains by the end here. So again, this will basically bring us to the forefront. But I think what we're going to do here is make a drag reduction chassis with some engine cooling. And this is basically going to be useful for when acceleration is king and top speed is king. We aren't necessarily going to make this chassis, we're just going to do it to increase our expertise. And we're going to use standard for this because we are getting higher up in there. Hello BKK, how's it going? We're doing well. We have finished the first season, we finished 6th. Cost cap was just fines, unfortunately, so that's just unfortunate. Do I use one set of everything for practice, or just use the parts for practice in the race? Basically, Keith, once your components, the powertrain components, start hitting like 50, usually 60, but in this game 50%, you want to use them only in practice. So the lowest rate is durability parts for practice, higher durability rated parts for races and quali. What part of the first season should you start researching? It's less the part and more like when you have a certain amount of money going. But yeah, BKK, how are you doing today? Hope you're doing well. Unfortunately, I am just about ready to finish the stream. We're going to do Bahrain, and then we'll basically be finishing up. But we are putting together a new car, and that should be good. How did I come under cost? No, we did breach the cost cap. It was just fines. We did breach it, don't worry. And because we didn't breach it super bad, honestly, I will be going ahead and probably making a cost cap video. Basically, we'll do a couple of saves where we save a bunch of money and see, let's say if we breach a cost cap by a good 50 million, if they still are just going to say, oh, we're just going to fine you for everything you own. Yes, we did breach cost cap, don't worry. The punishment was fines. We didn't really have a choice though, honestly. Parts were broken. Engine cooling is very useful, Jason. Last year it didn't matter because parts were really cheap. But in this year, if you have a look here, if we want to buy an extra engine, it's going to cost us 5 million. And if you take into consideration that basically 5 million is, well, 5% of your cost cap, that's going to be a bit problematic. How much are the fines? I really want to know that. Fines are equal to how much you go over cost cap. You go 5 million over cost cap, they give you 5 million worth of fines. So yeah, you're going to be paying a lot of money. But yeah, basically engine cooling lowers the durability loss for your engine, meaning that your engine will be surviving longer. So potentially you won't need to buy this new part and can use that on developing the car instead. Now the car currently isn't really that good, as I said, but once we get these new parts going, it should be looking a lot better. We are basically, as things stands, probably 8th worst in the grid. 7th if we're generous. So we need to get these parts made before Bahrain. And that is going to be huge for how well we can do. We are going to be making the side pods here, 2 for the race itself. Shouldn't be a problem to get them done in time. And in terms of our new design, I think we're going to go back to the side pods here. Because again, they are lacking the expertise of the other pieces. So we're going to go ahead and just make a few with different different setups that we might end up using for different tracks. Let's say that we put this one up for basically when we run a high speed, medium speed track, things like that. And again, the expertise skin is going to be equal no matter what you do with these sliders, as long as it's designed. So you can basically do things as you see fit, and it won't be a problem. It's just, I'm just going to have to remember what I'm making and not making. This is basically just being made for expertise gain at this point. This is going to be probably a bit confusing as we go, but sure, let's level up. Very nice. Extended deadline for the suspension. 11th of March. Is that today? No. Wait a minute. What did it say again? 11th of March, which means that this is the one that I was making for... That would be done here, so that we can make it for Australia. I think we might need to pay that 300k overtime. Just to have it ready. Because that is basically the last piece we need for our car to be kind of decent. In terms of manufacturing, let's have a quick look where we're at. Let's see. Rear wings have been manufactured. They have caught up. Yeah, we're caught up with the manufacturing, so we don't need to worry. We're looking good. Yeah, in 22 it was only 1 million. In 23 it's 5 million for engines. It's 2.5 for ERS and 1 million for gearboxes. We're immediately going to actually manufacture 2 more of these, because we are going to be using these mainly. And I finished 6th in constructors last season, so not great by any stretch of the imagination, but acceptable enough. We actually did end up needing a lot of money to actually get started with all of the projects we're doing, so we already spent probably a lot of money, so we'll have a quick look at that. Cost cap currently, we have spent 30 million to just pre-season. And we'll go ahead and put the car together now. So currently, car analysis tells us we're still pretty good, honestly. This is not too bad. It's basically where we were at the end of last season. And this is without 0 of the new parts on. So let's go ahead and slap the chassis on for both cars. Go ahead and get the rear wing going for both cars. And this rear wing is a pretty significant buff, as you can see. That's going to help out a ton. Let's get the side pods on. Let's get the underfloor on. And as I said, we're probably going to have to wait for the suspension for next race. And that should be fine. We go car analysis now. Our car is not super good, but I'd say good enough. We are first in acceleration, 3rd in DRS effectiveness, lacking a little bit of top speed. Basically 4th in cornering, best at the high speed corners. Again, that isn't really what you should be. We really should be focusing on these 2 for the first race. Brake cooling and engine cooling we're still lacking quite a bit compared to the average of the grid, but this is still higher than what we had last season. And as we make better side pods and better suspensions, this number is gonna go up. But I think this is a decent starting point. And if we compare ourselves to Red Bull, we are 0.045 Gs behind on the low speed. We are basically 0.35 behind on the medium speed, 0.035, and we have a huge advantage in the high speed Gs here. We have over 0.1. Basically a full 1, not 0.0, but 0.1. They have more dirty air tolerance over us again, but I do believe that in terms of the dirty air tolerance, that the more important part is the cornering ability itself, and then we can focus dirty air tolerance later. They could potentially push their tires massively more aggressively than us with this brake cooling, and the engine cooling means they're probably going to have better engines than us, so we'll see how that plays out in the long run. They have 1 kph on us in top speed, but this is looking very, very promising. Ferrari, a bit close to them, but again, they probably have focused their development on the medium and low speed cornering for this. So we still have a little bit of work cut out for us here. Mercs, we have them handily beat on everything but cooling. And how about the Astons? Still lacking a little bit. They're actually the best TRS team right now in terms of top speed too. So we're lacking a little bit of cornering on them. Need to work on that low speed mainly. A little bit on the medium. Get our... Again, we're going to keep the dirty air tolerance low for now to try and test things out. But generally this is looking good for a... for an easy car. Team switch is already activated. Nope, will be activated in September. Bye bye, Jason. Thank you for being here. We'll catch up these races later. Great to see you. Yeah, thank you. For now, though, we are going to set up our performance targets. And I think we can say that we can finish in the top 6 for Norris at least. We're going to be a little bit more aggressive on it. We're going to be going for fastest lap with Norris. And I think with these, you know, car settings, should be no problem getting both cars into Q2. So let's try Bahrain, see where we end up. Again, this car should be quite an upgrade compared to last year when we started out. Very much so. Again, lacking a little bit of top speed, 30 tolerance should be fine. Brake cooling and engine cooling is something we'll just have to work on, but we'll get there in the long run, of course. So yeah, looking forward to seeing exactly how this car is going to pan out for us. Let's head to the race weekend and see if we can, you know, maybe eke out some victories. Any bets on how many races it'll take before we get a race win? I don't think we'll get it here because they'll have advantages. But probably on the first high-speed track we might be a surprise winner. I dare hope. Let's get the setup done here for Sakir, and I'll be going to make some food once this race is over with. But it could be a very exciting one, again, because we have a much more competitive car than last year. And last year we were finishing in the top 10 quite commonly. So this does put a smile on my face. It does also mean that if you develop specifically with the most efficient way possible, it's definitely going to be very possible to win by the second season, even as probably one of the worst teams. McLaren has a pretty decent starting point, so they're not super bad in that department, but at the same time, we could potentially, have a bit of interesting result. Now, if I really wanted to maximize our chances, I would probably go ahead and do this manually, but we're going to go ahead and sim it. And as I said, I just want to see how our car performs now. Lando, third in practice, does, promise greatness. And we are going to go ahead and just maximize these two and see which one of those is going to be the point here. Kind of going to do the same over here. I don't really care about too much of the other stats. We're going to figure out the ones that we don't know. So we'll do this, and we'll simulate the session. I am a tad bit excited too, which you might hear. So, yeah. Hope you had a nice day, Sarah. See you next time around, hopefully. Have a nice day, evening, depending on where you live. Now, you are from Canada, so you have a good afternoon, I think. Lando podium in Jeddah, maybe. So yeah, have a good day, Sarah. With the high-speed domination, could definitely be. Okay, so we just need to figure out one more now before quali. Let's do it like that, and it's the same here. So let's just do it like that. Basically, I think the quali pace here is going to decide a lot on where we actually end up starting. 70 on the parts knowledge, which isn't too good, but again, it's not bad. In terms of pure pace there, Piastri was also keeping up with Norris, so that does give us some hope for the future. And if we tweak this a little bit, we should reach, as I said, 100% for the race itself. So it's looking good. I think that would hit it, so that's great. Didn't figure out what the sweet spot was here for Lando, unfortunately, but if we just tweak things a little bit, we'll probably be able to figure out where it would be. Probably something like this, honestly. It's the only thing that makes sense, so that should be good. Yes, this is the first race of Season 2, and as you can see, we do have a fairly decent car set up for that. And that is why I am a tad bit excited, yes, BKK. I'm planning on doing this and then going to get some food. Basically, is the idea. Okay, let's see how we perform in quali this time around. We actually get a run when no one's going to be in our way. That's a bit surprising. 30.9.
Drive to the Delta.
We can run on the second run here for sure. 4/10 increase.
Cool.
For Norris at least. Pretty close to the Red Bull there, but I would assume Verstappen is still going to blitz us quite aggressively. Wouldn't surprise me if he did. And we're just going to be sending the cars out right away again. It's going to be, again, older tyres. But with Norris' confidence being a peak, I should be fine. And Piastri's confidence being very high, that should help out too. This should be enough to bring us out into, you know, Q3. This is pretty close here. Currently, top 3 are all within 200s of each other. No real improvement on this run, unfortunately, but we should be through. Now, this here is Schumacher. He's the invisible man. It's a kind of annoying bug, but it is what it is for this game. So yeah, invisible man for Alfa Romeo is Schumacher, and that could get really confusing if we get more of them in the line here. So Verstappen did improve, so he's still super quick. But podium is definitely something I think that we could fight for here. And we did hit 100% car setup for both boys. And we'll be doing a run here with the old tires just to basically build confidence. And then we'll do a run with the fresh tires to hopefully get through the Q3.
Okay, Oscar, so the track will go green now.
Well, actually snuck out in between. That could slow the Piastri down a little bit because, again, we don't have very good dirty cornering. But we'll try and make our best out of it. Bit slower than the other run. It was 30.5, remember? But again, these are older tires, so it's understandable. Oscar's up to 81, was 80 yesterday, so it's getting better. Yeah, he did level up during, I think it was in February, right before this race.
So this is P10.
Well, January technically. It's still not quick though, which is very unfortunate,
decent,
but it's
Oscar.
still good.
If you could keep your pace up on the in-lap.
Not like last year when they stopped updating after 2 months. Honestly, it wouldn't surprise me if they did the team switching in the way that they have done to kind of say that, oh, we aren't going to be waving the white flag after 2 months this year. But yeah, I would assume that they're going to fix this quick because it is kind of a... it's kind of an annoying one for sure. And we'll have to see if Piastri improves. He does immediately improve. That should get him into Q3. Unless Hamilton and Russell improve massively.
Okay, right now you're P7.
Norris improved massively.
I can recharge.
Interestingly enough,
this lap.
30.4. Again, Verstappen improved. So I think actually we can win races now purely based on strategy. The races where we can push, we actually are going to have a huge chance of winning. Russell doesn't make it into Q3. Are the Mercedes these? Are the Mercs that slow now? I understand why people are having trouble with Mercs. Even AI Merc is kind of dying. It's just a bug with when particularly to Schumacher and probably some other drivers, but they don't show up on the. I'll show you actually now that we go into Q3 if you just pay attention for a second. Well, you probably are paying attention. Sorry, but if you have a quick look here, you can't actually. Basically, for Schumacher, this is just blank instead of his name. It's just a blank one there. You'll see that he's an Alfa Romeo, but his name just won't show up. So it's a bit of an annoying glitch, but you know, it's basically just his name is missing. Invisible names, yeah.
Sessions should be starting now.
Okay, let's see what we can do here. Williams in Q3 for... I need to check the Williams stats after this. Look at that. Williams in Q3. They beat out Merc. That's actually kind of wild. Disaster Sadies. But yeah, that is kind of wild though that both Mercs are out already. Yeah, so we should send Norris out right away. We'll do the same with Piastri. And as you can see, we're a 10th of pole for Norris. Piastri is a lot closer to Norris than he used to be.
P3, good stuff.
So that is neat. We haven't actually done any flying laps yet. We are going to be blocked on this first lap. That's just how it be. But that should allow us to, you know, get everything that we need to in terms of heating up tires. Piastri is actually going to be kind of blocking Verstappen on his flying lap here.
Okay, buddy, that's the
This
checkered
is
flag.
actually kind of mean because we are blocking Verstappen. Unless Piastri massively improves, Verstappen is going to have a very poor time here. Norris does get pole here, I think, because Piastri playing MVP. Williams in P3 in Season 2, time to race my game. Yeah. They did end up in 9th and 10th, though. Mainly I do 2 runs, Aaron, because it's reliable. On most tracks it will give you, you know, some advantage. You can of course get this advantage yourself by doing it manually. But 2 runs is very reliable for just, you know, letting the AI do the quali for you. But yeah, this is a very good qualifying session, and basically on Bahrain it's also a little bit pronounced. You can see here from lap 1 to lap 2 he gained 4 tenths. On his final lap here he did get a little bit held up by the drivers, so he's still improved, but not as much. Well, that's the time. Here, this is what we want to look at. So you see here, 3 tenths improvements, 2 tenths improvements, and that is basically what you're going to be getting in Sector 1 mainly for tracks. Again, you can get this done manually, but usually you'll see for Norris here, both runs 4 tenths improvement. So again, it's reliably.
The time is
Where will
almost
Lando
come.
finish the race? What's your prediction? The Williams are actually surprisingly fast this save, yeah. Should probably do a little bit of a clickbait update here. Season 2, Lando on pole. But yeah, we're going to do Bahrain here, and then we'll see where we actually end up. Now, strategy-wise, I don't think there's any particular advantage we hold here. What tires are available to us? A medium and a hard. We could do the standard one here and go a little bit more aggressively. This could work just fine, honestly. But I think if we're going to do this, we're going to start on the medium. And we're going to hope that Verstappen basically chooses to start on the softs, so we can just run with him. That'll allow us to test a little bit about how the dirty air would work too. But I think this is going to be the strategy that we'll go for, and we might change things up a little bit if we get safety cars. But if not, we probably won't. But as you can see, we can go very aggressive. Probably won't work very well for Piastri though, because again, he has low smoothness. But this will probably work really, really well for Norris. DNF, Maddie. Please. No. No. P3 with Lando, P6 with Oscar. Love to hear Max with radio in this Q3. I probably should have slowed down and seen what he had to say, but I think we would have got Norris radio. But yeah, looking a bit interesting here. I think we'll just go aggressively. And I think actually the fuel here might be tied to smoothness. I don't know anything else. They're running identical cars now. Initially I thought it was because, oh, you are carrying more weight. But I don't know anymore. I don't know. It would be hilarious if it's actually tied to the driver. Like, this is how they balance out the weight. They basically simulate driver weight. But I would think it maybe is tied to smoothness. Like a... I don't know. I don't know how they calculate this, but we'll just have to deal with it. P5 Lando, P7 Oscar, you have no faith in me. But yeah, we're going to go very aggressive here, and we'll see what we can do. Lando there with the bold 1-2. Even I wouldn't go for 1-2. Piastri's still a little bit too low rated for that. Okay, so we have one Rebel Red, one yellow. So Verstappen is kind of doing the same thing we are. Could be a problem.
Overtake button available.
Looks like we maintained first at least. Because it's a new season, let's just enjoy a lap of the helmet cam. It would be hilarious if it's actually weighed on based on the drivers here, because Lando is pretty big. well, I'm pretty sure Piastri is smaller, so if that's how they balance out driver weights, I would be... It would be a hilarious attention to detail that, you know, would be weird, but honestly, it's either that or smoothness has something to do with tire temps, or sorry, fuel load need. I don't know. First lap here, the show has been falling down. Albon is still doing well to hold on for dear life. Lando for the win. We'll try our best here. Sorry about that, one of my friends messaged me and that makes this game very slow. Lando going to crash on lap 35. You really have no faith, Charles, eh? Williams faster than Ferrari in Season 2. Things you love to see. Honestly, I need to check how the Williams are doing because they had a massive Q3 here, honestly. Now, we are going to be tuning down Piastri to aggressive. He is lacking in smoothness. Norris, though, should be fine here with just running super aggressive, at least as long as he's running first. And DRS is now enabled. This is when things become a little bit more dangerous. No, I did not put Danny Rick in for Alpha. The AI did that themselves. I did fill out the AlphaTauri save, but here, Danny Rick has actually been hired by AlphaTauri all on their own. Did actually forget to manage ERS there in my happiness with that. Yeah, I didn't do that. The AI did that. So we are getting overtaken under DRS, which is not really that surprising. But as long as we can stay with Verstappen here, I am going to be happy. Of course, it could be a bit risky that we're going to be switching back and forth. Verstappen has had many crashes in, last season. So it is still a dangerous game. But hopefully we'll be able to make something happen. And I'll just be paying a little bit more attention to the tire temps, particularly for Norris here. Because we are getting close to that 135 limit, so 125, around there it's okay. 128 might be a little bit dangerous. But honestly, as long as we create some gaps here, it's going to be good. Yeah. No, don't worry, BKK. We basically have now double brick. He's stuck in here too. It's Schumacher. He's just decided to be... secret agent man. Okay, we need to tune down fuel usage now. Lando is still looking good. I can see a smidgen of black here, which means that he can run aggressive all the way to the pit stop, no problem. And basically we'll be somewhat cooking Verstappen's tires, but of course ours will be taking more of a hit. We also have Perez, Alonso, Leclerc behind us on softs, so as long as we hold them behind us on the softs, we will be having an advantage in later stints. So that's looking good. Yeah, Mick Schumacher. Piastri is kind of struggling here. We do need to try and get him past Stroll. But Stroll is being a little bit stubborn. But there we go. Piastri got it done. And again, you can actually see that even while Lando here is running more aggressively, he's running a higher temperature on his tires. Because of the difference in smoothness, he actually has still more tire wear left to give than Piastri. And the difference between these two is actually 25 points, which is kind of massive. But at the same time, if smoothness allow you to push full attack like this over a full stint, it's going to be a massive improvement. And I really am looking forward to test this. I'm actually planning to do that tonight. Sit down with the editor and test that driver stats, figure out which ones are actually the best to invest in terms of training plans. So looking forward to that. This is looking very promising so far, honestly. Norris is holding on to his own. We might have used a little bit too much fuel in the beginning, so we might need to maybe tuck in behind Verstappen and recharge. He activated his invisibility cloak. I believe it's Freck. No, it's Schumacher. It's basically a glitch in the game or a bug where just his name won't show up. So Mick Schumacher is back, not Michael, Mick. The younger Schumacher is back. On your Williams save, Leclerc and Verstappen are Red Bull. That sounds like hell to try and beat, honestly. That sounds painful. But yeah, Piastri is just a tad bit slower than Norris. We do need to help him with his development to speed things along. But he should have, again, the board is expecting 7th. So if he is performing a lot better than that, you'd expect his development to be pretty quick as well. Now, we can probably tune Piastri up a little bit here too in terms of the attack. He is running now about the same as Norris. We just need to probably move him back and forth a little bit, and that should be fine. Will I be live tomorrow? I am a little bit uncertain. I'll see what I have time for. My sleep schedule is kind of bonkers right now, and I need it reset for next week when I will be working again. So I might take tomorrow off, I might not, but I'll probably update you when I wake up tomorrow morning, to be fair. I can't make any promises, but I'll probably gonna be online, to be fair. It's good that it's super fast. Nice to see AI upgrading drivers. Yeah, it is. But Norris has kept up with all of these, but the fact that we have now basically a 5-man train here for the win, and Piastri is going to be fighting Stroll for 6th, is hilarious to me. Now Norris still retains very high confidence while running here, so that is excellent. And if we can get him to peak before he says pits, that would be even more excellent. Now pit stops are going to be around lap 23, 24, 22. So we can just speed things along a little bit here. Piastri's running according to plan. Norris is running even more now according to plan. And Verstappen isn't really pushing, so that is the advantage that we kind of hold right now before the pit stops. Although we are also pulling them along, so what I'm thinking is that on the next lap here, we're going to be using all of our ERS to get the overtake done. We were a little bit too far back here to really get this to work, but we'll try it. We're going to be pushing, trying to create gaps in the DRS train behind us now. But as you can see, it doesn't really work here, so we'll just harvest a little bit behind Verstappen. And we'll try again next lap. I think Verstappen's actually pushing now. Verstappen is pushing for sure. Can't let him go. That's going to be game over if we do. Okay, I think we'll just be happy with running behind Verstappen at this point before we get in trouble. We'll be cool with the code version. I've done a complete season. How do I score F1 23 out of 10? I'll probably give this a solid 8.5 out of 10 for me personally. Maybe even a 9 out of 10, because I do enjoy this a lot. I enjoyed this a lot more than I think I did F1 22, F1 Manager 22 when it came out. So I'd definitely give this an 8, 8.5, 8. Maybe even 9, as I said. It's 8 to 9 out of 10 for me, for sure. Get the undercut on Lando by 2 laps. We could. We just probably... Yeah, we probably could there. Also, if we're running that aggressively. But we have Verstappen pitting now. He's actually doing the undercut himself. So... Yeah, I think Verstappen might be going onto the harder tire. So we'll do this lap. And we'll see what he does. And then we'll make a decision on what we do. I want to see what they come out on. So Verstappen is going out on softs here. Kind of what we're planning to do. So what we could do is, of course, push fully here. Try and get into the pits quick enough that we can catch up with him and run with him. Or we could go longer and try and get him towards the end of the stint. So yeah. A 12-player online mode. 10-player online mode where you manage the teams would be insane though, to be fair. Season 2 with McLaren doing good P4? Yeah. Final salute, are you running out of money? Because that's usually when the board kind of gives up on you. I think we are going to be a bit cowardly here and just respond immediately. For Piastri though, we can allow him to probably run a little bit longer. As long as he runs with Stroll. I think it's fine to keep him out for, as I said, a tad longer. Now we'll see here where we actually do end up. Paris does pit 2. So with our sub 1.9 pit stop times. We should be good there, but I don't know how Perez got out ahead of us. Okay, so Perez actually ended up blocking us on our way out there, so we can't pit on the same lap as Red Bull. It'll actually punish us pretty severely there. I did use a lot of ERS as well. That's kind of bad. If pitting on the same lap as Red Bull with a 1.8 stop, we actually come out behind them. That's gonna be a problematic thing to deal with. We also have Perez on mediums, so potentially we might need to, as I said, do some top up. We should probably do a little bit of serving as well while we're running behind. But yeah, that is gonna be a bit of a worrisome moment there. Hello Bakang, how are you doing? I'm enjoying it very indeed. I don't understand then, Final Suit, either, why your board has lost faith in you, honestly. Sounds like you're not doing anything necessarily wrong. Okay, so we could have now Verstappen just running away, which would be a yikes moment, so we'll have to see what we do with Norris. I did push fuel a little bit more than I kind of needed to here. So we are going to need Norris to kind of overtake and try and hunt down Verstappen. We'll see if we can pull that off, but Verstappen is probably still going to be quite the, raid boss here, honestly. Stroll is going to have to play MVP, block Verstappen. And Piastri actually has also a pretty good stop here where he comes out just behind Sainz, so he's going to have a lot of free air once he gets past him. Guessing it's a bug, yeah. Final month of review. That does sound kind of concerning though. So, Stroll, I need you to pull order 66. Okay, if it actually done it, I would be
And now we've had a crash.
a tad too amazed there. Hello, Oli, welcome back. You can see some Merc on Merc violence.
Come on, really?
An unhappy Russell. Yeah, unfortunately we did end up letting kind of Verstappen go here. Not much we can do about it though. We could tune up the usage of the tires, but we're actually using a little bit more than we should. Gotta tune, of course, Piastri down here. We're gonna have to. And we probably should have gone a little bit longer on those mediums if we're gonna lose them anyways. So we could be in a bit of a, hairy situation now, but I think we'll be fine. Yes, our performance is very good. We are basically the 4th best team. We are the best team in high-speed cornering, so once we get to the high-speed tracks, things are going to get interesting. 7th best team in low and medium, so it's definitely looking promising at this stage. Piastri, though, is kind of struggling here with Sainz, so we're just going to deploy a little bit of ERS. Use our get away from me button. Now Norris is catching up to Verstappen, so potentially if we go a little bit more aggressive on the tires, I think we'll be able to close the gap and get within DRS. Then we can start harvesting, tuning down the tires, and just kind of sitting behind him and kind of relaxing. So that could work. Piastri just can't get away from Sainz, but as you can see, he did pretty quick lap last time around, 34.6. So we could go a little bit attack here and then slow things down. And we'll see if we can get within range here of Verstappen. Albon with a bit of a lockup. Very unfortunate for the Williams, who did a great quali here.
Hack is low.
Copy.
Couldn't actually get away from Sainz. Well, we did basically get away from him, but it's going to be kind of 50-50. Norris is now losing even more time, so I think Verstappen is pushing his tires a bit. And yeah, he is. So we can push back. Virtually, we'll just push with him. Tires are moderately overheating, so we'll be, as I said, tuning that to just aggressive. For Norris, though, I do want to try and, as I said, keep pushing, try and get back within DRS range. How have I done my developments? In Season 1, we did a Russell and Hulk this time around.
And here we've got a yellow flag.
In Season 1, we did a lot of intense development. Then we did research to cancel out any regulation changes. And that's basically what we did. there's not really too much more behind it than that. If you want to have a guide at it, you can look at my Alpha Tauri speedrun, which basically will show all developments for Season 1. Last part of Season 1 will be out tomorrow. So, it will show you what is the most important thing to improve in the car. Probably, in terms of improvement, probably actually your cornering. That should be your most important focus, and then I'd say cooling. Because by having high brake cooling, for instance, you're allowed to run far more aggressive in terms of both usage of tire, but also in terms of using, well, using your tire, yeah. And that allows for better stints, more flexibility in strategy. You also want engine cooling, because your engine durability is kind of linked to your engine cooling. More engine cooling is actually really good this year. So that works. So yeah, cooling and generally just cornering is good. For your rear wing, you also have the DRS efficiency, which is probably what you should be focusing on, that thing as much as you can. Research is important? Yeah, research is important to kind of to minimize the loss from regulation changes. And the way that they've actually changed how design works. So no matter how you do the sliders when you do designs, each basically category will get equal amount of expertise gain. Doesn't matter with sliders. For research, it's different. For research, the sliders will have an effect on expertise gain, meaning that if a certain part of your car is lagging behind, certain aspect of, say, your rear wing is lagging behind, the only way you can actually catch up to the other categories on the rear wing is through research. No matter how you design a rear wing with design, expertise gains are going to be equal, but if you do research, you can make them kind of as you need to. It's kind of hard to explain without showing, but they've done a pretty massive change there from how the system worked in the last year's game. We'll push on Lando. Lando has caught up, so we're good. What I might need to do is do a little bit more aggressive moves here with Piastri, because right now he is in a position where podium is possible. We are going to be pitting again. Let's face it, Leclerc and Perez as well as Alonso probably aren't. But we could potentially make something happen here with Piastri, as I said. I don't think we'll get it done now. So we'll just recharge a little bit. And honestly, we'll do the same with Lando. We'll recharge him, get him ready to try and push away from Verstappen. And that should be okay. Yeah. If you want a difficult challenge Athletic, you should start with Alfa Romeo. They are probably the most difficult team right now in the game. So, if you want to do a learning save, starting Alpha Tauri is perfectly fine. But if you want a real challenge and you found 22 too easy, Alfa Romeo is probably going to be the hardest thing you can start with. Russell having the race of his life, yeah. Fighting a Haas. But yeah, this is looking really, really good for us, honestly. I'm happy with where we are. I still think we can run a little bit more top up. We are entering our pit window. I think we go full attack here until we do pit. And with us now actually reaching the back markers, we could potentially leave Verstappen kind of behind. But he got a bit lucky there, I think. Have Oscar overcut by 3 laps to make it faster in the final stint. Oscar is actually looking good here in terms of how he's doing, so I'm not too concerned about him. I think Verstappen is planning to pit too, because he got very quick now, a little bit aggressive. So I think we actually pit this lap, which is a couple laps earlier than planned. But I think it's going to be worth it. We're going to go in here now, and that should potentially get us a bit of an advantage. And Verstappen actually pits same with us here. And he had a pit stop error. Beautiful.
So Max Verstappen comes into pit. And it's in that moment right there, that things go wrong.
What exactly went wrong? The jacks? It did look like the jacks kind of had a problem there. But unless Verstappen does now push, he's going to have a bit of a problem catching up to us, I think. So once we're up to temperature, we're just going to switch to aggressive and just try and coast the last 17 laps. And we're going to get Piastri in on this following lap. See if we can get him in and ahead of Perez. And yeah, this is looking very, very promising right now. Alfa Romeo is worse than AlphaTauri. They have the 10th car on the grid, the worst car. They basically only have Bottas going for them, and the board is demanding a 7th place, so it's kind of a bit of a struggle. We need new ears because Lando's gonna scream. Maybe. Now, Piastri is gonna have his work cut out for him here in terms of trying to get himself on the podium. But this is looking very, very promising. We just need to get rid of Leclerc. Well, not get rid of, that sounds, you know, bad. But we need to get by Leclerc as quickly as possible and then kind of try and push away from him. So we're just going to see if we can get him with the corners here. Extend that gap to 1 second as quickly as possible. And hopefully we will be able to do that. Because if we pull Leclerc with us, we're just going to make the job even harder for Piastri. And we do need to tune him down too, although he can go aggressive to the end. Sorry, attack to the end. We're going to calm him down for just 3 laps here. Why am I stopped so fast? I've trained my pit crew. Stops are basically 1.8 or lower, so that was actually a slow stop. Backpack Johnny. I have a guide on my channel for how you can manage your pit crews to get pretty quick stops. Multiple cars crash. Is this a safety car? Is it Russell again?
Now we're just proceeding through turn 4.
It's Tsunoda.
Tries to get by.
Bottas.
Oh.
Upgrading facilities does not impact cost cap, but the added maintenance will. So do keep that in mind. The added maintenance that you will have to pay for those facilities will impact the cost cap. Norris is maintaining the gap, kind of also extending it, so this is looking good. Although Verstappen could dangerously, you know, catch up towards the end. Leclerc is going to be slower and slower within these last 10 laps. He might even decide to pit. So this is looking really, really good. Hello, William. How are you doing? No, I forgot. I'm sorry. I was a little bit too hyped about how well our car actually turned out, so did kind of speedrun it. Yeah, our car is currently probably 4th best on the grid, maybe even 3rd, one could argue, so we have a very promising season ahead of us. Yeah, if the board loses confidence in you, particularly in Alfa Romeo, if you can't perform to, you know, 7th place, they will just straight up boot you, and they can do so partway through the season as well. So you're kind of instantly forced to, you know, have good results, or you will be in trouble. The nameless driver there is Schumacher. For some reason, he has decided to, you know, put on the hide, put on the shielding mechanic, so we can't see him. And I think the main focus that I'll have now, because Norris is kind of just doing his own thing there, don't really need to manage him much. He's running a bit slower than well, I was about to say a bit slower, a bit quicker than Verstappen there with 1:33.6s. So I think that is acceptable. Now, we are supposed to try and get faster lap here too, so we'll have to see exactly how we're going to manage that, because we are pretty close on that, I think, I hope, but we'll see. Okay, let's deploy. See if we can get Piastri past the chair here. And up behind Alonso. There is a gap now to Perez that it's potentially going to be a bit difficult to close. But I think we will have the chance here to run on Alonso maybe. Piastri does have very high confidence. We're going to tune up the risk taking here. And he does get by but is it going to immediately get eaten up again? Next up, Perez for the podium. 5 laps to go. Can we get anything done? For Norris here, I'm actually going to do a Verstappen move. Which is probably a bit too aggressive here. We do kind of need fastest lap for our goals. So we're going to cool the tires a little bit, and we're going to go full on attack and try and set a fastest lap here. It's probably a bit arrogant of me to do this, but I think it would be funny. And again, it would be great to get that extra point as well. Piastri up into third, doing his job well. Can he even catch Verstappen? He is gaining on him. Last lap was kind of slow for Norris as well. So we'll do one more charge lap and then we'll go full attack. Although I'm also kind of tempting the AI here to kind of push their tires to the absolute maximum by doing this. So it is kind of risky from that perspective too. Yeah, we'll get this fast lap done and then I'll catch up with chat. Sorry, I am a bit focused on the game right now, just ever so slightly. And let's see if we can have Norris set an acceptable fastest lap now, with 3 laps to go. Piastri probably won't catch, as one would expect, Verstappen here. He is going to have to fight, though, for his life against Perez. Did not set fastest lap. We have failed. It is what it is, though. We'll just have to deal with that. I do need to regain that fuel, though. It would be hilarious if I tossed it by running out of fuel. Are we gonna get taken out here by Hulkenberg? Because those are the vibes I'm getting there when they was going a little bit back and forth. So Piastri is going to be the main focus here. We're last lap. Piastri crossing the line. We have a little bit of fuel for Piastri that we can push. We should probably push it on the straights rather than here. We can also deploy ERS. And this is looking a bit promising here. I think the man who said that we were going to have a 1-2 was actually the one that was closest to reality.
Hey! Great job, mate. Boys and girls back in the factory, thanks a lot. It's a cool car to drive, thank you.
He sounds a lot happier than last season. Let's put it like that.
Pack is low.
There we go.
That's the checkered flag.
We won.
P3. We're there when it matters. Thank you very much.
Obviously we've got a bit of work to do as well, but that's a good
Not 16x because, well, needed to kind of manage that at the end a little bit. Would be Ferrari levels fairly for no fuel? Yeah, it would be. Just a cool car, cool car to drive. Yeah. Maybe that's what I should put in the thumbnail for this one. Just a cool car to drive. Yeah, that was a very, very good start of the season for us. Honestly, we didn't get fastest lap, which is a little bit disappointing. But again, I shouldn't have skipped that. Sorry. Again, clicking buttons when I don't mean to. Apologies. We should have had to look at that. My bad. Hello, Doc. You. I hope you get. What happens if you get sacked? For some reason, I read that as I hope you get sacked. I believe that in September you'll be able to get offers from a new team. But right now, I don't know what happens, honestly. But Norris won. A bit of a surprise. We were close, though, to fastest lap. We were 2/10 off. So not too bad. 1 and 3, can't worry about the fastest lap. Maybe not, but it was still a good one, for sure. The podium. We did get both drivers on, well, one on the podium, one on the top step, so... Who was it that said that we were going to finish 1-2? There was one very, very hopeful man here. I need to scroll up because I actually don't remember, but thank you for the confidence. They did prove it. The Mercs are running, well, in 11th and 15th. They played a little bit of pinball with each other, and that did kind of ruin their race. And also, Hulkenberg also got involved with one of the Mercs, so you can imagine that they did not have a good race here at all. But they didn't really have a good quali either because they both were out in Q2. And funnily enough, Williams here, who unfortunately also had a little bit of a pinball action where they crashed, qualified 9th and 10th. So this is going to be a very interesting season going forward, I think. Drivers' Championship then, we are leading. Beautifully so. And in Constructors here, we have 40 points, which is almost already a quarter of the points we had last year. Well, basically a third, I think. No. Yes. Around a third of the points we had last year, so this is already looking very, very promising. We also had the fastest pit stops with a 1.888 at our quickest. And we should be probably able to get the pit stop award this season too. But I can understand if we had if the Red Bulls are getting close to those pit stop times too. As you can see, most of them are. The top 10 pit stops are all under 2.2 seconds, so they might have tuned this a little bit too aggressively. Paintball. Yeah, Leonard was close, so man's really good at predicting. So yeah, we didn't have any pit stop errors, but the Paris did jump us there, and it's probably just bad luck. So yeah, I would expect Piastri to grow quickly. We did forget about our reserve, unfortunately, but that is how it goes sometimes. Did finish all the other performance guarantees, so now I guess we're going to start doing one driver in the top 5 going forwards. So that is going to be good. Now we also have at least one more upgrading coming, which is the suspension, and after that we're going to have to try and kind of mix and match. Now for Saudi Arabia, the track itself, car attributes, high speed and medium speed are crucial. DRS and top speed is recommended. Now we don't have the best top speed, but we have the best high speed. We have the second best DRS, so potentially we're going to have a very fun time here at Jeddah. But that'll have to be some other time. The feature race here, Behrman wins, Vesti seconds, Martin's third, Saucy, Browning and Marty for F3. And yeah, I think that is where we're going to be ending it today. Here is my winner's trophy, thank you. So yeah, thank you all for watching. Hope you had fun, I did. And it looks like we might have figured out development a little bit, but the way that this works, I'm pretty sure the AI is going to come back at us hard later on in the season, because most of our performance that we have over them right now is actually gained through, if we go have a look here, we actually can't. But most of the performance that we gained is actually through durability. So as a result, we are going to have a little bit of a harder time with once the AI develop their parts, but for now I think it's fine. But yeah, thank you all for being here. I've enjoyed this stream. Hope you all have too. And I hope to see you tomorrow. Let's just go for it. We're going to be streaming tomorrow, starting the same time as I started today. And hope to see you all there then. Thank you all. Bye bye.